Chapter 1. Breakup right after landing? Come on. Bayou sells brain flowers for $5 each, extra for bulk. Selling goods. Third wall. Qingyun Academy. Health check department. Dr. Zhang. Do I need to avoid certain food for my illness? I can stop eating hot pot, barbecue, fried chicken, and teppanyaki from now on. I can also go to bed early and get up early to strengthen my body. Cao Mo looked earnestly at Dr. Zhang. He felt that something was off with his body recently. Dr. Zhang, sporting a bald head, adjusted his thick gold-rimmed glasses and said, "No, just eat whatever you want." Crash. His light-hearted words fell on Cao Mo's ears like a thunderclap. Deafening. Why? Why is that? Others have a golden finger when they cross over. I randomly crossed into this not-so-parallel world, starting with my father dead and relying on my mother and younger brother, living a hard life for a full 17 years. The key is this parallel world is vastly different from the blue star I was in before. This is a world of giant beasts. Humans can cultivate immortality now. After going through layers of selection to join Qingyun Academy, I thought I could take my mother and brother to live a good life, but now you tell me to eat whatever I want. He suppressed his anger and fear of death, his voice trembling as he asked, "How much time do I have left?" "At most 2 months. Just take it easy, everyone will eventually turn into a pile of yellow earth." Dr. Zhang sighed helplessly, but a hint of vigilance remained in his eyes as his hand pressed on the alarm under the table. Many terminally ill patients, upon learning of their condition, might do some inhumane things. He had witnessed too many tragedies. 2 months. Cao Mo blankly took the diagnosis report. "Cao Mo, our fate has ended. From now on, let's break up at the door." A woman in a stepmother dress quickly walked in and placed a black handbag in front of Cao Mo. "This is the tuition money you earned from working over the years, a total of 200,000. Take this money and leave the academy. Do not bother me again." "Huh." Cao Mo did not turn around, feeling a sense of desolation in his heart. What a way to cut ties with the one you love right after landing. Cao Mo stood up and opened the black handbag, pulling out a stack of red huaxia currency and sniffing it. "You're in such a hurry, it seems you've already found a new partner? Your news is really outdated. I am now a genius of the academy. You were just lucky to escape from the slums and become a level 4 student. Leaving me is for your own good." Yang Tingting spoke calmly, as if she were telling a trivial matter to a stranger. "Yeah." Cao Mo sighed lightly, deciding not to dwell on things he couldn't control. At least he was fortunate to enter Qingyun Academy before his life ended. According to the academy's rules, as long as one dies in the academy, regardless of the reason, their family will receive 10 million huaxia coins in compensation. With this money, his mother and brother could leave the slums and live a good life. "Okay, I agree to break up, but I won't leave the academy." Yang Tingting frowned, looking at Cao Mo with cold eyes. "This is not up to you. 3 days from now, there will be an assessment for level 4 students. The bottom 3 will be kicked out of Qingyun Academy. That you've only been in the academy for half a year and have only reached the first level of qi refinement. The outcome is already determined." "What the hell? Is this the elimination system commonly used by blue star bosses?" Cao Mo was taken aback. Since when did level 4 students have such assessments? "On the day I became a genius." "That's right, I proposed it. I always believed that students with poor talent do not deserve to occupy academy resources." "All right, this is our last conversation from now on. You will no longer have the qualification to be by my side." Yang Tingting turned and left. Cao Mo felt an unnamed fire burning in his chest. Veins bulged on his forehead as he ran to the door, threw the handbag full of huaxia coins out, and shouted, 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Don't bully the young and poor." After venting, he returned to the table, picked up the health check report, and mockingly said, "Heh, what 30 years? Suddenly, a voice echoed in his mind. "Ding! Congratulations to the host for finally speaking this rebellious statement and successfully activating the system." Cao Mo's heart soared. Could it be? Gambling God system. As long as the host causes others to have emotional fluctuations, they will gain mental value. Newbie benefit. When mental value reaches 100, you can draw a reward task once. Completing reward tasks will enhance physical fitness. Here it comes. Here it comes. The cheat I've waited 17 years for has finally arrived. 17 years. Do you know how I spent these 17 years? Cao Mo looked at the panel introduction and shouted excitedly. Then asked system, if my physical fitness is enhanced, will my lifespan also be extended? System no. Cao Mo. System. Enhancing physical fitness can make your body stronger and even give you powers beyond mortals. Cao Mo pointed at the label above his head, indicating 2 months of life. Left. System. Did you get the wrong channel? System. Why don't you ask me if there are hidden benefits? Upon hearing this, Cao Mo slapped his thigh. It's my fault for not trusting the organization. What benefits are there? System. The host can buy life with money. Exchange rate. 10 million Huaxia coins to purchase 6 months of life. Cao Mo subconsciously glanced at his WeChat balance of 532.65 yuan. His brows furrowed tightly. System. Is this correct? System, yes. Cao Mo shoved the 532.65 numbers in the system's face. Is this really correct? System, you are so short. Cao Mo. That's system. Complete the mental value, and the gambling god system will give you all the hope. Hope of a cipher. 2 months to earn 10 million with just over 500 bucks? Do you think I'm a fool? Cao Mo closed the system and sighed. I acted too hastily. If I had known I would get this system, I wouldn't have thrown away those 200,000. It hurts. Forget it. This is also the only hope for survival. Besides, if it really works, he is still looking forward to enhancing his physical fitness and surpassing mortals. Returning to his senses, he saw Dr. Zhang's face showing signs of terror. His hand trembling crazily under the table, he was pressing the emergency alarm, calling for security. After Cao Mo received the diagnosis report, he inexplicably fell into silence, and then his expression shifted inexplicably between excitement, confusion, and anger. Dr. Zhang's face turned pale. He was about to retire. He couldn't let someone take him away in the END. Oh, he almost immediately started frantically pressing the emergency alarm. Cao Mo stared at his trembling hand under the table, fell silent for a moment, then exploded in anger. Are you fucking pressing that against me? Ding. Mental value 116. Cao Mo. Dr. Zhang. He froze for a moment, then his hand moved even faster. Chapter 2. You really are hungry. Yahoo! Yahoo! There's hope. Everything still has hope. Cao Mo ran wildly straight to the slums, paying no attention to the astonished looks from passersby. The mental value he just gained made him realize this is not a dream. He must tell his mother and brother this good news. Soon, they could move out of the slums. Mom. Yeah. Upon opening the door, he found the slippers neatly placed in the shoe cabinet, and the room was empty. Still not off work. Splash. A sound of something falling into the water came from the backyard. Cao Mo heard the sound and walked over, seeing 2 fishermen leisurely sitting by the creek, fishing. Hey, little Moo is back. One of the fishermen turned around upon seeing Cao Mo and greeted him warmly, tossing him a piece of roasted potato. Cao Mo caught the roasted potato, took a bite, and joked, Uncle Chun is here to feed the fish again? Uncle Chun blushed at the remark and snorted, I'll catch a fish for you to see later. After exchanging greetings, Cao Mo found a spot and sat down. But he opened the system panel, looking at the completed spirit points, lost in thought. This is a serious system. It can't be some old monster playing tricks on me, right? System. It's great to be a thief. Playing is just real fun. Sichuan dialect version. Cao Mo. What the hell? Is the system this intelligent? Do you want to draw a reward task? Cao Mo adjusted his thoughts and nodded draw. Ding. Congratulations on drawing this level task. Guaranteed win buff 1. Guaranteed win buff. The host can win unconditionally in any gamble. Expired? What the hell? Can the stuff given by the system expire? Cao Mo was dumbfounded. He tentatively asked, System, what happens if the buff expires? System. If the buff expires, the host's life will be reduced by 3 months. Cao Mo was furious. Damn system. Your mother. System. Detected abnormal emotions from the host, deducting 1 month of life for cursing. Cao Mo. Health and prosperity. Damn it. With only 2 months left on the life bar, it can't be deducted anymore. I can't die before even enjoying it. He adjusted his emotions, sighed, and then began to study this reward task. Guaranteed win, theoretically, is a conceptual ability. As long as I gamble, I will definitely win. Is that how it works? Cao Mo wasn't too sure. After pondering for a moment, he opened his eyes and said, I bet I can break through to the peak of the Qi refining stage within a minute. A red light flashed in Cao Mo's eyes. The guaranteed win buff activated. 40 seconds later, after using the buff, Cao Mo felt no change. His realm was still at the first level of the Qi refining stage. He couldn't help but complain. This system is really unreliable. Just as he finished speaking, Cao Mo saw a small fish rushing towards him at high speed. He was dumbfounded, instinctively thinking, "Huh? The fish is flying?" In the creek in front of him, a small fish was swimming happily. Suddenly, it saw a white seed sprouting from the soil ahead. It gulped down the seed and instantly felt empowered. It seemed to have become the most beautiful fish in the creek. Before long, another red round seed with color, fragrance, and taste appeared ahead. It thought it was another magical seed and bit into it without hesitation. Hiss! Its upper jaw was pierced by a sharp hook. Immediately after, its body uncontrollably soared, leaping out of the water. Ha ha! A little fish weighing at least 2 pounds. Finally, no more empty hooks today. Uncle Chun watched the little fish on his fishing rod being pricked repeatedly, swinging back and forth in front of his fishing buddies who had been empty-handed for 3 days. Finally caught one. If I keep getting empty hooks, my family will make me sell my rod for secondhand gear. The fishing buddy impatiently waved his hand. Stop showing off, reel in quickly, or the fish will escape. Uncle Chin laughed. I spent a lot of money on this hook, whether it's a 2-pound fish or 20. It's all in a day's work. Here it comes. The fisherman pulled the little fish in with force, drawing a perfect arc in the air. Splash! Suddenly, a strong wind swept in. Metal pieces from the grass were blown up, directly snapping his fishing line, and the fish on the hook flew out. Uncle Chun, the fishing buddy, laughed uproariously after witnessing the whole process. Ha! 666. Serves you right for showing off. I'm going to post this on social media. Hearing the commotion, Cao Mo snapped back to reality. Just as he was about to ask, he saw a fish weighing about 2 pounds flying towards him at high speed. Cao Mo opened his mouth in shock, and before he could react, it plunged into his mouth, the fish's tail flopping a few times before sliding down his throat. Uncle Chun, fishing buddy, Cao Mo, what the hell help? A 2-pound fish with a hook entered his esophagus, causing Cao Mo's face to turn red. Uncle Chun panicked, rushing over in a fluster, muttering, "My little ancestor, you can't eat fish like this." Cao Mo, is this what I wanted to eat? Did I actively eat this? At that moment, Cao Mo was truly furious. However, remarkably, such a big fish was swallowed in just a few seconds. Uncle Chun was stunned. Where's the fish? Cao Mo grinned, pointing at his belly right here. Uncle Chun wiped his sweat, earnestly saying, "Kid, you must be really hungry." Cao Mo, I really am not. A tearing pain surged through his abdomen, causing Cao Mo to clutch his stomach and fall onto the grass. This pain spread throughout his body in no time, as if every muscle was being torn apart, making it so painful he couldn't even scream. Uncle Chun panicked, quickly pulling out his phone to call 120. Hello? Someone here has fish poisoning. Yes, he swallowed a whole. What are his current symptoms? Uncle Chun looked at Cao Mo rolling on the ground, anxiously saying, "He's rolling around in pain, visibly convulsing all over, and now he's lying flat on the ground with all 4 limbs. Just a few words ago, he had a relaxed and even surprised expression standing in front of me. Would you think I'm an idiot?" Bang! The call was abruptly ended, leaving Uncle Chun bewildered. Then he realized, letting out a cry, "Ha ha! The empty hooks made me hallucinate. I never came to fish today. Ha ha ha." Then he numbly pulled his fishing buddy away, without caring about the fishing rod. Cao Mo, he didn't have time to explain to Uncle Chun. Now, all his energy was focused on his own changes. After swallowing that inexplicable fish, he discovered that his realm had already reached the peak of the Qi refining stage. With such cultivation, taking first place among level 4 students would be ridiculously easy. After passing the assessment, he would definitely stay at Qingyun Academy. He exhaled and opened the panel. Guaranteed win reward task completed. System, not bad. Host, your task completion efficiency is really high. Now I will give you the task rewards. Ding! Congratulations, the host has received 3 peak Qi refining pills. After taking them, the system paused here, as if it had discovered something incredible. Host, I just touched a fish, and you jumped from the first level of Qi refining to the peak of Qi refining? The next day, Cao Mo arrived at the level 4 student classroom at Qingyun Academy, as usual. As soon as he entered, he noticed that the noisy classroom instantly fell silent. The students looked at him with expressions as if they were seeing a monster. Cao Mo sensed the unnatural situation and asked, What's wrong? Is there a Maya behind me? Upon hearing Cao Mo speak, the students froze, quickly pretending to be busy, fearing they might have to talk to Cao Mo. Cao Mo was filled with confusion, and just then, Teacher Li Tian for the level 4 students walked in with a textbook, striding in. Seeing Cao Mo standing at the door, Li Tian showed a hint of pity in his eyes. Cao Mo, are you really planning to confront him, Heaton? Teacher Li. Cao Mo turned around to greet him. What do you mean by that? Who am I supposed to confront? You don't know? Li Tian walked toward the podium, pulling out a translucent bank card from his pocket. There are 500,000 huaxia coins here. Take it and leave the academy quickly. Cao Mo was stunned. Why? You're asking me why? I want to ask you. Li Tian also asked in confusion. As a newly promoted level 4 student, how did you offend a level 2 student? Level 2 student? Cao Mo quickly recalled everyone he had encountered in the past 6 months since entering Qingyun Academy and was sure he hadn't offended anyone. Just as he was about to ask, a figure suddenly flashed in front of him. Cao Mo said lightly, Teacher Li, you mean Yang Tingting, right? Yang Tingting is a member of the Academy's Qinjiao Club. Her status is even lower than that of a level 1 student. How could she target you? Li Tian shook his head. It seems you really don't know. Forget it, don't ask. That person told me directly that you either take the money and leave the academy to live as an ordinary person, or tomorrow during the assessment, he will have Tai Quang, who is at the 7th level of Qi refining, deal with you. All right, I've conveyed what I needed to. The rest is up to you to consider. Li Tian picked up his book and stood up to leave the classroom. Just 2 seconds later, he ran back in with an embarrassed expression. Oh no, I forgot this is my class. Students, let's start the lesson. Cao Mo. Chapter 3, I'm crazy. I 1T drink even if I die. The 3 major clubs of Qingyun Academy. The Talented Club. Training Room. Huh. A bare-chested man punched through a 1-meter thick steel plate and closed his eyes, saying, How did the matter go? A young student with a tattoo on his right cheek walked in from outside, saw the punch through steel plate, his pupils constricted but quickly adjusted, handing over a towel and replying, Senior, I have handled everything you arranged. Thank you, Junior. The man took the towel and wiped the sweat off his body. Senior, I'm very curious. How could a level 4 trash student who has been in school for only half a year offend you? The tattooed student sat down on the ground, unable to help but ask. The bare-chested man did not answer him but spoke to the air. All right, come out. Yes, not an outsider. Creak. A hidden door in the training room opened, and a scantily clad woman walked out, clicking her high heels as she approached. Sitting on the bare-chested man's lap and smiling without speaking. The tattooed student raised his eyebrows, so that is how it is. Then I 1T disturber training. Don't worry, that kid will definitely die. After saying that, he stood up, cupped his hands, and quickly left the training room. After watching the student leave, the bare-chested man also asked. His words reminded me, as a member of the Talented Club, why would you think of targeting a mere level 4 student? After hearing this, Yang Tingting's smile instantly vanished. Her eyes narrowed slightly, outlining a ruthless sharpness that seemed to change her face in an instant. Once, when I went to his house for dinner, his lame mother actually made me wash the dishes. Ha! I want him to know the price of making me. Yang Tingting do things. Academy Market. Students in Qingyun uniforms were desperately promoting their own products by the roadside. Small shops were also producing food with thick smoke. Cao Mo walked down the street, his eyes constantly scanning the weapons displayed on the stalls, fantasizing that he could find a heavenly treasure with the remaining 525 yuan in his WeChat. For example, some powerful person's belongings scattered across Blue Star after their death. After all, the assessment is tomorrow. Although the opponent is a Taikong at the 7th level of Qi refinement, and he is at the peak of Qi refinement. But what if? What if the other party is a peerless genius who can challenge beyond levels? Then wouldn't it be a disaster? So, based on the 6-character motto of be cautious and don't be reckless, he was still thinking about pushing himself to the limit on the last night. At first, he was full of enthusiasm and expectations. But when he saw a piece of tattered leather priced at 300,000 huaxia coins, he was completely deflated. Damn it. Are there really that many rich people in this world? Cao Mo couldn't help but complain. A piece of broken leather for 300,000. What has he worked so hard for these 17 years? Huh? Answer me. Handsome brother. Can you treat me to a meal? I'm so hungry. A weak voice sounded behind Cao Mo. Cao Mo was taken aback and instinctively turned around. He found a girl curled up in front of him, her tattered clothes stained with a splash of blood red. If she were just a beggar, wouldn't he find it strange, after all? In this world where Maya runs rampant, refugees are everywhere. Even in the academy, there are occasionally refugees who come over the back mountain looking for survival opportunities. What he found strange was that although the girl looked haggard and disheveled, her eyes were exceptionally bright, like the stars in the sky. Handsome brother, I haven't eaten for 3 days. Can you please treat me to a meal? The girl's voice sounded again, and after she finished speaking, she thought Cao Mo would refuse her like others, so she hurriedly said, Handsome brother, I only need 2 steamed buns. Seeing her miserable appearance, Cao Mo's heart twitched. In the slums where he lived, many families often can't have a full meal. Cao Mo nodded, having walked around, and was also hungry. Sure, let's south eat at this place. The girl glanced at the direction Cao Mo pointed to, which was a restaurant with decent decor, hesitating. This place looks a bit expensive. I only need 2 steamed buns. Cao Mo laughed heartily, unconcerned. Expensive? How expensive can a meal be? Just this place. I'm also very hungry. It's just a matter of having 1 more pair of chopsticks. Let us go. Cao Mo pulled the girl straight into the restaurant, found an empty table to sit down, and picked up the menu to order. After a while, Cao Mo looked at the menu with a frown, and he glanced up at the receptionist and said, Your restaurant charges $1,800 for a lobster cooked 2 ways. I won't argue with you. I can tolerate the $550 for braised pork, but dare to charge $180 for a fish-flavored shredded pork rice bowl? On what basis? Receptionist, our restaurant is located in the golden area of the Academy Market, and the ingredients are all the freshest, with clear pricing, no deception for young or old. But you, just as Cao Mo was about to retort, he caught a glimpse of the girl's bright eyes revealing a hint of anticipation, and the words caught in his throat changed. But your prices are just too cheap. With a wave of his hand. All right, bring me 2 fish-flavored shredded pork rice bowls. By the way, 1 bowl without green onions. Receptionist, with your imposing manner, I thought you were going to buy this restaurant. In the end, you ordered the cheapest rice bowl. Cao Mo boasted, glaring. What's wrong? Hurry up and go make it. The receptionist walked away speechlessly. Not long after, she brought over 2 bowls of fish-flavored shredded pork rice bowls that were full of color, fragrance, and quantity. The girl couldn't help but drool, using chopsticks in her right hand and a spoon in her left, chewing heartily. This vivid scene amused Cao Mo. Eat slowly, there's plenty. The girl nodded, looking at Cao Mo with eyes full of gratitude, quickly finishing the last bite, placing the empty plate in front of Cao Mo, and asking for another bowl. Cao Mo, you finished this 180 bowl in just 2 bites? He pushed the bowl in front of him to the girl, saying, I haven't eaten this one, you go ahead. Just as the girl was about to start, she suddenly paused her movements. Handsome brother, aren't you hungry? Cao Mo, it's fine, you eat first. It'll take a while to order another one. After hearing this, the girl found it reasonable and continued to gobble down the rice bowl. After eating a few bites, she handed the empty plate back, licking her lips in longing. Cao Mo frowned. Still want more? The girl nodded vigorously. Cao Mo tightened his wallet. Oh no, I've been tricked. Didn't we agree on just 2 steamed buns? And now she wanted a 3rd portion. He silently calculated the bill, 180 by 3 524 Huaxia coins. Damn! After paying the bill, there was only 1 yuan left. Cao Mo sighed inwardly and called the waitress over. The waitress walked over, glanced at the empty plates, and said, Sir, would you like to order another portion? Cao Mo, another portion? The waitress nodded. Yes, our restaurant offers free refills for rice and dishes. Just after she finished this sentence, she noticed that the man and woman in front of her were looking at her with eager, surprised, and crazy expressions. The waitress was taken aback. What kind of expression is this? An hour later, Cao Mo and the girl leaned lazily against their chairs with full bellies, picking their teeth and saying, Another 180 rice bowl, so delicious. The girl gratefully said, Thank you, handsome brother, for treating me to this big meal. I will definitely repay you in the future. Cao Mo waved his hand. A meal like this is no big deal. He hadn't taken it to heart. Ding! Temporary mission. Suddenly, the system voice sounded. The host needs to complete the side mission within 24 hours, using the wish fulfillment buff once. The wish fulfillment buff must elicit an emotion from the other party with a mental value greater than 80, or the mission will fail, deducting 1 month of life value. Cao Mo was momentarily confused. Why would a failure deduct my life points? This system has temporary missions too? You don't know. I was noticed by a senior this time. Let us not say more. In the future, Qingyun Academy will ensure you live comfortably. From now on, I'll be relying on my big brother. But speaking of which, how did that big shot suddenly take notice of you? Just as Cao Mo was bewildered, the conversation at the adjacent dining table caught his attention. He turned his head and saw several burly young men pouring each other drinks, having a great time. Tai Kwong took a couple of gulps of beer and said, "I won't hide it from you." Today he came to me in person and promised that as long as I eliminate a level 4 student in tomorrow's assessment, I would get this amount. He held up 2 fingers. The crowd was stunned. 100,000? Tai Kwong clicked his tongue twice and laughed. 8 million Huaxia coins. And I could also earn that big shot's favor. Hiss. Cao Mo couldn't help but gasp upon hearing this. 8 million Huaxia coins. Damn. Are the rich really this extravagant? It's simply wealthy beyond humanity. I wonder which student is so unlucky to be offered a bounty of 8 million. Tai Kwong. I can't think of any level 4 student worth 8 million. A man couldn't help but ask. Don't say you. I was shocked when I first heard it too. The opponent is actually a waste who has only been in the entry level for half a year and is still at the first level of chi refining. Tai Kwong, in a good mood, took another sip of his drink and continued. That person's name seems to be Cao Mo. Puffed. Cao Mo couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of tea. Damn it, I'm the one in the gossip. It seems this guy is Tai Kwong. 8 million? I didn't expect to be worth this much. He glanced at Tai Kwong, who was bragging, and a smirk formed at the corner of his mouth. Still paying for a hit? I'll collect some interest tonight. Cao Mo took a bottle of mineral water and walked over to Tai Kwong. He said, "Are you Tai Kwong?" Tai Kwong was taken aback for a moment. Seeing Cao Mo coming from the next table, his expression turned displeased. "Can you beggars like you roll a little further away? I'm in a good mood today and didn't look for you. Yet you come looking for trouble." The students beside Tai Kwong echoed. "Exactly. I've found you displeasing since you walked in. If it weren't for the strict prohibition against fighting in the street, I would make you eat your words. Hurry up and get lost." Hee. Cao Mo placed the mineral water on the table and said lightly, "I just calculated the benefactor should have darkened a lot. In 1 minute, you will spray water all over the place after taking a sip of cold water, and you won't even have time to pull down your pants. The wish fulfillment buff is activated." Tai Kwong was dumbfounded, and the people around were also confused. There is actually someone who can predict this? Before Tai Kwong could react, a student beside him jumped out. "You little loser. Do you know that Senior Tai is a genius at the 7th level of chi refining? Only a beggar like you would drink cold water and have diarrhea." Cao Mo ignored them and quickly left the restaurant with the girl. Tai Kwong watched the two leave. A strange emotion arose in his mind. 2 lunatics. Forget them. Let us drink. He took the lead in downing 2 gulps of alcohol, and his eyes inadvertently glanced at the bottle of mineral water on the table. Childish. You say I'll drink? Then I want to drink. The student beside him added. Exactly. Only kids would drink cold water and get diarrhea? This lowly beggar is full of nonsense. Time passed second by second. Tai Kwong thought. Darkening? Wait until I finish with Cao Mo, and then I'll hunt you down. There are 50 seconds left. It's just cold water. I can go a day without drinking water. 30 seconds left, huh? Why does this water look so tempting? No, I can't drink it. 20 seconds left. Wow. My mouth is so dry. Just 1 sip. It should be fine, right? 3 seconds left. Forget it. I don't believe a sip of water can make me spray. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, Tai Kwong suddenly stood up, grabbed another bottle of mineral water from the table, opened the cap, and drank it all in one go. Refreshing. Tai Kwong couldn't help but shout. This is the best water I've ever had. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly felt something was off in his stomach. Gurgle. Puffed. Splash. A wave of foul smell instantly filled the entire restaurant. The crowd. Oh my God, he really. Yuck. Run. Tai Kwong exploded. Chapter 4. Starting reward for immortal techniques. Handsome brother, Why are we in such a hurry? We already paid the bill. If we don't leave soon, I'm afraid the 180 yuan rice bowl I just ate will have to go back to the owner. Cao Mo looked at the system panel, and in an instant, his mental value surged to 500. He could only imagine how spectacular that scene must have been. After leaving the academy with the girl, he strolled down the road back to the slums. Cao Mo thought for a moment and took out a peak chi refining pill from the system space, saying, "Did you eat enough just now?" The girl nodded her little head. "I'm full. Thank you, handsome brother. Do you want to eat some more?" "Huh." Cao Mo held the pill in front of her. "Take this. In this chaotic world, it will give you some self-defense capability. But the cost will be a few seconds of excruciating pain. Are you afraid?" The girl glanced at the pill and then at Cao Mo, her cherry lips slightly parted. Cao Mo smiled knowingly and gave her the pill. Boom! The moment she swallowed the pill, a sacred aura emanated from her body. Her tattered coat, stained with blood, seemed like a priceless treasure at that moment, surrounded by a faint glow. The next second, she opened her eyes and exclaimed in surprise, "Handsome brother, what did you give me to eat?" "Just an ordinary pill." Cao Mo looked her up and down. "Your pain tolerance is pretty good. You can maintain such a relaxed expression despite the intense pain." The girl tilted her head in confusion. "Pain? I didn't feel any pain." After saying that, she even twirled around in front of Cao Mo, while he was suffering immensely from reaching the peak of chi refining. She just went poof and was fine. "Damn system, handsome brother." The girl noticed Cao Mo suddenly lost in thought and waved her little hand in front of him. Cao Mo glanced at her and smiled. "All right, I don't have anything else to give you. From now on, you have to walk your own path." Upon hearing this, the girl's eyes immediately became moist. A wave of reluctance spread in her heart. But thinking of her unfinished business, she nodded and said, "Handsome brother, my name is Ling Shui. What is your name?" Late at night, in the slums, snoring filled the air. After returning home, Cao Mo found that his mother and younger brother hadn't come back yet. No one answered his calls, and he couldn't help but feel worried. He got up and went to the nearby police station. "Hello, I want to report a case. My mother and younger brother have been missing for 2 days. Name, age, characteristics. My mother's name is..." "All right, we have registered your report. We will notify you immediately once we have any news." Cao Mo walked out of the police station. His mother and younger brother had never gone missing for 2 consecutive nights before. A sense of gloom hung over him. Sigh. Cao Mo sighed deeply, hoping the police would find them quickly. He returned to the creek, lay on the grass, and summoned the system. Ding. Detected that the host has completed a side quest. Reward: Immortal Technique True Injury Fist. True Injury Fist, created by immortal beings. This technique gathers all the spiritual energy in the body into the fist. A single punch can ignore the opponent's physical defenses, instantly destroying their organs and killing them in one strike. True Injury Fist? Lao Bu, is this your creation? Cao Mo, flipping through the practice methods of True Injury Fist. Time passed. The next morning, the sky gradually brightened with a hint of dawn. Qingyun Academy. Level 4 student classroom. 80 new Level 4 students from the past year came out of the classroom and headed straight to the 3rd stage made of marble. Some were relaxed, while others were so nervous they were sweating. Although this assessment was to select 3 of the worst among the weakest batch of students in Qingyun Academy, they were still superhumans far beyond ordinary mortals. Anyone studying here was at least a chi refining practitioner. In previous years, students entering Qingyun Academy received a subsidy of 1 million huaxia coins every year just for being there. If they completed a few academy tasks, they would receive even more generous rewards. Even in the event of death, regardless of the cause, the family would be compensated with 10 million huaxia coins. But now, due to a sudden idea from a newly emerged genius, everyone who originally wanted to relax started competing again. No matter where you are, the bottom tier will always lack human rights. On the square, Cao Mo sighed deeply. All students quiet. Li Tian and several teachers from other classes walked to the podium, their expressions serious as they scanned the crowd. Although Li Tian and the others were Level 4 student teachers, they had already reached the 1st stage of foundation establishment. Given their talent and age, that was their limit so they chose to stay and teach. Relative to the experts of Qingyun Academy, they were indeed insignificant. However, facing a group of newly admitted level 4 students, they had absolute crushing power. Li Tian was even a standout among the teachers, rumored to have the cultivation of the second stage of foundation establishment. Everyone, look at the sky above. The system is matching opponents. During the competition, you can use any means necessary. But there is one red line you must not cross. Killing is prohibited. Anyone who kills their opponent during the competition will face punishment from the Academy's enforcement team. This assessment concerns everyone's future, so do not be careless. Li Tian waved his arm, and a faint pressure spread through the air, causing all the students to feel an invisible weight. Li Tian's strength is impressive. I'm really relieved he didn't get angry despite my skipping so many classes. Cao Mo shrugged his shoulders lightly, easily dispelling the invisible pressure. Now he was already at the peak of qi refining. He had also successfully mastered the true injury fist to perfection. After Li Tian finished explaining the rules, the sky began to match data. Cao Mo looked up, curious about who his first opponent would be. At that moment, Tai Kwang, with a grim face, walked over with a few students he had drunk with last night. Kid, so you're Cao Mo? Tai Kwang looked down at Cao Mo with a gloomy expression. Cao Mo tilted his head and grinned. Senior Tai, how was the jet package last night? And you guys? Lifting the 158-meter Tai Kwang so high. Did you forget about that top secret method from last night? Really a good dog, licking hard. You. Tai Kwang and his lackeys were so furious they couldn't speak. After a few breaths, Tai Kwang forcibly controlled his emotions, gritting his teeth. I warn you. No matter who your opponent is later, you better admit defeat. Otherwise, if you run into me, your life will be ruined. We're leaving. Tai Kwang shot a cold glance at Cao Mo, jumped down from his lackey, and waved his small frame to lead people away. Cao Mo shook his head slightly, completely ignoring Tai Kwang's threat. Ruined? Let us see whose life gets ruined later. Chapter 5. By Cao Mo. Soon, big data will collect everyone's information, and a series of face-off images will be displayed on the screen. Unsurprisingly, Cao Mo's opponent is Tai Kwang. Cao Mo does not think this is a coincidence. He is just a bit curious about who is targeting him, someone with enough power to act so blatantly. At first, he suspected it might be Yang Tingting, but then he thought he hadn't offended her. It was just a breakup between couples, and he hadn't sent her a single WeChat message since their breakup. Who could it be? It's so hard to guess. Huff. Cao Mo exhaled a breath of frustration. No matter who it is, they will eventually surface. The urgent matter now is to find his mother and younger brother, and at the same time, quickly earn 10 million Huaxia coins to extend his life. There are less than 2 months left. With a clear goal, Cao Mo no longer felt lost and watched the battles of the martial artists in this world with great interest. This assessment not only determines the bottom 3 rookies, but also offers generous rewards for the top 3 strongest participants. Each level 4 student displayed their unique skills, exchanging blows fiercely, refusing to back down. This knife can actually be used like this. This boxing technique can be utilized in such a way. It was the first time Cao Mo had seen such practical martial arts combat, and he mentally rehearsed the scenes of battling them, continuously accumulating experience. Just then, he caught a glimpse of Tai Kwang in the distance, glaring at him with a fierce expression while making a gesture of cutting his throat. Clown. Cao Mo paid him little mind. His match with Tai Kwang was in the second round. Is it decided? Li Tian pushed through the crowd and came to Cao Mo's side, seemingly worried that Cao Mo was too young and might feel embarrassed. He took out his phone and recharged a sum of money onto a semi-transparent bank card. This way, I'll personally give you 300,000 Huaxia coins. Take my advice. Those people are not ordinary folks you can provoke. Cao Mo felt a surge of joy upon hearing this, but displayed a reluctant expression, sighing, Thank you, Teacher Li. I'll listen to you and just admit defeat when I go up. He took the bank card and transferred all the money into his account. Third bank notification, 800,000. 00 yuan, balance, 800,001. 00 yuan. Cao Mo looked at the text message alert and felt like shouting in happiness. It's so fast when it comes to martial artists. What I earned from 5 years of studying and working barely amounts to half of this. Listen to advice and you'll eat well. Li Tian patted Cao Mo's arm. If you leave the academy without a good place to go, I have friends in the military who can introduce you. But you need to be cautious in the future. Be careful of your words. Careful of my words? Cao Mo detected a hint of helplessness and regret in Li Tian's tone. It seems this usually gentle teacher has also experienced something. Ding, ding, ding. While the two were talking, the first round of assessments, which involved intense physical combat, had already concluded. The winners stood tall and proud, while the losers wore faces of discontent. However, not many had lost hope, because all level 4 students knew that the one who ranked last in this competition would inevitably beat Cao Mo, who was at the first layer of Qi refinement. Second round of students to the stage. The teacher shouted from the high platform, "Go for it." Li Tian smiled at Cao Mo and advised, "Young man, it doesn't matter whether you win or lose for now. The most important thing is to stay alive." This teacher, who had barely taught a few classes, seems particularly concerned about him. Could it be? Cao Mo tightened his lower back and quickly stepped onto the stage. It's starting. Tai Kwong versus Cao Mo. Bets are open. Put your money on Cao Mo to win, 10-1. Bet on Tai Kwong to win, 1-1. Bet on Tai Kwong. I also bet on Tai Kwong. Bet on Cao Mo. A group of level 4 students were momentarily stunned. Even a man running the betting was taken aback. They opened the betting to gain Tai Kwong's favor, not to mention the senior, who had his eye on Tai Kwong. Tai Kwong's family also held weight within the third wall. How could there be a rookie betting on Cao Mo? Although betting 10-1 is enticing, one still has to win. Bet on Cao Mo. Hurry, all in 800-000. The betting man couldn't help but look up, wanted to see who was daring enough to make such a bet. Upon seeing the person, he instinctively took a step back. How did you end up here? Cao Mo frowned. What's wrong? Is it not allowed for the participant to place a bet? The betting man stammered. It's allowed. Damn it. The money god is rushing to give money. How can we refuse? MHM. Cao Mo watched as his bet was successfully placed and left the stand with satisfaction, returning to the stage. Witnessing everything, Tai Kwong said, "You just told me to wait a moment, and you want to do this?" Cao Mo replied, "So what?" Tai Kwong said, "Are you really short on money?" Cao Mo, not that. I really am. I still don't know where to earn this 10 million. Tai Kwong proned. But didn't I give Li Tian 3 million Huaxia coins to let you leave the academy? Cao Mo jumped up like a chicken that exploded, staring fiercely at Li Tian on the high platform. Damn, so you were making a profit as the middleman? I wondered why you were so concerned about me. Staring at my little kid. Li Tian seemed to feel Cao Mo's furious gaze and awkwardly raised his hand, scratching here and there. What's wrong? A teacher noticed Li Tian's odd behavior and asked with concern. Li Tian waved his hand. It's nothing. The teacher responded with an O, not paying it much mind, and in a few steps, reached the high platform, loudly announcing, "The rules for the second round have changed to a free-for-all. The 10 people still standing on the stage in 1 hour will advance to the finals." Huh? Why did the rules suddenly change? Cao Mo found it strange. But when he met Tai Kwong's sneering expression, he instantly understood. The person targeting him has changed the rules. You can admit defeat now, and I'll spare one of your hands. Tai Kwong's eyes revealed a fierce glint as he drew a sharp machete from behind him. Cao Mo wanted to spit some trash talk, but adhering to the 6-character mantra of play it safe, don't be reckless, he cautiously replied, "Bring it on." Heh. Tai Kwong saw through Cao Mo's cowardly demeanor and sneered, "Kid, don't blame me for not giving you a chance." He pointed to the surrounding students. "At least half of them are arranged by that senior. Even if I kill you in public, it won't matter. In your next life, just make sure to avoid me." Tai Kwong. After saying this, Tai Kwong unleashed the aura of the 7th layer of Qi refinement and charged at Cao Mo with a machete in hand. "Come on." Cao Mo dared not be careless and unleashed his full strength, a terrifying momentum of peak Qi refinement sweeping across the stage. Before Tai Kwong could react, he roared, "True injury fist." Cao Mo's right fist gathered all his spiritual power, and the powerful force struck Tai Kwong's abdomen, instantly destroying his heart and lungs. Tai Kwang froze in place, looking down at his unscathed chest, but just as he was about to mock, a mouthful of blood spurted out. You are actually at peak chi refinement. After saying this, Tai Kwang's body fell to the ground, his eyes wide open, unable to close them even in death. Holy crap, he just took out Tai Kwang in one hit? Everyone's eyes widened at this scene. Cao Mo is actually at peak chi refinement. Wasn't he just a useless person at the first layer of chi refinement who had only been enrolled for half a year? Damn, I see his peak chi refinement is much stronger than the average peak chi refinement. I admit defeat. I also admit defeat. What the hell is this? You want me, a fifth layer of chi refinement, to fight against peak chi refinement? On the vast stage, in an instant, only Cao Mo stood proudly. This kid. Li Qianmu in the stands was dumbfounded. After a while, he reacted and couldn't help but praise, really impressive. Night. Tianjiao Club, training room. Senior. There's been an incident with the Level 4 student assessment. A student with a tattoo on his right cheek walked in from outside. Bang! The man with his upper body exposed punched a fully steel-made robot away. Hearing the noise, he said in a deep voice, what incident? Cao Mo's real combat power is at the peak of chi refining. He punched and killed Tai Kwang. The student with the tattoo on his right cheek directly stated the main point. The man with his upper body exposed was silent for a moment and said, Xiaohe, this is the first and last time. Within 3 days, I want to see Cao Mo's corpse in front of me. Xiaohe's face turned pale, and with trembling hands, he wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. In 2 days. I will definitely bring back his corpse in 2 days. Chapter 6. SS Level Task. Annihilation Level 4 Student Dormitory, Single Room. Cao Mo sat on the bed, a faint blue halo emerging around him. An hour later, he opened his eyes and looked at his fists. He didn't expect that a full-force true damage punch would completely drain his spiritual energy. He had underestimated the immortal techniques created by Master Laobu. He got up and scanned the temporary dormitory prepared by the Academy for all students participating in the assessment battle. They claimed it was to ensure fairness in the assessment, but there was likely a secret behind it. However, improving his strength was the top priority. As an old saying goes, no matter how many tricks you have, I can break them with one punch. With a thought, he summoned the system. Current mental value, 1,000. Current savings, 8,000,000 yuan. Do you want to spend 1,000 mental value to draw an SS level task? Cao Mo looked at the panel data and nodded in satisfaction. It seemed that his one-punch kill of Tai Kwang had intimidated quite a few people, resulting in a large influx of mental value. Moreover, he was only 2 million away from the 10 million Huaxia coins needed for extending his life. Cao Mo dismissed the 2 pop-up boxes and focused on the newly appeared SS-level task. An S-level task had allowed him to leap from the first layer of Qi refining to the peak of Qi refining in an instant. This SS level, could it possibly elevate him to the peak of Foundation Establishment? If he reached the peak of Foundation Establishment, he could become a Level 2 student and directly apply for financial aid from the Academy, which was a whopping 30 million Huaxia coins. Thinking of this, Cao Mo couldn't wait to say, drawing. Ding, draw successful. SS level task, annihilation. The host needs to kill 300 people within 2 days. Cao Mo was immediately stunned by this task. Not a joke. Are you serious, system? Cao Mo couldn't help but shout, dog system, get out here. System, what's wrong? Cao Mo was furious, pointing at the task box. What's wrong? You asked me what's wrong? System, on the path to becoming a deity. What's the big deal about killing a few people? Hey, what the hell? Why is it 300 people? Cao Mo was so angry he almost laughed. So it wasn't you who issued the task, right? And the system continued to mumble in a mechanical voice. It shouldn't be. Newcomers usually just need to kill 3, right? This is unreasonable. Don't panic, let me ask you something. Cao Mo thought to himself. A few years ago, he had seen a news report about a Foundation Establishment warrior who seemed to have been provoked and killed 10 poor people. As a result, within 5 minutes, the military deployed armed forces to suppress him. Now you want me to kill 300 people? Ask Tai Kwang if he dares. Can his task be changed? Cannot be changed. I'll just give up. Hey, don't. The system panicked. I didn't say you had to kill good people. Just go kill bad people. Damn it. What do you mean kill bad people? Where are all these bad people for me to kill? And you set a deadline of 2 days. I can't even finish killing 300 pigs in 2 days. Cao Mo suddenly thought of something and asked, what happens if I don't complete this task? System. Deduct 100 days from the host's life. Deduct 100 days? Does that mean I still owe you 40 days of life? It's really like a rope that breaks at the thinnest point. Fate always finds those with short lives. System. Don't be discouraged, host. I've heard that such explosive tasks usually come with very exaggerated rewards. Some rewards can even make you invincible on this planet in an instant. If you put it that way, I can reluctantly accept it. Cao Mo closed the system and began to think hard about how to complete it in 2 days. Just then, he caught a glimpse of his phone on the bed and remembered the assessment finals tomorrow. Hey, got it. The next day, afternoon, the spring breeze blew across the land. The assessment viewing platform was filled with students, and even some level 2 students were among them. They looked nervous, seemingly afraid of something. Before long, teachers including Li Tian appeared on the high platform. After scanning the students in the stands, Li Tian's gaze finally landed on Cao Mo. There was a hint of approval in his eyes. This kid, he really wants to go all out. He has my old style. At that moment, Cao Mo also made eye contact with him, his eyes filled with rage, as if to say, give me back my 3 million. Li Tian awkwardly cleared his throat and then shifted his gaze to another student. That was Chunlei, once a standout among level 3 students. He was suddenly demoted to level 4 due to a mistake last night. In the crowd, Cao Mo saw that Li Tian actually chose to ignore his fury. And just as he was about to spew some trash talk, he noticed Li Tian's serious expression looking to the other side. Cao Mo followed his gaze. Upon seeing Chunlei, his eyebrows raised. The sword behind this guy looked a bit cool. His aura seemed to be much stronger than Tai Kuang's. It seemed he was the boss to defeat today. Just then, the teacher shouted, the Sky Curtain will select yesterday's winners for a PK in 1 minute. The Sky Curtain was rapidly changing, displaying one student's face after another. Although only Cao Mo stood on the stage yesterday, the Academy's higher-ups still decided to have the last 10 students compete. Mom, please don't let me draw Cao Mo. Cao Mo, don't worry about it. Look at the guy on the right. Upon hearing this, the students on the list looked over, and upon seeing it clearly, their pupils shrank. How could Chunlei participate in the assessment? Soon the Sky Curtain stopped. As expected, it was Cao Mo versus Chunlei. Cao Mo glanced at Chunlei, who had been sitting on the ground with his eyes closed the entire time, and silently mocked, show off. At this moment, Li Tian walked over, bracing himself. You better admit defeat as soon as you go up. Cao Mo asked knowingly, Li teacher, what does that mean? After speaking, he suddenly jumped up and pointed at Li Tian, fiercely saying, I looked for you all night yesterday and couldn't find you, you bastard. Give me back my hard-earned money. 3 million. Li Tian, was it really necessary to come here? No money. He pulled out a translucent bank card that showed a balance of 0.00 yuan. Cao Mo was furious. Password. Did you go gamble? 3 million and you spent it all in 2 days? Li Tian was anxious and retorted angrily. There isn't 3 million. I clearly gave you 800,000. Cao Mo was stunned. Was he scolding him? He owed him money and was still scolding him? The third match is starting now. Cao Mo versus Chunlei. Just then, the Sky Curtain announced the match list. Wait until I finish the match before coming to collect the debt. Cao Mo glared fiercely at Li Tian, then took out his phone from his pocket, saying, whether I can complete the annihilation task depends on you. Chapter 7. The Underdog's Comeback. Watch me punch the genius and step on the talented. Cao Mo. 30 seconds without appearing leads to a forfeit. As soon as this was said, the watching students shifted their expressions and all looked at Cao Mo. They saw him flustered, busily fiddling with his phone. Kal Montag was ultimately scalit. But it was understandable facing Chunlei. If it were me, I would definitely pretend to be busy and then concede. Losing face is better than losing life. You're still not far off? If it were me, I would run right now. Far away. A group of people discussed fervently. Just then, Cao Mo exerted force in his legs and shot from the stance of the stage, finally landing lightly on the ground, like a feather. Sorry, I was a bit busy just now. Everyone was taken aback. What? Cao Mo actually dared to go up? He thinks he can take down Tai Kwong and consider himself invincible as a level 4 student? Even if you're invincible at level 4, your opponent isn't a level 4 student. A series of questions appeared on the faces of the watching students. Even those at level 2 found it unbelievable. However, it was clear from their faces that they relaxed a lot, as if some worry had finally been lifted. Chunlei took a step forward, cracking his knuckles, and said, "You actually dare to come up. What is there to be afraid of? Are you strong?" Cao Mo zipli in dai fun. Chunlei's expression turned cold. Then he laughed loudly. "Fine, it seems I've killed too many trash under my sword, misleading the world about me." He drew the long sword from his back. "Today, I will take you." "Wait." Cao Mo raised his hand to interrupt. "Chun, you're a master. I'm sure you're not in a rush. Can you wait for me a minute?" "Chunlei, what trick are you trying to pull?" He had heard that this guy was suddenly betting on himself while Tai Kwong was fighting. Cao Mo ignored him, instead going to the corner of the stage, took out his phone, placed it on a pre-prepared stand, and opened a slow-hand livestream. Somewhere behind the third wall, this place was filled with high-tech armed defenses. Large groups of soldiers patrol methodically. It's so stuffy. A man in white lay on the sofa in the room, numbly playing with his phone. These damn ads, these damn live streams. None of them catch my eye. He opened various apps, trying to find something interesting, but instead saw a bunch of outrageous ads. What super strength pills, 8 flavored Dihuang pills. However, Li Hua found all of this quite normal. His identity was special, and he couldn't go out. He liked to spend time online, being the top player in various tree-cutting games and countless female streamers' #1 supporter, with a slow hand level of LV60. He was numbly closing one ad after another. Suddenly, an ad from the slow hand live stream instantly caught his attention. "The underdog's come back. Watch me punch the genius and step on the talented." Li Hua was amused. Interesting. There are still black-hearted streamers making money by talking big, just when I'm bored out of my mind, full of depression with no outlet. Daring to send an ad to me, Li Hua clicked into the live stream. As soon as he entered, he saw a big face close to the screen, blankly mumbling to the 500-person live stream window. "It shouldn't be like this. I bought so much traffic. Why are there only so few people? Damn it. The slow-hand official is scamming me. No one is coming in. Give me back my 1 million hard-earned money." The bullet comments below were also shocked. "Dude, you dare to talk about buying traffic? So brave? Buffed, punching geniuses and stepping on talents. What do you have to back that up? Just because of your handsome face? Streamer, are you saying, no, are we not human? You're cursing us for not being human. Although you're a bit handsome. If all you can do is talk big, I want to give you money. Okay? Unless you can really talk big. Brothers." He cursed us for not being human. Some comments were cursing Cao Mo as a talk big streamer, so we're teasing. And no one believed that Cao Mo could really step on talents. To put it simply, who would stream at that level? Li Hua was amused by the handsome face on the screen, quickly typing on his phone. What kind of show is this? LV60 Big Brother speaking. Cao Mo saw the bullet comments level and raised an eyebrow. Hey, there's actually a big brother of this level in the live stream. To reach LV60, at least tens of millions must have been spent if he is happy later and gives me a gift. Then I could have money to prolong my life. Thinking of this, Cao Mo was energized. "Big brother, let us start with a dream castle. The show will make you feel good." What? Not even a performance before asking for a dream castle. Damn, this is really a talk big streamer. People usually perform before asking for gifts. But this streamer is the opposite. Big brother, don't give. This is a money-grabbing streamer. A dream castle costs $5,000. The ticket fee to watch the show is indeed not cheap. However, facing all this, Chunlei, as Cao Mo's opponent, was frozen in place. He started a live stream while fighting. Unbelievable, truly unbelievable. "Brother, are you that poor?" The referee glanced at Chunlei. Puzzled. "You're just going to stand there and watch?" "Chunlei, if I said I was frozen in place by a force of nature, would you believe me?" "Forget it. I don't believe it either." Chunlei composed himself, unleashing a terrifying aura of foundational level 1, and within a few breaths, he was behind Cao Mo, daring to turn your back on your opponent, seeking death. A fierce look flashed in Chun Lei's eyes as he raised a fist and struck hard. Facing this strike that could shatter rocks, Cao Mo was not flustered at all. He slightly turned his body and kicked Chun Lei away, then calmly watched the bullet comments in the live stream. Whoa, what the hell? Is this a real Academy assessment live stream? I might have fought too many times. I just saw him kick the young master of the Chun family, Chun Lei, away with one kick. You didn't T-hit hard enough. I saw him kick Chun Lei away without even looking back. Bullshit. I hit 3 times. He kicked Chun Lei 100 meters away with one kick. Damn it. I hit 4 times. Cao Mo looked at the increasingly lively bullet comments, nodding in satisfaction. Keep it up. The more comments, the higher the exposure, the easier it is to attract those big shots' attention. But why isn't T's big brother given any gifts yet? Is he really planning to freeload? This one do. We're counting on this live stream task for a double harvest in life. He cleared his throat. Big brother. ISNT this show better than those sexy dance streamers. ISNT it worth it for you to give a dream castle? After saying that, Cao Mo circled around the stands, focusing on Chun Lei, who had just half risen from the ground. Big brother, answer me. Is it good to watch? Good to watch. Li Hua's eyes lit up. He finally found a good live stream. China, Return My Youth Sound, LV60, gives the streamer Dream Castle X1. Chapter 8 LV1 Freeloader Emperor. I want to watch the show. Thanks to China, give me back my youth for the Dream Castle. With the castle, beautiful women hug me every day. The castle is beautiful and big, and the beauties are also stunning. Wishing my big brother a million annual income. At this moment, Cao Mo seemed to transform into a professional host, using a tone comparable to a comedic skit to express his blessings. Over 500 people in the live broadcast room were shocked. Wow, your eloquence and skills are amazing. Brother, I'll send you 2 lollipops. They had watched many live broadcasts, but rarely saw this kind of host. Most were dressed provocatively, posing in front of the screen. After all, those with real talent and qualifications were usually from wealthy families and looked down on doing such things. Even Li Hua was taken aback. I gave you a dream castle worth 5,000 Huaxia coins, and you wish me a million annual income? What a cruel and cold expression. China give me back my youth LV60, sent a colorful bullet screen. Indifferent. JPG, stop wasting time, get on with the show. Cao Mo smiled. All right, big brother. Let us pamper the fans. He quickly set up his phone and turned around to look at Chun Lei, who had been struggling to get up for a long time, with a sympathetic gaze. Sorry, I just took 2 peak chi refining pills last night. My strength has tripled. Although you aren't a good bird either. Whoosh. Under the incredulous gaze of the crowd, Cao Mo dashed towards Chun Lei with ghostly speed and began to beat him up in a flashy style. One moment he was smashing him back and forth like the Hulk. The next moment he threw him into the air, raining down punches on Chun Lei's face, instantly swelling it like a pig's head. Hiss! The people in the stands gasped. So painful. I feel like my face is hurting. Can Cao Mo really treat a first-level foundation establishment expert like a baby? Li Tian and the other teachers were also dumbfounded. Is this Cao Mo who came out of the slums? Could it be that an old man is living in his ring? Poof! After Chun Lei hit the ground, he spat out a mouthful of blood. That face. TSK, TSK, TSK. It's a sight to behold. Okay, the fight is over. Cao Mo quickly moved in front of the phone, facing the barrage-filled live room. Do you want to see something more exciting? Yes. X100. 000 Cao Mo looked at the accumulating bullet screens, smiling with satisfaction, then squinted his eyes, thinking to get the gifts rolling. After 1 minute, if gifts aren't sent, I'll kick you out of the live room. As soon as this was said, the viewers cursed the unscrupulous money-grabbing host while consciously sending gifts. There's no choice. You really can't see this kind of live broadcast usually. Green Grass by the River LV48 sent the host Dream Castle X1. I Am Not a Little Girl LV61 sent the host sport car X999. One sports car is worth 100. 999 sports cars is a lot of money. Wow. Thanks, little girl. And all the family members. Cao Montag was ecstatic. This live broadcast could easily earn $1 billion. China Give Me Back My Youth LV60 sent the host sports car X9999. There's actually a surprise? A certain unscrupulous host Kuden T stopped smiling. completely forgetting that he was participating in the Academy assessment. It seems the family really likes this show, so let us continue. Wait. Just as Cao Mo was about to end this match and prepare for the next plan, he suddenly noticed that the number of people sending gifts didn't team match the number of people in the live room. He frowned, his fingers sliding back and forth on the screen. Host, what are you waiting for? Go and beat him. This host has been tapping on the screen. Is he planning to run away with the money? As a barrage of doubts hit the live room, Cao Mo suddenly spoke in a low tone. Family members, I planned for this live broadcast for half a year. I'm not saying how selfless or great I am, but I want to tell you that even those at the bottom of society can turn their lives around. But there's always someone who wants to freeload off the host, freeload off the hard work of the past 6 months. Cool, tell me, the LV1 brother. Come on the mic. Ding, LV1 foot freeloader emperor has been forcibly brought to the mic by the host. LV1 freeloader emperor? No. You can accurately know that I didn't send money with 100,000 people. Audience 1. Audience 2. Audience 3. The live room audience was dumbfounded. What is the difference between this and public execution? This brother is so pitiful. Good thing I sent gifts. Cao Mo looked at this name, hesitated for a moment. Brother, you. Sigh. How about you leave? LV1 freeloader emperor resisted. No. I want to watch the show. You watch what? Cao Mo was heartbroken. Big brother. To change everyone's worldview, I risked defending the Chun family to hold this live broadcast. For what? Answer me. LV1 freeloader emperor. To change everyone's worldview. Cao Mo nodded. With my little peak chi refining strength, can I compete with the Chin family? No. But I still insist. Don't you think freeloading is shameful? LV1 freeloader emperor was a loss for words. He wasn't out of money. But he just liked the feeling of freeloading. He once freeloaded a glory crystal. But now, in this atmosphere, it seems impossible not to send gifts. Seeing him hesitating, Cao Mo decided to add fuel to the fire. The host suddenly felt very stifled. Not so eager to broadcast anymore. How about it, brothers? Let us withdraw the gifts from the backstage. I'll end the broadcast. LV1 freeloader emperor heard this, panicked. Sure enough, the next second, the barrage army began to attack him. Green grass by the river LV48. Damn it, if you don't send gifts, get out. Freeloader emperor, I am not a little girl LV61. If you don't send gifts, I'll hunt you down online tonight. Freeloader emperor, China, give me back my youth LV60. Send gifts. Freeloader emperor, Cao Mo watched the bullet screen, overwhelmingly favoring him, feeling satisfied. Just then, a furious roar came from behind Cao Mo, turning around. He found Chun Lei glaring at him with a ferocious expression, slowly pulling out a fluorescent longsword from behind. Gritting his teeth, he said, Cao Mo, I want to kill. Stop. Cao Mo raised his hand and shot out a chi wave that sent Chun Lei flying again. Don't panic. I'll have my big brother send gifts soon. He turned back to the live room. Big brother, what you say? The freeloader emperor was now at a loss. Looking at his balance of 0, he gritted his teeth. Freeloader emperor LV1 sent the host dream castle X1. LV1 freeloader emperor LV4. Can we continue now? Cao Mo no det fantico. Bringing him down from the mic, family members, in ancient times there was Wu Song fighting a tiger. Today there is Cao Mo dealing with Chun Lei. He rolled up his sleeves, ready to show off his skills. But he found that Chun Lei, who had just been roaring, seemed to be planning to crawl off the stage. Want to surrender? Sorry, there's no surrender button with me. Chapter 9. The forces behind him are terrifying. The third wall. Thai group. Rooftop. A middle-aged man with white hair stared at Cao Mo, who was brutally beating Chun Lei in the live broadcast room. Crack. With a grim face, he crushed the wine glass in his hand. This brat killed my son. That's right, Uncle Tai, what are your thoughts? Sitting across from him was a man with a tattoo on his right cheek, gazing at the red wine in his glass, gently swirling it. A hint of amusement at the corner of his mouth. Uncle Tai stood up, casting a deep glance at the showy Cao Mo in the live room. Humph. This trash from the slums is truly disgusting. He gestured politely to the tattooed man. Young Master Xiao, rest assured. I will send 150 Chi refining martial artists and 3 foundation establishment martial artists from the group to kill this brat. Xiao he downed the wine in his glass. Slowly walking up to Uncle Tai, smiling, remember, he openly killed your son. It's a slap in your face. With the strength of the Tai family. Killing a peak chi refining martial artist before tomorrow shouldn't be difficult, right? Qingyun Academy. Level 4 student competition stage. This time, Cao Mo held nothing back, pushing his speed to the limit. In an instant, he was in front of the fleeing Chun-Lei, mocking, "Oh, isn't this Chun-Lei? Where you crawling off to? Why you? Don't come over." Chun-Lei couldn't believe it, completely unable to accept it. After 3 years of school, he was a top-level third-year student, a master in foundation establishment, yet he was being beaten by a trash who had only been in school for half a year. If it weren't for the pain on his face constantly reminding him, he would still think it was a dream. To be honest, Cao Mo also didn't expect to be this powerful after taking 2 peak chi refining pills. If it were yesterday, he would have at least needed to use true injury fist to win. Time to finish this. Cao Mo lifted the incapacitated Chun-Lei and walked towards the corner where his phone was placed. Halfway there, following the principle of the 6-character mantra, he delivered 2 more punches to Chun-Lei, confirming he had fainted before confidently striding on. Ahem. Adjusting his phone, Cao Mo addressed the live room. Family. How's the live stream? Enjoyable? Enjoyable. X100, 000, were the gifts worth it? Worth it. X100, 000. China reclaims youth sound LV61 cent Dream Castle X100. Looking at the screen filled with gift effects, Cao Mo was almost laughing himself to death. This wave alone would earn at least 200 million. Steady now. He could renew his life. Happy as he was, he hadn't forgotten the important matter. So he arrogantly said, "I know there are many viewers in this live stream, but there are also some sneaky little bastards peeking at me, plotting something. But I don't care. You think I really come from the slums? Wrong. I have forces behind me too. I want to say who wants to take revenge on me, but come at me if you dare." Beep, beep, beep. Just as Cao Mo was about to wrap things up, a ringtone sounded from Chun-Lei's pocket, who lay there like a dead dog. Cao Mo frowned slightly. A call at this time surely meant trouble. Sure enough, he took out his phone and saw the name Dad displayed on the screen. He pressed the answer button, wanting to hear what the other party had to say. "Kid, you've got guts," said a grim voice from the other end. Cao Mo pressed a few buttons to lower the volume to where only he could hear, then replied loudly, "Of course, I'm amazing." This scene shocked the viewers. He really has a backer. The voice on the other end fell silent for a moment before saying, "Let my son go, and I'll leave you with a whole corpse." Cao Mo was initially taken aback, then nodded. "All right, I'll kill him right now." He shoved the phone into his pocket, picked up the sword that Chun-Lei had used earlier from the ground, and looked coldly at Chun-Lei. "You said this sword has killed too many pieces of trash. So now let it kill the last piece of trash." Saying that, he tossed Chun-Lei lightly into the air and pierced his heart with the sword as he fell. Wow, he really dared to kill Chun-Lei right in front of everyone. This is no longer just a tiger. How powerful is his backing? Forget everything else. From now on, I'll avoid Cao Mo, whether in the live room or among the students present or the judges and teachers. Everyone was stunned by Cao Mo's clean and decisive method. At that moment, Cao Mo seemed no longer human, but a fierce Maya, incredibly ruthless. After dealing with Chun-Lei, Cao Mo continued on the phone, "Don't worry, I've killed him." The voice on the other end roared, "Kid, you've successfully angered me. Go home and reunite with your family. Tomorrow, there will be 200 peak chi refining martial artists and 5 foundation establishment martialists at your doorstep." Slap. The phone hung up. Cao Mo dug at his ears, muttering quietly, yelling and shouting, so uncultured. Seeing that his goal had been achieved, Cao Mo waved to the live room. "Family. The streamer is signing off. If you like me, give me a follow. All right, brothers, come chop me." After saying that, Cao Mo clicked the end stream button, opened the back end, and looked at the nearly overflowing withdrawal numbers on the screen, almost fainting from excitement. A total of 235. 8 million. He struck it rich. He could take his parents and brother out of the slums, and he could extend his life. Just like that, amidst the astonished gazes of everyone. Cao Mo undoubtedly took first place in the assessment. In the level 4 student classroom, Li Tian personally awarded Cao Mo, the reward being 5 million Huaxia coins, a foundation establishment skeleton, and a high-tech crafted longsword. He no longer lacked money, but he really needed the foundation establishment skeleton, as it would be useful for breaking through to foundation establishment. However, this long sword, which was said to be crafted using the latest human technology, felt quite ordinary. Don't underestimate this long sword. Try injecting spiritual power into it, Li Tian said to Cao Mo, who was gazing at him. Oh, Cao Mo followed suit. And at the moment the spiritual power was injected, the long sword in his hand emitted a blinding light. With a casual swing, a wave of sword energy instantly split the marble podium in front of him in half. Wow, this is something. He sheathed the long sword and suddenly stepped forward to ask, Teacher Li Tian, who exactly is behind this trouble for me? Li Tian hesitated for a moment, then pulled Cao Mo in his office, looked around, closed the door, and said, It's Xiao He. He is a core formation martial artist and will soon enter the Genius Club. Xiao He, Genius Club? For some reason, a figure flashed through Cao Mo's mind again. Could it really be because of her? Chapter 10. The charred corpse. It seems I need to find an opportunity to meet Yang Tingting. However, she is now a member of the Tianjiao Club. According to Xiao He, one must be at the Jidan stage to qualify for entry. So, Yang Tingting is probably at a similar level. Damn, how can these guys level up so quickly? It hasn't been long since the leader of Huaxia sensed the spiritual energy. And yet they've all achieved Jidan at such a young age. This puts a lot of pressure on this diligent young man. ISNT, this forcing me to work hard on my cultivation. Teacher Li Tian, what is the deal with this 3 million? Where is everyone? They ran away? Cao Mo wanted to figure out why Li Tian had scammed him out of 3 million. Just as he opened his mouth, he found the office empty, with only him standing there. It's hard. My fists are hard. I don't really care about this 3 million. After all, there's a cold 235 million lying in my bank account. But this feeling of being schemed against is quite unpleasant. If it weren't for the fact that Li Tian had turned a blind eye to my absences from class several times and even added 2,000 to my meal card, I would have already punched him. Cao Mo returned home in the evening. He found that his mother and younger brother still hadn't come back. So he picked up his phone and called his mom. Beep, beep, beep. The number you dialed is temporarily unavailable. He continued to call his brother. Beep, 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 hello. It connected. Cao Mo anxiously shouted. Shout Song, where have you been these past few days? Are you a relative of Cao Song? Boom. This sentence fell on Cao Mo's ears like a thunderclap. A scene he dared not think deeply about suddenly flashed in his mind. Are you still there? On your end. This is the coroner's office. If you're a relative of the deceased, please come quickly to confirm a body. Clatter. Cao Mo's body stiffened at the words, and his phone slipped from his hand, crashing to the ground with a sound of shattered glass. 30 minutes later, coroner's office. Cao Mo glanced at the inscription on the door, and a wave of unease quickly spread in his heart. He approached the consultation desk, identified himself, and the staff member in a white coat looked at him with a sympathetic gaze, then led him into a cold storage room. Family members, please remain calm. Given the situation, Cao Mo didn't pay attention to what the staff was saying. Panic filled his eyes. In front of him was a single bed covered with a white cloth. Shout Song. Cao Mo trembled as he walked over. He lifted the white cloth and saw a charred body lying beneath. The face and hair had been completely destroyed, leaving only some features that somewhat resembled Cao Song. He must have gone through a fire. We only identified him as Cao Song through DNA matching. A fire? Cao Mo completely pulled off the white cloth, revealing the entire corpse before his eyes. He crouched down and carefully searched for any visible details. Is this really Cao Song? No, although every detail matched his memories. For someone who had been burned beyond recognition, these details felt like they were deliberately showcased. And the phone? How could a phone still receive calls if a person was burned to such a state? Thinking of this, Cao Mo's eyes turned crimson, resembling a ferocious beast. He looked at the staff member and asked, where did the body come from? The staff understood the family's feelings and replied, it appeared at the entrance early this morning. It was discovered by the first colleague to arrive at work. Just as I thought. This is a conspiracy against me. To be able to alter DNA means they must know that the Chun group is coming after me tomorrow. Yet they still use my concern for my brother to fabricate a charred version of Cao Tsong to shatter my mentality. Who is this person? How malicious? Huff. Cao Mo took a deep breath, trying to control his emotions. The only good news right now is that Cao Tsong is still alive. Otherwise, they wouldn't have gone through the trouble of creating a fake corpse to fool me. From this, it can be inferred that the other side must have a backup plan. It seems after dealing with the thugs sent by the Chun group tomorrow, I need to meet with Xiao He, who is about to join the Tianjiao Club, leaving the coroner's office. Cao Mo sat in a ride-hailing car, looking at the skyscrapers outside. Mom, brother, I will definitely find you. I'll buy a luxurious villa and let you live a good life. Back home, sitting on the sofa, he summoned the system with a thought. Open them all. Ding. The Adventurer's Mall is now open. Current adventure level LV1. Can only purchase corresponding level items. Oh, is this system playing with toxic mill powder? Looking at the bizarre items in the mall, each requiring a lot of money to purchase. Behind LV1, there were a bunch of LV levels, but they were just gray interfaces. Without hesitation, he clicked on the LV1 category and immediately saw a bottle containing a green liquid. Water of life. Oral consumption. One bottle can extend life for 6 months. Purchase price is 10 million Huaxia coins per bottle. So that is how it is. Cao Mo quickly purchased 10 bottles. Clink, 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 just after placing the order. The void in front of him shook, and 10 bottles of water of life appeared before him. What a fast delivery, impressive. He opened the bottles and drank all 10 bottles of water of life in one go. Awesome. The water of life he drank was absorbed by his body, and an indescribable sense of comfort swept over him. It felt like getting a new life. Good stuff. He instantly gained 5 years of life. Solving the issue of short lifespan, he set his sights on a corner of the LV1 mall. The only item daring to sell for 100 million Huaxia coins. Stink bomb. Upon throwing, it causes an explosion upon object collision, releasing a foul odor within a range of 3 meters high, 100 meters long, and 100 meters wide. Beyond the range, the smell will not carry, lasting for 20 seconds. This is good. Cao Mo slapped his thigh and hurriedly placed an order. Crack. The void cracked open again, and an egg-sized green stone appeared before him. This little thing costs me 100 million? Cao Mo held it in his hand, studied it for a moment, and a wicked smile crept onto his face. The next day, morning, Cao Mo, wearing a duckbill cap, sat by the roadside eating beef noodles. In this vast world, eating is the most important. Just then, around 200 people armed with weapons marched in from the west side of the slum. This slum is hardly fit for human habitation. The streets are filled with a pungent smell of poverty. No way. If it weren't for this mission, I probably would never have imagined I'd end up in such a garbage place. Only in such a garbage place could someone like Cao Mo be born. Just look at them, scared to hide in their homes, not daring to make sound. The leader looked around and noticed only a man with a duckbill cap slurping noodles by himself. His gaze was cold. I didn't expect to find such blind fools in a garbage dump. But the order from Chairman Chan before departure forbidding any unnecessary complications made the leader hold back and approach the noodle-eating man, asking, "Kid, do you know which room Cao Mo lives in?" He placed a stack of 100 Huaxia coins before the man. Cao Mo calmly took the money and nodded. "I know." Chapter 11. Me, the protagonist of the land. Lead the way. The leader spoke in a cold tone, issuing an order that could not be refused. Cao Mo nodded at the words, and suddenly his body moved violently. A true injury fist struck the leader in an instant. Bang! The man's chest caved in, followed by a heart-wrenching howl. "Call your horse. Lead the way. I'll take you to the desert. You think you can dismiss me with 10,000 bucks? Do you know I'm a billionaire? Supermarket your horse." Taking advantage of everyone's confusion, Cao Mo finally let out the national essence he had been holding back for a long time, then turned and ran toward the east side of the slums. He had to lead them to a no-man's land. Otherwise, if a big fight broke out, it would inevitably affect the residents here. Damn it. They really sent 200 peak chi refining practitioners and 5 foundation establishment martial artists. This Chun family has some clout. However, now there are only 4 foundation establishment martial artists left. It would still have to rely on the 6-word mantra. Damn it. Leader number 2 reacted. realizing his boss had been taken down in an instant, and his heart leaped with joy. But on the surface, he still angrily shouted, "Catch that little brat. Ha, Shurji, you dare to sneak attack the boss." By the end, he almost couldn't hold back his laughter. He is Cao Mo, leader number 3, standing a bit to the side, caught a glimpse of Cao Mo's face as he turned. As soon as this was said, 200 people, armed and furious, chased after him. After everyone left, the residents finally opened their doors and windows. They had just mentioned that the target was Cao Mo. Sigh. They had just heard that he had been admitted to Qingyun Academy. Thinking he would soar from now on, who would have thought he would provoke this group of people? Their family really had it tough. Old Cao died outside the wall during the forced conscription year. It was hard for Cao Mo to grow up only to experience. No more talking. Let us help his family more in the future. What a pity. Cao Mo was running at the front and soon arrived at an open space. This should be good. Let us settle this here. Just as he was about to stop, he suddenly noticed about 100 people walking toward him directly ahead. Damn, more. Chun-Lei's dad is not a man of martial ethics. It was supposed to be 200 people, right? But soon he realized something was off. This group of people didn't resemble the 200 chasing him earlier. Their marching was synchronized, as if they were trained by the military. Such a quality system. To come to the slums must definitely be for themselves. Dai Kuang. Cao Mo suddenly thought of this name. It was unreasonable that he faced no punishment from the academy for killing Tai Kuang in public. It seems the Tai group also planned to take revenge personally. What to do? Being attacked from both sides? Either side's strength far exceeded his own. His brain was racing, and in a few seconds, a light bulb lit up above his head. Aha, got it. Roll up my sleeves and get to work. Gritting his teeth, Cao Mo slightly slowed down and continued running. Just when the two groups were less than 50 meters apart, Cao Mo roared, "Brothers, they are here to chop me. Quickly destroy them." As for who they were, I want to say, the leaders on both sides frown upon hearing this. Cao Mo, he really has backers. Brothers, don't be afraid. Follow me to take down Cao Mo, and promotion and wealth will not be a dream. Leader number 2 looked at the first-class merit before him, naturally unwilling to back down. However, leader number 3 beside him felt differently. He looked at the synchronized troops ahead, thinking they looked familiar, but couldn't remember where he had seen them. After a brief hesitation of a few seconds, he suggested, "Shouldn't we stop and negotiate with the other side first?" Leader number 2 got angry and slapped number 3 across the face, shouting, "Now that the boss is dead, I'm the new boss. Everything will follow my command." He waved his hand, "Charge with me." Charge. X-200 meanwhile, on the opposite side of the Tai group, a scar-faced man stood at the front, feeling somewhat puzzled. The intelligence indicated that Cao Mo did not have such a profound background, and among the leaders on the opposite side, one person looked very familiar to him. Oh no, they are from the Chun group. The scar-faced man recalled what Cao Mo just said and realized they had fallen into a trap. Just as he was about to explain, he saw Cao Mo inexplicably fall and throw a stone the size of an egg over. Immediately after, he heard Cao Mo scream, "It's over. I slipped and threw it into the wrong camp. Run." What run, boom? Before the scar-faced man could finish his sentence, a loud noise came from behind him. Then smoke instantly enveloped their team, and an indescribably foul smell permeated their nostrils. "You, what the hell smells so bad? You, damn it, whose toilet exploded?" No, even an exploded toilet doesn't smell this bad. This smoke is toxic. Don't you dare vomit on me. You. In an instant, the originally well-trained Tai group troops dropped their weapons and armor, running around while vomiting. But the fog completely obscured their vision. This scene left leader number 2, who was nearby, stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. Ha! This idiot Cao Mo slipped and threw the weapon meant for them to his own teammates. Killing this bunch of people, wouldn't I be firmly favored by Chairman Chen afterwards? Who knows, I might even get his rich and beautiful little princess as my wife. From then on, I'll be on the peak of my life. I am the protagonist of this land. Number 3 mumbled, still feels off. That scar-faced guy seems familiar. Leader number 2 raised his hand and slapped number 3 again, angrily cursing, "What feels off? You worthless thing, get lost." He turned his head and shouted, "This is a heavenly opportunity. Kill them all. Kill." X-200 with a single command. Number 2 led number 4, number 5, and 200 men into the fog, killing anyone they saw. You. This really stinks, but I don't care. First-class merit. Oh no. The peak of life is in front of me. Charge. Misunderstanding. Screw your mom. The 200 men beside him, having been mentally prepared and ready to block their breathing, were not too affected by the smell. This scene had Cao Mo hiding in the grass nearby, laughing uncontrollably. The leader of the Chun group shouted, "This guy is really talented. I can't bear to see him die." He glanced at the system panel, where the death count was constantly rising. 1, 5, 19, 30, 100, 150. Cao Mo clapped in approval. 20 seconds later, the fog dispersed. Only the severely injured, scar-faced man and number 2, with 10 of his teammates, remained kneeling on the ground. Number 2 howled at the sky. "Cao Mo, your support is gone. Come out." The scar-faced man coughed up blood with difficulty and said slowly, "You are from the Chun group. The target is also Cao Mo." "Huh. Also." Number 2 was momentarily stunned. At this moment, number 3 ran over, anxious. "We've been tricked. The scar-faced man is from the Thai group, and this well-trained team is the Thai family secret force. I've seen them when I was a child." "No." 2 was taken aback. "I was promised a peak life of first-class merit, and now I feel like I'm about to die." Chapter 12. Hurry up and ask. Number 2 is crying very sadly. "You, why didn't you remind me earlier?" Number 3, touching his swollen face from the slap, angrily shouted, "I damn well reminded you twice." And what was the result? The result was 2 big slaps. He no longer cared that number 2 was the temporary leader and started to beat him up without mercy. After beating number 2 to the brink of death, number 3 clapped his hands. "Just wait to go back and be punished." "No, you probably won't be able to go back." Number 3 suddenly heard a voice from behind. He turned around abruptly and found Cao Mo smiling at him, his coat stained red with blood. "You, Cao Mo." "Yes, it's me. Why are you calling me Dad?" Cao Mo showed no mercy to the lackeys who came for his life, speaking classic lines. The number 1 trash talker in the national server. Get to know him? Number 3 recalled Cao Mo's punch that killed the boss and instinctively took 2 steps back. Not that it mattered to back away, but upon retreating, he noticed the bodies of 10 teammates who had just been alive lying behind Cao Mo. You. Number 3 was so furious that he couldn't speak for a moment. While he was teaching number 2 a lesson, his house was robbed. Cao Mo shrugged. This kid knows he's about to die and is so happy he can't even talk. Number 3 adjusted his mindset and smiled. "Cao Mo, you really have some skills. It's a pity you forgot one question." "What question?" "I'm at the 7th level of foundation establishment, while you were just trash at the peak of chi refining." After saying that, he swung his energy knife at Cao Mo's slap. A crisp sound of slap rang out. Number 3's body flew back like a kite with a broken string, landing heavily beside number 2. Cao Mo raised his right hand and gently blew a breath, saying, "I won't argue with you if you call me trash at the peak of chi refining." But, boom, a powerful aura burst forth from Cao Mo's body, blowing away the nearby corpses. His gaze was as contemptuous as looking at ants as he said, "But now I'm at the peak of foundation establishment. How will you face me? This is impossible." Number 3's pupils shrank, filled with terror. The information said you were at the peak of chi refining. It hasn't even been a night. You can't possibly be at the peak of foundation establishment. Cao Mo shook his head slightly and flicked his fingers, sending a stream of chi that pierced through number 3's heart. He looked at number 3, whose gaze was gradually fading, and said lightly, "Hang, you don't understand the world of geniuses." After dealing with number 3, he approached number 2 and squatted down. "To be honest, you helped me a lot." These words made number 2 grab onto the last straw of hope, enduring the severe pain on his face as he said, "Can you let me off?" Cao Mo nodded. "Sure." Number 2's face showed a hint of joy. Just as he was about to thank him, he felt a sweetness in his throat. "Just kidding, he." Cao Mo pulled out the long sword obtained from the assessment. With a gentle flick, the blood on the sword flew off like water droplets, not lingering at all. Cao Mo continued to walk towards the Scarface man. The Scarface man glared at Cao Mo fiercely. "You." "Ah." Cao Mo didn't give him a chance to speak, raising his hand and cutting off his right arm with the sword. With another swing, the left arm went flying. Just as he was about to swing a third sword, The scar-faced man couldn't hold back any longer and, in pain, exclaimed, "Stop cutting me. Just hurry and ask." Cao Mo shook his head slightly and raised his hand, cutting off his left leg. The scar-faced man was scared, his heart trembling. In terms of ruthlessness, in his memory, apart from Chairman Tai, no one could compare to this young man before him. His last line of defense completely collapsed and dragging his remaining leg. He knelt on the ground, knocking his head vigorously. "I will tell you everything." Cao Mo sat down in the pool of blood, nodding slightly. "You know what I want to ask? Say it yourself." The scar-faced man stopped knocking his head upon hearing this and said in one breath, "This was all arranged by Lord Xiao, he for Chairman Tai. We are just his most elite troops, but not the strongest." "Cao Mo, who is Xiao He?" "Scar-faced man. Xiao He is Xiao He." "Interesting." Cao Mo raised his hand and swung another sword, severing the scar-faced man's last leg. The scar-faced man screamed in agony, "With my level, I can't reach Lord Xiao He at all. Why are you cutting me for telling the truth?" Cao Mo raised an eyebrow. "Sorry, you should have said that earlier." "Then let me ask you, is Cao Tsong captured by you?" The scar-faced man showed confusion in his eyes. "Cao Tsong? Who is that?" Swish! Cao Mo's final sword severed his head. After cleaning up the battlefield, Cao Mo returned home. His brother's abduction was not done by the Tai group. From the response of the Qin group, it was clear they didn't recognize Cao Tsong. Otherwise, they would have used him to threaten him. With 2 suspects eliminated, only one remained, a core formation warrior, Xiao He. Cao Mo exhaled a breath of turbid air and summoned the system panel. Ding! Mental value, 3,000. After accumulating 10,000 mental value, SSS level tasks will be unlocked. Host completed SS level task. Annihilation. Received 3 Foundation Establishment Peak Pills. Do you want to draw a super prize? Finally completed, Cao Mo sat on the sofa, recalling how he had just consumed a Foundation Establishment Peak Pill and made a breakthrough. He took out another Foundation Establishment Peak Pill and swallowed it, leaving the last one for his brother. The moment it entered his stomach, Cao Mo felt a torrent of heat erupting, surging through his entire meridians. His body's meridians rapidly expanded. As time passed, Cao Mo's expression grew more and more grim. It hurts so damn much. Why does it feel like being skinned and having muscles pulled every time I raise my level?" After a full half hour, Cao Mo finally lay down on the sofa, drenched in sweat. However, the benefits were evident. His strength had doubled compared to when he fought earlier. After catching his breath, Cao Mo looked at the words draw super prize on the virtual panel. Is this the super reward for completing explosive tasks that the system mentioned? Draw it for me. Drawing. Drawing successful. Congratulations. You have obtained the God-level combat talent package. Congratulations. You have obtained the divine weapon. Heavenly sword. Congratulations. You have obtained a transformation peak experience card. 1 hour. Looking at these rewards one by one, Cao Mo excitedly jumped up from the sofa. Invincible. Invincible brothers. Although he didn't know what the top martial artists in this world were like, he knew as a fan of cultivation in his past life. The strongest in the mortal realm is just crossing the tribulation. What? As soon as the spiritual energy revived, there are people at the tribulation stage? Are you kidding? Putting away the transformation peak experience card, Cao Mo drew a clean and sleek heavenly sword from the void. Just holding it, he could feel the endless mysteries and power within. Cao Mo didn't dare to try it here, fearing one sword might cleave his house in half. He sheathed the heavenly sword at his waist and turned his attention to the last reward. God-level combat talent package, Chapter 13, 747 Club, unlocking the God-level battle talent pack. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained the God-level swordsmanship talent, Sword's Extremity. The moment the interface popped up, a sharp sword intense surged from within Cao Mo, instantly sweeping across the entire slum. At that moment, everyone, from the elderly to infants, stopped what they were doing, feeling a sense of fear in their hearts. They thought it was the group of armed individuals that had just passed by, closing their eyes to mourn for Cao Mo. In the room, Cao Mo opened his eyes, a cold gleam revealing a hint of sword intent. The originally limited field of vision now became exceptionally clear. He could even see the movements of the cockroaches in the corners of his blind spots. With a single glare, the sharp sword energy instantly split the cockroach's body in two. After glancing at the system details, he noted, Sword's extremity. Effect 1. All swords return to origin. Enhances comprehension speed and attack power of sword techniques. Effect 2. Sword Heart. Transforms the heart into a sword, allowing detection of all things within a kilometer radius. Additional effect. See through all illusions. Effect 3. Body follows heart. The body can evade damage to a certain extent without needing to think through the brain. After reading the skill introduction, Cao Mo's breathing involuntarily grew heavier. He realized he had underestimated the power of the system's rewards. If he wielded the divine sword, wouldn't all the core formation cultivators be like children to him? The rewards were getting more and more outrageous. He really didn't know how the group of demons and evil spirits standing opposite him would cope. After receiving the rewards, Cao Mo looked out the window and said lightly, Xiaohe, your father has come. Thai group, top floor. The normally high-ranking individuals were pacing back and forth in the office. They couldn't understand why it was taking so long to get news about killing a mere peaked chi refining ant. Could it be that kid is hiding? Is there going to be an accident with Tai Chang'an? Xiaohe, holding a carefully prepared beauty from the Tai family, asked Tai Kwang's father. Tai Chang'an forcibly suppressed the unease in his heart. There wouldn't be any accidents. The team sent out was the strongest besides the family's guard team. Just then a loud shout came in. Something happened. Chairman Tai. That person disregarded the rules and pushed open the door, trembling as he said, Chairman Tai, the team we sent has been wiped out. Afterward, he pulled out a projection and played back the events. After watching, the tension in everyone's hearts nearly snapped. A vein bulged on Tai Chang'an's forehead as he glared with a fierce look. Immediately investigate who this foolish team that appeared behind us belongs to. No need to go. He casually broke the necks of two beauties beside him before standing up and walking to the screen. Puzzled, why did the Chun family's people change leaders? Chun family? That family with strength and foundation a level above the Tai family? But why is the leader so foolish, completely unworthy of the Chun family's great name? After a moment of hesitation, Tai Chang'an's eyes filled with killing intent. Notify the family guard team to annihilate Cao Mo. Flatten the slum. The grudge of killing my son. The hatred of destroying the foundation of the Tai group. You shouldn't have time to provoke Cao Mo now. Handle the crisis at hand first. Xiaohe looked at Tai Chang'an with disdain. Crisis? Tai Chang'an was confused. That's right. Tai Chang'an, you should explain to me why you sent such a force to the slum. While Tai Chang'an was in shock, several men in military uniforms walked in, the leader exuding a faint, hidden killing intent. It was intentionally released. This is something only those seasoned in battle can cultivate. Tai Chang'an saw the military rank on his shoulder and unconsciously dropped the wine glass in his hand. The same scene occurred at the Chun group. However, the Chun family was already more profound than the Tai family. Coupled with prearranged connections, they quickly resolved the military crisis. Chairman Chin stood by the window, looking at the overcast sky. This person must not be allowed to live. The slum must also disappear. His tone was unexpectedly calm. But those familiar with him knew this was a sign of true anger, an indestructible fire. Although they had just dealt with a military issue, they were clearly being watched. It would be difficult to have such an opportunity again. Behind him, an elderly man with white hair stroked his beard and replied. After a moment of silence, Chairman Chen raised his hand and gently tapped the glass in front of him. Although they were pinned down outside, there was still no observation within Qingyun Academy. This concerns the final plan of that great figure, and we have exposed it prematurely. Before he could finish speaking, the elderly man saw the cold gaze of Chairman Chun through the glass reflection and swallowed the rest of his words. Qingyun Academy. Level 2 student classroom. What? Xiaohe didn't come today? Yes, it seems he took leave for some reason. Cao Mo, feeling empty-handed, walked along the path of the academy, thinking of finding Yang Tingting first. However, after asking around, none of the students knew where the Tianjiao Club was. Just as he was about to ask Li Tian, a burly man appeared in front of him, grinning. Little brother, I know where the Tianjiao Club is. Cao Mo looked at the man in front of him, frowning slightly, and asked, Who are you? The burly man raised his right thumb in a somewhat childish manner and said, "My name is Zhao Dashan, a member of the 747 Club." 747 Club. Cao Mo had heard Li Tian mention it before. It was one of the three major clubs in Qingyun Academy, on par with the Tianjiao Club. It represented the top power below the senior management of Qingyun Academy. Looking at the honest-looking Zhao Dashan, Cao Mo inquired, "What do you need in return?" Zhao Dashan shook his head and said, "Free." Cao Mo boarded Zhao Dashan's small warplane and soon arrived at the mountainside behind the academy. What came into view was a giant steel door standing tall, with the numbers 747 engraved above it. The surrounding area was a barren ground. Cao Mo looked at the honest-looking Zhao Dashan and said, "I didn't ask you to take me to the Tianjiao Club. What the hell is this? Is this still Qingyun Academy?" Zhao Dashan chuckled a bit, but said nothing. Bang! As Cao Mo complained, the door opened to both sides. "The steel door is open. Come in." "Got it, Vice Captain Wu." Zhao Dashan smiled and then turned to Cao Mo. "Welcome to the 747 Club. Please come in." "Forget it. Since I'm here, I might as well settle in." Cao Mo walked through the steel door. Inside, several kittens were running around, and one even did a backflip. In front of him stood a man and a woman. The man wore glasses and had a scholarly look, while the woman exuded a hint of heroism, resembling Mulan of the world. Zhao Dashan stepped forward and introduced, "This is Vice Captain Wu Ping of the 747 Club, and she is our club's only female member, Ziqing." Wu Ping adjusted his glasses, extended his right hand, and smiled kindly. "Hello, Cao Mo, welcome to join the 747 Club." Cao Mo was taken aback upon hearing this. "I didn't say I wanted to join you. Plus, I came here to find the Tianjiao Club." Wu Ping was not surprised by Cao Mo's reaction. He turned around and pulled out a personnel information sheet, which contained information on 20 members of the Tianjiao Club. The lowest cultivation level was already at the 3rd level of core formation, and the last man, who was half naked, had a cultivation level that raised 3 question marks. "We know you're looking for the Tianjiao Club. To be frank, you're looking for death." Cao Mo, however, was unconcerned. Looking for death? Once the God Transformation Experience card is activated, if they don't run, it's this, thumbs up. The other side should be able to run. I'm this, thumbs down. Jota Bibi. Chapter 14, The World Beyond the Wall. Wu Ping seemed to see through Cao Mo's thoughts. He made a gesture inviting him to follow and said, "Indeed, being able to slaughter Chun Lei, who is at the 1st level of Foundation establishment, just half a year after enrollment, and then annihilating both the Chun clan and Tai group. It's no exaggeration to call you a prodigy. Hey, this guy speaks so nicely. He looks like a good person." Cao Mo thought as he looked at the man with piercing eyes. However, as Wu Ping continued, he stopped in his tracks. His sharp gaze fixed on Cao Mo. "Are your family members as capable as you?" Cao Mo fell silent. Yes, he still had no news of his brother and mother. Seeing Cao Mo wavering, Wu Ping continued, "After the revival of spiritual energy, human geniuses keep breaking through their limits. But the higher you go, the harder it becomes. A martial artist at the 3rd level of Dan formation can easily kill 10 at the 2nd level. The weakest among them can casually wipe out those 2 teams from this morning." Cao Mo curled his lips. "In terms of strength, who could compare to this hard-working young man? If they can't beat me, then I'll just work harder." However, what he said made sense. His family indeed couldn't have the same kind of luck as him. Cao Mo glanced at the large base and noticed that only the 3 of them were present, and couldn't help but say, "Even if I care about my family, it seems that just you 3. He didn't want to sound too harsh. But Wu Ping and the others understood. Wu Ping pointed to several rooms behind him and said, "The 747 squad has a total of 5 members. But the captain and another member are out on a mission in the Lost Land, so they are not here." The Lost Land? Cao Mo was shocked internally. Was he referring to the area beyond the 1,000-meter wall? Wu Ping nodded, yes. You can probably tell from the name of our club that the captain is fascinated by other races. He doesn't like the intrigues between people. So he created this team specifically to deal with the Maya. Ziqing added, "Now you understand why we value you, right?" Cao Mo slightly nodded. They must have done thorough background checks to find him so accurately on a small road. Just then, a small cat that had just done a backflip jumped into Cao Mo's arms, meowing twice. Cao Mo gently stroked the little cat in his arms and said calmly, "To be honest, my first impression of you three is very good. There's a saying that says like attracts like. However," he paused and continued, "this is not a game world. Failure means death. If you want me to join you, you must first find the whereabouts of my mother and brother." After learning about the strength of the 747 Club, Cao Mo felt that he could cooperate with them. After all, just 5 people could contend with 20 members of the Tianjiao Club. They must have extraordinary strength. "Deal," Wu Ping said. "I've already found some clues about your brother. I believe we will have answers for you soon." "Huh? You found clues so quickly?" Cao Mo was taken aback. "Dude, are you also a genius?" Seeing Cao Mo's puzzled expression, Ziqing patted his shoulder and said, "Our Vice Captain Wu is an intelligence expert. He started investigating your information as soon as you openly killed Tai Quan." "Impressive." Cao Mo couldn't help but praise. How many news items must occur every day at Qingyun Academy? Just a level 4 student has assessment battles, not to mention others. For him to pay attention to him among so much information was indeed impressive. Academy Task Hall. After leaving the 747 Club, Cao Mo immediately came here. For some reason, when he saw the exposed half-body man in the introduction column, with no information even available for clubs of the same level, an intuition arose in his heart. This exhibitionist must be the boss he was supposed to defeat, so he didn't hesitate. Improving his strength as much as possible was the way to go. The 6-character mantra YYDS, forever, was in his mind. Currently, he was still missing a sword technique. The academy did have some sword techniques passed down from Huaxia's leaders, but the worst one required 5,000 contribution points, and the more contribution points required, the better the sword technique. Having made up his mind, he stepped into the main hall of the task hall. The hall was filled with a strong sense of technology and was divided into levels C, B, A, and S according to task difficulty. Therefore, in the hall, not only could he see level 4 students, but there were also many level 3, level 2, and sometimes even level 1 students. Students in groups of 3 to 5 were discussing the tasks posted above. The screen flickered with tasks of corresponding levels in text form, updated in real time by AI. Each task contribution points were assessed based on difficulty, with a minimum of 1 point and a maximum of 100,000 points. Each difficulty level had a suggested rank. C-level tasks suggested the rank of Qi refining period. B-level tasks suggested the rank of foundation establishment period. A-level tasks suggested the rank of Dan formation period. S-level tasks suggested that they should not be attempted. Is the S-level that difficult? Cao Mo was stunned as he stared at the S-level task, a voice in his heart telling him, "Take it. You are the chosen one. Complete the S-level task. Walk into the eyes of the Academy's higher-ups and enjoy the pinnacle of honor." At the same time, another voice in his ears said, "Yes, yes, the devil is right. All right, it's settled." Cao Mo didn't hesitate. His finger quickly clicked to accept the B-level task on the screen. "What? Why not take the S-level?" "Because I'm still in the foundation establishment period, and it's too risky." Qingyun task. Lost land, 200 kilometers away in Chuanshe. There are a large number of fierce-level Maya appearing. Slay them and obtain their nasal bones for 500 contribution points. Deadline. Within 3 days, the more nasal bones, the higher the contribution points. Fierce-level Maya? Cao Mo looked at the newly appeared term with some confusion. He walked over to the knowledge tree and began to look up information about the Maya. 10 minutes later, he gently rubbed his forehead, sorting through a lot of useless information. He quickly found the useful information. It turned out that the Maya were classified into levels based on their size. Fierce level, king level, and emperor level, corresponding to human foundation establishment period, Dan formation period, and nascent soul period. He murmured, decades ago, the 100-meter Maya that conquered multiple countries were at the emperor level. The next morning, after having a bowl of beef noodles, Cao Mo arrived at the foot of the wall, looking up at the towering wall that reached into the clouds. A sense of security flooded his heart. It was this 1,000-meter wall and the guards above that protected the millions of people behind him. ID card, exit permit. Just as Cao Mo was feeling emotional, 2 fully armed soldiers walked over. Cao Mo nodded and presented his identity information and academy task. Peak of Foundation Establishment. 17 years old. Doing a task alone? The soldiers looked at Cao Mo in surprise. What a strange combination. Yes, that's right, it's this genius. Cao Mo not that? Soldier. Damn, are all geniuses this narcissistic? He said unkindly, be careful when you go out. You must return to the safe zone by noon on the third day to catch the return battle vehicle. Being late will be considered death. After saying that, he made a gesture towards the wall. With a click, a door dozens of meters high slowly opened. Finally, he was about to see the world beyond the wall. Chapter 15. The Bad Breath Guy, sitting in the war vehicle headed to Chuan City. Cao Mo curiously looked out the window. This was his first time seeing the world outside the walls with his own eyes. The once prosperous streets were overgrown with weeds. The tall buildings now looked dilapidated, as if they would collapse with a strong wind. The so-called luxury cars were now like scrap metal, serving as nesting places for rats. Is this the lost land? Cao Mo murmured. Decades ago, the Maya broke through humanity's defenses. In cities once filled with humans, they gave birth to young and occupied the land. If left unchecked, the Maya would cross the walls and wreak havoc on human civilization. At the same time, the lost land was blessed by spiritual energy, giving birth to some rare resources. China ultimately decided to establish the Martial Management Bureau, specifically responsible for exploring and clearing the lost land. Large academies would also issue corresponding tasks to motivate their students for resources. Near the third wall, there were still several areas of the lost land yet to be explored. One of them was Chuan City, listed in Cao Mo's current mission. According to the Heavenly Eye probe, the Maya inside were at most equivalent to the fierce level Maya of the Human Foundation establishment realm. He was at the peak of Foundation establishment, so there should be no danger. Mr. Cao Mo, you have arrived at your destination, Chuan City. I wish you all the best and a safe return, the AI voice of the driverless war vehicle announced as it opened the door. So soon? Cao Mo glanced at the time. It had been less than 40 minutes. Taking a deep breath to adjust his mindset, he left the vehicle and began scanning the surroundings as he walked. TSK, putting danger aside, the air quality here was indeed much better than that of the third wall. Taking a few deep breaths felt like adding years to his life. However, before he could calm himself to perceive this unfamiliar territory, a figure stumbled into his view. A woman appeared, looking flustered and disheveled. Upon seeing Cao Mo, she hesitated for half a second before running toward him without a care for anything else. As she got closer, she showed a hint of apology and then deliberately exclaimed, I've completed the task you gave me. The treasure is yours. Treasure? Cao Mo was about to ask when he noticed a Mediterranean man sprinting toward him at high speed, thanks to the enhancement of Sword Heart. In an instant, he understood the situation. Playing this trick? An interesting woman. Without a moment's hesitation, he drew the celestial sword and swung it lightly. Puff! The left leg that had just been running on the ground was now flying in the air, spraying blood. The woman instantly lost her balance and fell to the ground. In disbelief, she propped herself up and looked down, only to see a bloody mess. Stunned for a few seconds, she let out a heart-wrenching scream. My leg! This scene left the Mediterranean man, who had rushed over to threaten Cao Mo, dumbfounded. Cao Mo sheathed the celestial sword and said, It's my first time in the Lost Land, and she wanted to play such a trick, so I had to reward her. Brother, this. The unfamiliar script left the man bewildered. Was this right? Moreover, Cao Mo's sword strike, seemingly casual, contained power that was not so simple. Fortunately, the revealed realm was only at the peak of Foundation establishment, while he was at the first layer of the core formation stage. There was no need to be overly cautious. All right, this is none of your business, you can scram. Another foul-mouthed guy. Cao Mo's figure flashed and instantly appeared in front of the Mediterranean man, slapping him away, causing him to crash hard against an abandoned vehicle frame. I was about to leave, but why do you have to be so foul-mouthed? Cao Mo tante. Now look at you, got a slap in the face, happy? The man crawled out from the dented vehicle frame, angrily shouting, You little! He was just about to make a move when he suddenly met Cao Mo's calm and cold gaze, unconsciously shifting his target to the woman lying on the ground. You little green tea, my brother was just minding his own business, and you had to come over and act like a BTCH, daring to provoke my brother. I'll waste you. The woman on the ground, not caring about her broken leg pain, quickly pleaded with Cao Mo. Brother, I was wrong just now. Please save me. I have a great figure, and I'm good in bed. Cao Mo looked at the woman's bloody thigh, his mouth twitching as he slapped her again. Do you think I'm that desperate? You had to act like a BTCH when you could have just run away? And you want me to save you? Asking for help from the person who just cut off your leg? I almost admire you. If this had happened before entering the academy, the woman would have succeeded. The outcome, one can imagine. But after half a year in the academy, experiencing numerous life and death battles, his mindset had undergone a complete transformation. The woman glanced at the angrily approaching man and feigned pity. Brother. Smack. Cao Mo slapped her again. Don't disgust me. If you have something to say, say it. If not, just die. Hearing this, a flicker of resentment flashed in the woman's eyes, but she raised her head with tearful eyes and said, I have a solar fruit on me. You want to take it? I can't fight against a core formation warrior, so I had to run. The Mediterranean man, hearing this, was instantly furious. Bullshit. I spent 3 days trying to figure out how to drive away those fierce level Maya, and you ended up taking it. Who told you not to take it? I had to lure away those fierce level Maya, or would they just leave on their own? BTCH. The solar fruit could enhance a male warrior's yang energy, making them invulnerable, while for female warriors, it could help them break through realms without side effects. On the contrary, it could also recover certain injuries. One was worth 80 million huaxia coins, a rare fruit scarce in the third wall. Listening to the two argue, both wanting to be the owner of the solar fruit, an idea suddenly struck Cao Mo. Hey, I have an idea. Give me the solar fruit, and you won't have to argue. It's bad for harmony to get hurt. Upon hearing this, both turned to look at him in unison. The Mediterranean man's gaze toward Cao Mo became increasingly unfriendly. You think just because I let you off once, you're capable again? Still foul-mouthed? Cao Mo slowly drew the celestial sword. Just foundation establishment. You don't know how high the heavens are. The Mediterranean man pulled out a new style AK filled with energy bullets and aimed it at Cao Mo. He couldn't care less about exposing such a rare energy weapon. He intended to settle this quickly. Boom, boom, boom. Anything hit by the energy bullets, whether iron frames or stones, instantly turned to powder scattering in the wind. Damn, why can't I hit him? The Mediterranean man watched as Cao Mo strolled leisurely through such dense energy bullets, gritting his teeth in anger. However, at that moment, he watched as Cao Mo sidestepped to avoid the barrage, then his sword slashed through the air. The man didn't understand what kind of sword move this was. Why was he not attacking him, but instead cutting through the air, trying to be abstract? The next second, crack, a sound of bone fracturing echoed within him. The man's vision split into two. What was happening? He was astonished to see two perspectives suddenly. Bang! The man's body fell in two different directions, blood gushing out like a fountain. Cao Mo then took out a towel and gently wiped the edge of the celestial sword. He hadn't expected that his first kill in the Lost Land would be a person. He began to somewhat agree with the previously unacquainted captain of the 747 Club. Humans really love scheming against each other, even when in dire straits. Seeing Cao Mo effortlessly finish off the first layer of core formation, the woman hurriedly took out the solar fruit from her backpack and said, Please, spare me. Don't be afraid, I never kill people. Upon hearing this, a flicker of ruthlessness flashed in the woman's eyes. While on the surface, she cried and thanked Cao Mo. Just when she thought she was finally safe, a cold voice whispered in her ear, Unfortunately, you are not human. Things that think of harming themselves are no longer worthy of being called human. After slaying the woman with a single strike, Cao Mo picked up the solar fruit and a new AK, heading towards the center of Chuan City. On top of an abandoned high-rise, a man dressed in clothing emblazoned with the words Heavenly Pride put down his binoculars and turned to the three men behind him, saying, The solar fruit was taken by a stranger. Should we pursue? The long-haired man at the forefront asked, Is he their reinforcements? Looking unfamiliar, he shooted TB. Let him bounce around for a while. The long-haired man stood up, kicking a nearby fierce Maya corpse away, and smirked, Don't alert the enemy. Our target is Captain Lu Qinyu of Team 747. Chapter 16, Encountering the Girl Again. Is this really the large presence of deadly Maya in Chuan City mentioned in the mission? After walking for almost 2 hours, I haven't seen a single Maya, not even a hair. Cao Mo walked along the street by the edge. At first, he was cautious, opening the thermal imager he bought from the Academy store, always alert to his surroundings. He was afraid that one careless move would lead to a restart. However, apart from the man and woman he encountered at the beginning, there was not a single person on the road. Just then, the thermal imager on Cao Mo's eyes detected 2 red dots ahead. Sword Heart activated. The scene within a radius of 500 meters appeared in Cao Mo's mind. He saw a girl sitting on the ground, barely alive, about 500 meters ahead. In front of the girl was the deadly Maya he had been searching for. Here we go again. Cao Mo frowned, thinking it was the same scene he had just encountered. He expanded the range of Sword Heart to 1,000 meters and saw no one else around. It seemed this time it was true. After hesitating for a few seconds, Cao Mo ultimately decided to save her, not out of sense of martyrdom, but out of responsibility. He wouldn't hesitate to deal with those who sought to harm him. If they needed to die, he would kill them. But seeing another human in danger and choosing not to help when he could, what would that make him? If everyone only thought of themselves, Huaxiao would have ceased to exist a century ago. Moreover, if he did save a poisonous snake, he could just kill it afterward. At the bottom of an abandoned building, the girl's vision gradually became blurry. Yet, even so, she tightly clutched the backpack in her arms, as if it contained something more important than her own life. Thud, 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 the ground trembled slightly. A 10-meter tall deadly Maya was approaching the girl with its massive mouth wide open. "Grandpa, I still couldn't bring it back to heal your wounds." Tears streamed down the girl's dust-covered and blood-stained cheeks, her eyes revealing despair. She had tried her best. She originally thought that after taking that strange pill and breaking through to the first layer of the Golden Core stage, she would be able to walk freely in Chuan City. So, despite her teammates' objections, she came to Chuan City alone to find a spiritual medicine that could help her grandfather recover. Just when she finally found the spiritual medicine and was preparing to return, she was targeted by a 49-meter-tall Maya. 49 meters, just 1 meter away from breaking into the king level, which corresponds to the peak of the human Golden Core stage. The girl, injured, managed to escape from it, only to encounter the deadly Maya again. Roar! In a daze, the Maya had already reached the girl, letting out a roar as it hunted for prey. "Grandpa!" And the girl closed her eyes, and the image of the man who had treated her to fish-flavored shredded pork rice and the strange pill floated in her mind. That man had not told her his name, but said they would meet again if fate allowed. "Handsome brother, I can't see you again." Boom! Just as the girl resigned herself to her fate, she suddenly heard a loud noise next to her. Then she heard a voice say, "Is this really the deadly Maya? It doesn't seem that impressive." The girl opened her eyes to see a man wearing a duckbill cap and thermal imager appear in front of her. The Maya lay defeated in a dilapidated shop. "Are you okay?" Cao Mo looked at the dazed girl and waved his hand. When he saw the girl not responding, Cao Mo murmured, "Did she get scared, silly?" Roar, roar, roar. The massive body of the Maya destroyed the shop as it roared in anger. "What are you roaring about?" Cao Mo cast an unhappy glance at the Maya and turned to charge forward. The girl watched the man fighting the Maya, her bright eyes sparkling with starlight. Family. Who understands? What is it like to be rescued from a life-and-death crisis by a crush? A plot that only happens in romantic novels actually happened to me. Wow, that punch was so powerful. Wow, that sword strike was so cool. Obvious. Hey, ups. As Cao Mo delivered the final sword strike, the Maya's head was sent flying, tracing a perfect arc in the air before falling to the ground. Deadly Maya dead. Cao Mo walked over and pried a piece of nasal bone, only 10 centimeters long, from the Maya's nose. Finally got a piece. He put it in his backpack and glanced at the still-dazed girl, frowning. "I say, are you just going to sit there?" The girl snapped back to reality, suppressing the excitement of being rescued from a life-threatening situation. "Thank you. Are you heading to the center of Chuan City?" Cao Mo shook his head slightly. "Not really. Do you know where there are a lot of Mayas?" A piece of nasal bone was only worth 500 contribution points, and he was still far from the sword technique he wanted. The girl thought for a moment and pointed ahead. About 3 kilometers in that direction, there's a group of deadly Mayas gathered, and among them, there's even a 49-meter level Maya. They seem to be waiting for something. 49 meters? Cao Mo estimated that it probably corresponded to the 8th layer of the human golden core stage. Just tried to test his skills against that beast. Moreover, a large number of Mayas gathering in an organized manner must have some special reason. No time to waste. Cao Mo took out the newly acquired AK from his bag and infused some of his spiritual energy into it. Your injuries are too severe. Take this and hurry back to the walls. Energy weapon? The girl recognized the weapon but did not reach out to take it. Instead, she said, "If you give this to me, what will you do?" Cao Mo forcibly placed the weapon in her hands, saying, "This thing is not very useful to me. I have this sword, and that's enough." After a moment's hesitation, he took out a blazing sun fruit from his backpack. Blazing sun fruit? You have this too? The girl exclaimed in shock. Cao Mo glanced at the girl. "You have quite an eye." Crack. He forcefully broke the blazing sun fruit in half. "Take this, eat it." "Huh? Are you giving this to me too?" The girl asked. "Of course." Cao Mo replied irritably, "With your injuries so serious, don't die halfway and lose the energy weapon." Hearing this, the girl felt warm inside, as if she had eaten candy. Watching the girl eat the blazing sun fruit, Cao Mo turned around. "Your injuries have recovered. Hurry and leave here." After saying that, he ran toward the target direction. Looking at the departing Cao Mo, the girl thought, "Handsome brother, I'm too ugly right now. I didn't dare to introduce myself to you. When I return to the walls, I will appear before you in the most beautiful clothes." Cao Mo was running through the city at high speed. Yet he felt something was off. Why did he just give away something he had just obtained? This didn't fit his character. Did he fall under an illusion? No. With sore heart, he couldn't possibly be affected by illusions. How strange. Upon seeing the girl, he seemed unable to help but be kind to her. This feeling had only appeared recently. Roar, roar. Before he could think more, loud roars echoed in front of him, as if trying to shatter the sky. Here we are. Hearing the dense roars, Cao Mo understood he had arrived at his destination. He quickly scanned the surrounding environment. After a few jumps, he reached a tall building. Upon seeing the source of the sound, he couldn't help but exclaim, "What the hell? This is so exaggerated." Before him were 3 Maya, each 49 meters tall, sitting in the center, surrounded by over 1,000 10-meter Maya, forming a large circle. In the middle, a blue light was flashing incessantly. Chapter 17. Full and happy, playing Timmy. How long are these beasts going to shout? It's already midnight. Cao Mo sat on a high building, eating canned meat and drinking ice cola, staring at the Maya below. At first, he thought it was just random shouting, but listening closely, he could sense a kind of melody within it. Moreover, as the shouts grew faster, the blue light in the middle became brighter. It was clear that a treasure was about to emerge. So, Cao Mo patiently finished eating and drinking before opening Timmy. Of course, he wore headphones. On another high building, a man in a Tianjia uniform put down his binoculars and reported, "Vice Captain Sun, we have gathered all the information." Vice Captain Sun, hearing this, played with his long hair and said, "Go on." The man continued, "To the east, the 747 Club is ready to attack. They are likely to act as soon as the blue spirit flower appears. To the west, the man who got the sun fruit during the day just finished eating and is now playing on his phone, seemingly. What is it? It looks like he is playing King of Glory." Vice Captain Sun was taken aback and then frowned. "Playing King of Glory? Right now?" The man in the Tianjia uniform nodded. "Yes. And it seems he's gone super god." The other 3 members of the Tianjia club were speechless. "I say we should just take him out." "Exactly. At this distance, Old 8 could take him out with a single shot. Are we being too cautious?" "Quiet." Vice Captain Sun played a surveillance video on his wristband. "This person can easily slay ferocious level Maya. His real strength is definitely beyond the peak of Foundation establishment, likely at the 3rd layer of core formation, or even higher." After closing the video, he stood up and looked at the 4 members. "Do you know how much the higher-ups have sacrificed to give us the chance to assassinate the leader of the 747 Club? If the mission fails, you all know the methods of the Venerable." After speaking, he slowly sat down, closed his eyes, and quietly waited for the right moment. The others exchanged glances, feeling that Vice Captain Sun was right, and they all quieted down. Suddenly, a member of the Tianjiao Club, who had been observing the movements of the Maya, noticed that the blue light in the center was getting darker and gradually taking the shape of a flower. Vice Captain Sun, the blue spirit flower, is about to be born. Defeat. Some explosion sound effect, damn. This is so frustrating. This idiot marksman can't keep up. Cao Mo looked at his stats, 15-2-8, then glanced at the marksman's 2-12-0. Unable to contain his anger, he directly pulled the marksman into a private chat to showcase his linguistic charm. Hey, the light has dimmed. Just as Cao Mo was becoming the #1 marksman in the national server, he noticed the view below gradually turning black. He kicked the marksman out of the room and then closed his phone. There really is a treasure. Cao Mo was excited. I came at the right time. Although I don't know what it is, something that can attract so many Maya must be good. He opened the system shop, ready to use the transformation experience card. That's right, Cao Mo had no intention of dealing with the thousands of Maya with just foundation establishment cultivation. Not to mention whether he could win. Why fight so hard if he could crush them? Is there some special kink? At that moment, two figures suddenly sprang from a high building, heading straight for the Maya army. It seems they're getting restless. Cao Mo had already used Sword Heart to clear the area around him. He could see clearly how many people were in each place. One of the reasons he planned to use the transformation experience card was that the highest cultivation level there was at the peak of core formation. Moreover, judging by the depth of their foundation, it probably wouldn't be long before they broke through to an even higher level, the nascent soul stage. This realm could even rival Emperor level Maya. Since the other group hadn't moved, was their goal not the treasure? Cao Mo lowered his head, pondering for a moment, then glanced at the two who were already fighting with the Maya. If their target was him, with at least 5 of them being at the 4th layer of core formation, it was impossible for them to be so sneaky against someone at the foundation establishment stage. Using Sword Heart to sense, he found their strongest member was at the 7th layer of core formation. And this strength clearly couldn't kill someone at the peak of core formation fighting below. The truth was clear. Cao Mo had his answer in his heart. This group of old sixes wanted to launch a sneak attack. Since you want to play the mantis stalking the cicada, let's see who the canary is. Cao Mo took out his phone and continued to open Timmy. While Cao Mo leisurely played King of Glory, another high building was in chaos. Captain Sun, we can't wait any longer. The 747 has already gotten the blue spirit flower and is preparing to break out. Yes, Captain, that brat is just playing King of Glory. We don't need to worry about him at all. Captain Sun, I just detected the opponent's cultivation level. It's only at the peak of foundation establishment. This sentence made the usually calm Vice Captain Sun open his eyes, his gaze cold as a venomous snake, staring at the members of the 747 Club. Kill. Old 8. Find a good sniping position. Old 6. Go down immediately and plant the nuclear bomb hand grenades according to their direction of movement. Old 9. Old 4. Follow me to point C and wait for the opportunity to strike. Chapter 18. Did you learn any skills? Noticing movements in the high-rise next door, a faint smile appeared on Cao Mo's lips. He could no longer hold back. Playing Honor of Kings in a conspicuous spot was intentionally provoking their patience. Since discovering that the other party was wearing clothing with the words Tianjiao, he had no intention of letting them go, although there was no direct evidence. The fact that even Wu Ping, the vice captain of the 747 Club, had not been able to gather information for so long indicated that the people who had captured his brother and mother were definitely not ordinary. There were many big shots behind the third wall, and as a newcomer who had just stepped into this world, he had not offended any of those powerful figures. Recently, the only one he had barely offended was Yang Tingting. Thinking carefully, ever since breaking up with Yang Tingting, some inexplicable assessments, hired assassins, and relentless pursuits had begun. Yang Tingting, I hope it's not you. Otherwise, I will make you regret being born in this world. His mother and brother had been missing for 4 days, and a chilling, killing intent filled Cao Mo's eyes. Taking a deep breath to adjust his mentality, he quickly brainstormed strategies. Sword Heart saw their layout clearly. Below, a member of the Tianjiao Club was burying landmines up ahead, with 3 of the highest-ranked men hiding in secret behind him. Damn it, how sneaky. Meanwhile, in the classroom for level 4 students at Qingyun Academy, Li Tian, hand over Cao Mo. While teaching, Li Tian suddenly heard a stern voice from outside the door. Turning around, his pupils involuntarily constricted. The visitor was none other than Chun Ran, the captain of the law enforcement team. Lord Chun, what brings you here? Do you really not know why I'm here? Chun Ran sneered in response. The visitor did not come with good intentions. Li Tian realized that Cao Mo was in danger this time, so he made a gesture inviting Chun Ran to his office. Lord Chun, let us talk in my office. At the same time, he quietly took out a 500,000 yuan bank card and stuffed it into Chun Ran's hand. Slap! Chun Ran coldly rejected the gesture, throwing the bank card back at Li Tian's face in front of the students, producing a crisp sound. Then, he unleashed his terrifying cultivation at the 7th level of the Golden Core stage, sending Li Tian flying and crashing hard onto the podium. Cough! Li Tian coughed up blood. Forcing himself to speak, Lord Chun, Cao Mo accidentally killed Chun Lei and Tai Kwang during the assessment. It was my negligence as a teacher. I am willing to take full responsibility. I asked the academy to be lenient and spare Cao. Bang! Before he could finish, Li Tian was slammed against the wall, creating a large dent. Chun Ran retracted his fist and sneered. Do you need to teach the law enforcement team how to do their job? He turned his back to Li Tian, speaking with a ruthless tone. Tell him that if he wants to see Cao Mo again, he must come to the law enforcement hall to accept punishment within 3 days. If he is late by a day, I'll send him an arm. In a desolate area, Chuan City. Old Lung, hang in there. A man at the peak of the Golden Core stage was supporting a man who had lost his right leg, desperately trying to break through. Lung Nuo, after mowing down a circle of Maya with a new-style Gatling gun in his hand, weakly said, Boss, I'm afraid I can't make it out. Stop talking nonsense. Lu Chenin said, You are my team member. As long as the captain is alive, who dares let you die? Looking at Lu Chenin, who was facing death and still unwilling to give up, Lung Nuo smiled brightly. Boss, the best decision I ever made in my life was joining 747. But now, it's impossible. That group of Maya behind us has gone berserk, and there are unknown forces targeting us. If you take me with you, you won't be able to escape. Lu Chenin's eyes turned red as he looked at the surrounding high-rises, angrily saying, Damn it. Don't let me find out which bastard is playing dirty. Lung Nuo forcefully pushed Lu Chenin away, using all his spiritual power to create a gap, shouting, Boss, you are at the peak of the Golden Core stage. Go. Find out the truth and avenge me. It's fine. You won't die. Just as the two were engaged in a bloody battle, a figure suddenly appeared in front of them, with a sweep of the heavenly sword. A large number of Maya bodies were split in half. You, who are you? Lung Nuo was stunned. If it weren't for this handsome guy coming in to eliminate the Maya in front of them, he would have thought it was those bastards playing dirty from behind. The man did not answer him, but opened his backpack and tossed the remaining half of his sun fruit to Lung Nuo, sighing, Damn it. This trip was just a job. A sun fruit? Lung Nuo was overjoyed and swallowed it whole. Lu Chenin was taken aback for a moment, then clasped his hands and said, Thank you, brother. May I ask who you are? Cao Mo pointed to the Maya charging towards them behind him. Before asking who I am, isn't it more important to deal with them first? Lu Chenin looked up at the high-rises. The Maya in front of them were not terrifying, but what was frightening was the force targeting them. Old Lung's leg was broken by a shot from them. Cao Mo pulled out a combination sniper rifle from his backpack. It's fine. I've already dealt with their sniper. This is a trophy. Lu Chenin looked at the sniper rifle and muttered, This is the latest optical ion sniper developed in Huaxia. It can convert spiritual energy into laser beams, and no one below the nascent soul stage can resist it. There are only a few in the entire third wall. He looked at Cao Mo, wondering who he was. Cao Mo gan li zipli, tiang club. Upon hearing this, Lung Nuo shouted, Damn, I knew it was this bunch of bastards. I must report them when I get back. Don't be in a hurry. Let us collect some interest first. Cao Mo used Sword Heart to look at the man still burying mines around the corner, and a sword chi slashed over. Boom! The moment the sword chi touched the landmine, the man burying the mine exploded, and a small mushroom cloud slowly rose into the air. This scene made Lu Chenin break into a cold sweat. He had originally planned to break through from here. 3 left, Cao Mo said. Leave the Maya to you. After saying that, before anyone could react, he shot out explosively. Leng Montag vetchet Cao Mus explosive speed. Swallowing hard. This brother's strength was not much less than yours, right? Lu Chenin shook his head slightly. I don't know. I can't see through this guy. In less than a minute, Cao Mo arrived at the middle of two heaps of ruins that were as normal as can be. He glanced around and said, come out. It's just you three left. Bang! The tiles covering the ruins exploded instantly, flying in all directions. Three figures emerged from within, holding blood-red blades, looking like killers. Upon seeing Cao Mo, they immediately revealed a fierce expression. I didn't expect that in the end, it would be you who ruined our plan. Cao Mo smiled and said, did you learn any skills from watching your dad play Honor of Kings for half an hour? So you did it on purpose. The vice captain's son's heart flashed with a hint of regret. If he had listened to Lao Ba and the others and sniped, he would have already succeeded and retired, going back to the club to collect his rewards. And then Lao Ba and Lao Wu Ti have died. His eyes were filled with regret and killing intent, blaming everything on Cao Mo, and he shouted angrily, who told you to come here and play Honor of Kings? Do you know who you've offended? I don't know, but I know you'll tell me soon, Cao Mo said, his hands behind his back, his expression calm. So arrogant? The vice captain's son's lips twitched in anger. You, a mere foundation establishment martial artist, dare to act tough in front of a 7th-level Golden Core martial artist. Does your teacher know? The vice captain's son glanced at Lu Chenin and Lung Nuo, who were fighting the Maya, and said coldly, friend, acting tough comes with a price. Maybe. It's the price of life. The price of life? I'd like to give it a try. Cao Mo assumed combatants. This was the first time facing a 7th-level Golden Core martial artist. He could not afford to be careless. Vice Captain's son gave a look to Lao Jio and Lao Si beside him. The two immediately understood. Goodbye, nameless trash. Vice Captain's son, along with Lao Jio and Lao Si, charged towards Cao Mo. They didn't care about any solo fight. There was only one outcome. The victor survives, and the loser dies. Here they come. Cao Mo naturally did not expect these three old schemers to engage him in a 1v1. The sword intent surged. Since he had not yet mastered the sword technique, he could only unleash his spiritual power to strike the tip of the sword and sweep it out. Whoosh! A visible sword energy instantly slashed towards Lao Jio, who was at the 5th level of core formation. With a puff, the sword energy pierced through his body, creating a large cloud of blood mist that splattered everywhere. Cao Mo raised an eyebrow. Damn, that is powerful? Chapter 19. Called Dad, old Jio felt blood flowing in his chest, and when he looked down, he was shocked to find a blood hole the size of a fist. Indeed, those who live by the sword must eventually pay the price. He used to love digging out his opponent's heart before killing them, watching them die in despair. But now, it was his turn. Old Jio. Old C shouted angrily as he watched his brother die before him. Stop calling. You're going to die too. Take his life while he's down. Cao Mo raised his hand and slashed with a sword light. Bang! Old C's body fell to the ground, his head severed, blood splattering on Vice Captain's son's face. You are a demon. Vice Captain's son was terrified. Though he was an assassin from the Celestial Club, he usually killed others. I am scared. Anyone who could calmly play games in front of thousands of Mayans must have extraordinary abilities. Without hesitation, Vice Captain's son knelt on the ground, banging his head hard. It was my fault before. Look, I haven't done anything to you. Please let me go. Swish. As per the usual practice, Cao Mo, following the 6-character mantra rule, cut off his 2 legs and 1 arm. Then he sat down in front of him. Vice Captain's son was first stunned. Then the heart-wrenching pain hit him, and he screamed in agony. All right, stop screaming. I said stop screaming. No matter what, he had to scream. Cao Mo slapped him hard. Sure enough, after being slapped, he neither cried nor screamed. Kaum Montag was stunt. What does this mean? Do people in this world like to get slapped? Now I ask you answer. Cao Mo looked at Vice Captain's son with calm eyes. Vice Captain's son nodded repeatedly. What rank are you in the Celestial Club? One of the 3 vice captains. Not bad, there are 3 vice captains. In comparison, the 747 Club only has 5 captains total. What's your captain's name? I don't know, he has no name. After speaking, he seemed to sense Cao Mo's hand movement and hurriedly added, we usually call him the Honorable One. The Honorable One? Cao Mo asked in confusion. Is he the one who often walks around without a shirt? Yes. What is his cultivation level? I don't know. Slap. Cao Mo didn't give him time to react and slapped him again. Are you wasting your father's time? Vice Captain's son cautiously covered his face with one hand, indignantly saying, I haven't finished speaking. The last time he made a move was 2 years ago, and at that time, his cultivation was at the peak of the core formation stage. Oh, sorry, I'm just an impatient person. Cao Mo stood up, looking down at Vice Captain Sunday. Do you want to live? Yes. Hearing this, Vice Captain Sun's previously deadened heart ignited a glimmer of hope. As long as he could live, these severed limbs could grow back with a bit of sacrifice. Call Dad. Dad. Seeing Vice Captain Sun call out so cleanly, Cao Mo curiously asked, You don't have a dad? I do. Vice Captain Sun said, but to pledge loyalty to the Honorable One, I kill my father. Awesome. Cao Mo gave a thumbs up and then, with one swipe, severed his head. He had originally planned to take him back to the academy for legal proceedings, but it seemed better to let it go. Bringing back such a beast would only dirty his hands. After dealing with the three, Cao Mo approached Lu Chani and Lung Nuo. You guys are pretty quick. You managed to take down 1,000 Mayans like this. Lu Chani smiled and said, Brother, your strength is also impressive. Just now, I sensed the disappearance of 3 warriors with a cultivation level not lower than the 5th layer of the core formation stage. That should be the 3 from the Celestial Club you mentioned, right? Lung Nuo hopped over, carrying the light ion sniper rifle that Cao Mo had given him. Brother, you're so fierce. Which faction are you from? Cao Mo. Like you, Qingyun Academy. He had already guessed the identities of the 2 men before him. Oh, Lung Nuo raised an eyebrow, putting away the sniper rifle. You killed members of the Celestial Club, so you definitely aren't one of them. Are you a rogue cultivator? Rogue cultivator was their slang, meaning a student who hadn't joined one of the 3 major clubs. Cao Mo asked curiously, How do you know I'm a rogue cultivator and not from another club? Puffed. Upon hearing this, Lung Nuo and Lu Chani both laughed. They could tell that Cao Mo was not only a rogue cultivator, but also a student who had just joined the academy not long ago. After Lung Nuo explained, Cao Mo finally understood. It turned out that the 3rd club consisted entirely of women and focused on scientific research. After introducing themselves, Lung Nuo suddenly said, Cao Mo, do you want to join our 747 club? Beside him, Lu Chani nodded along. He was very eager for someone as upright as Cao Mo to join. Cao Mo shook his head slightly. To be honest, after seeing Lu Chani fight to the death with Lung Nuo, his heart indeed wanted to join. However, he had yet to receive news about his brother and mother, and he wasn't in the mood to integrate into a new team. If there's a chance in the future, I'll definitely look for you. Seeing that Cao Mo seemed to have something on his mind, Lu Chani didn't rush him. By the way, here, take this. Lu Chani took out the blue spirit flower he had snatched from the Mayan and handed it to Cao Mo. You got this at quite a cost, and you're just giving it to me? Cao Mo didn't take it, instead looking at Lu Chani. You keep it. Our captain usually doesn't talk much, but he knows how to recognize value. Lung Nuo took the blue spirit flower and placed it in Cao Mo's hand. If it weren't for you, I and Lu Chani would probably have become the late-night snack for that bunch of beasts. Here, it's well-deserved. Typically, it was impossible for regular members to make decisions for the captain. That would symbolize a challenge to authority. Cao Mo glanced at Lung Nuo and then at Lu Chani, noticing that there was no hint of resentment in his eyes. It seemed like a very normal occurrence. The 747 Club truly had no internal strife, making it desirable. Cao Mo took the blue spirit flower and asked, What is this flower used for? Consuming it can enhance comprehension of wind and water-based techniques. And for those below the nascent soul stage, it unconditionally increases 1 layer of cultivation, Lu Chani explained. Enhancing comprehension of wind and water-based techniques is good. As far as he knew, Mayans came from the depths of the Pacific Ocean. When fighting against Mayans in the future, they would inevitably have to battle in the water. Wind-based techniques could enhance agility and sword speed, which was also great. As for the unconditional increase of 1 layer of cultivation, that seemed a bit redundant. He had a system. Completing tasks would directly elevate him to the next peak without needing to practice hard like others. Moreover, hard practice could lead to an unstable foundation. What the system provided was flawless. This trip was not in vain. Cao Mo placed the blue spirit flower in his backpack, harvesting the nasal bones while asking, You all have core formation stage cultivation. Why did you come to this fierce level Mayan city? Because of a special task to find a missing research team, Lu Chani answered. A research team? Cao Mo asked. Isn't that the third club of the academy? Lu Chani handed the collected nasal bones to Cao Mo. Yes, 2 days ago. One of their members came to the city alone and soon lost contact. So, the academy's higher-ups assigned the special task to the 747 club. They were originally planning to continue the search, but just received news that the member has safely returned to the third wall. That's right. Lung Nuo hopped over on one foot and handed the nasal bones he collected to Cao Mo, saying, "So we need to head back home. Back home." Damn, my right leg is gone. Cao Mo's mouth twitched. Dude, it just hit me. You're such a clown. Chapter 20. The Dormitory Wa. Captain. I've lost my legs. I'm disabled now. Captain. Lung Nuo cried like a child in front of Lu Cheney. All right, stop wailing. Lu Cheney slapped Lung Nuo on the shoulder and said impatiently, I'll go to the academy to buy the gene recombination potion when we get back. Upon hearing this, Lung Nuo instantly perked up, waving his hand. Let us go home. Cao Mo watched the scene of Lu Cheney supporting Lung Nuo from behind and couldn't help but smile from the heart. Although neither of them said anything, Cao Mo understood clearly. That blue spirit flower was meant for Lu Cheney to break through to the nascent soul stage. They decided to take it for themselves for 2 reasons. First, they were saved by him, no doubt about that. Second, as a mere loose cultivator who had offended the Talents Club, he needed to swallow the breakthrough to the core formation stage to have some self-protection ability. No matter what, he remembered this kindness. To be able to remain unmoved in front of the opportunity to break through to the nascent soul stage. This person is worth befriending. One should know that a nascent soul warrior is a top expert, even in this third wall. Cao Mo, stop daydreaming over there. Come here. Lung Nuo shouted ahead, waving his hand. Coming. As night faded, the first ray of sunlight shone on the earth, and Cao Mo ran toward the sunset. The future is still promising. At noon, after saying goodbye to Lu Cheney and Lung Nuo, Cao Mo arrived at the mission pavilion. Hello, I'm here to complete a mission. Cao Mo placed his backpack on the counter and opened it, spilling out a pile of nasal bones with a crash. So many? The teacher at the mission pavilion counted and exclaimed, a total of 100-foot fierce level nasal bones and 3 half-king level nasal bones. 100-foot fierce level can be exchanged for 550,000 contribution points, and 3 half-king level can be exchanged for 30,000 contribution points. That's a total of 580,000 contribution points. Cao Mo was very satisfied with this haul. So much. I can exchange for the top sword techniques. Just as he was about to politely thank them, he suddenly noticed the teacher at the mission pavilion looking at him with a sympathetic gaze. What the hell? What kind of look is that? Not paying much attention, he collected his contribution points and turned to leave. Watching Cao Mo leave, the teacher at the mission pavilion shook his head helplessly. What a pity. Treasure Exchange Center. The hall was filled with a dazzling array of items. There were nuclear sniper rifles, whips filled with lightning power, and even in the corner, one could see a supersonic fighter jet that could accommodate 7 people. Entering, Cao Mo looked at the luxurious scene he could never even dream of before, and couldn't help but exclaim, having money is really reckless. So many things must cost several thousand. Billions. He arrived at the secret techniques area. Cao Mo scanned the various secret techniques displayed on the shelves. Under the efficient operation of Sword Heart, he would spend at most 2 seconds at each shelf before moving on to the next. This unusual behavior attracted the attention of a nearby student who was selecting secret techniques. Is this kid here to cause trouble? I say, report him to the administrator and get him kicked out. He is affecting our selection of secret techniques. And wearing a cheap duckbill hat, what a loser. Seeing that Cao Mo was unfazed, a hot-tempered student walked in front of him and angrily shouted, I'm talking about you, loser. If you can't tell the secret techniques apart, get lost. What the hell? It's Cao Mo. The last half of the sentence was shouted out in a broken voice. Hearing this, Cao Mo, who was preparing to teach them a lesson, froze. What's wrong with me? He took off his duckbill hat, and as he looked around, everyone seemed to be avoiding him like the plague. Even the student who had just scolded him was trembling and backing away. then turned and fled the secret techniques area without looking back. Ah! Cao Mo opened his mouth to speak, but saw them all run away in a panic. Looking at the once crowded secret techniques area, now empty, Cao Mo scratched his head. Is this the psychological quality of these students from Qingyun Academy? It's just a bit of blood. If one went to the Lost Land to complete a mission and got a bit of blood on them, isn't that normal? Why are they acting like this every day? Forget it. Selecting secret techniques is more important. On the other side, the escaping students all showed expressions of saved. He actually dared to come back to the academy. Who would be shocked? The moment I realized it was him, I was dumbfounded. His nonchalant appearance while selecting secret techniques really made me feel sorry for teacher Li Tian. Should we tell Chun Ran? You're asking for trouble. Let's not get involved in this. P.S. out. Let us get out of here quickly. As Cao Mo walked out and was about to ask something, he saw that group of students turn and run away. One of them even dropped a shoe but didn't bother to pick it up. Crazy. Let us talk business. Why run like this? Cao Mo was speechless. He was originally not too curious, but this turn of events made him itch with curiosity. In a level 4 student dormitory, Cao Mo sat on the bed, taking out the 3 secret techniques he had just exchanged for 30 million contribution points. Thunder Sword Technique. Calls lightning into the sword. Moves like thunder. Practiced to great success. The tip of the sword can crush everything. Destructive Power. T0. Flowing Shadow Flash. Body Technique Secret Technique. Paired with the Thunder Sword Technique. One sword can take down 999. In the blink of an eye, take the enemy's head as if playing. Speed. T0. Spirit Gathering. Formation that can concentrate spiritual energy in one place, doubling the cultivation speed. Looking at the introductions, Cao Mo Maya.The. These things, were they really researched over the past few decades? Let us start with the Thunder Sword Technique for intense training. Detected that the host is learning Thunder Sword Technique. To reach small success, an additional payment of 10 million Huaxia coins is required, and each upgrade doubles. Would you like to add points immediately? 10 million to reach small success? It's well known that small success leads to great success, perfection, transcendence, and similar patterns behind it. At this rate, it would take at least 1 or 2 billion to fully master one technique. Glancing at the remaining 30 million balance after purchasing the thermal imager, he gritted his teeth. Ding! Consumed 30 million Huaxia coins. Your Thunder Sword Technique has been upgraded to great success. The moment the last pop-up appeared, countless lightning lights erupted around Cao Mo. Like a dragon entering the sea, roaring and rampaging. In the blink of an eye, the youth held the god sword and suddenly thrust it forward. Boom! The ceiling instantly broke a big hole, and the light shot straight into the sky. Seeing such astonishing destructive power, Cao Mo couldn't help but let out a long howl. Is this the destructive power of 30 million? So refreshing. What the hell? There's an ambush. Students living in the dormitory heard the commotion and rushed over. As soon as they saw it was Cao Mo, they exclaimed, Cao Mo, how come you are here? Then someone gritted their teeth and said, Cao Mo, you heartless bastard, Li Tian is almost dying for you, and you're here messing around in the dormitory? Cao Mo was taken aback. Li Tian is almost dying for me. Chapter 21. Law Enforcement Hall. Cao Mo turned around and found that they were looking at him with expressions of anger, fear, and concern. Can someone tell me what happened? Since entering the academy, he had felt something was off. At first, he thought it was the smell of blood on him that frightened him. But now it seemed there was something he didn't know. A student mustered up the courage to approach him, took out his phone, and played a video of Li Tian being severely injured by the head of the law enforcement team, Chun Ran, in public. Kaum Montag was stunt. Teacher Li Tian, is this for me? Why would Li Tian, who has lost 3 million, do this? But it wasn't over. Before the video finished, the student accidentally swiped to the next video. The screen showed Li Tian bound and kneeling at the entrance of the academy's law enforcement hall. The wounds on his body were so deep that the bone was almost visible. At that moment, Chun Ran appeared on the video, mocking Cao Mo. Your good teacher is trying to contact the military for your sake. Do you think I'm stupid enough to give him that chance? What a pity. Oh dear, that wound looks painful. Chun Ran pointed the camera at Li Tian and pressed hard on his wound, laughing heartily. Cao Cao Mo, don't come. Li Tian gritted his teeth against the pain, and after he finished speaking, he completely fainted. Chun Ran lightly slapped Li Tian's face and then shook his head slightly. Cao Mo, if you don't show up in the law enforcement hall this afternoon, I'll send your good teacher to reunite with his family. Oh right, and your. Boom. Before the video finished playing, a force akin to the end of the world erupted from Cao Mo, shattering the phone that was playing the video. The surrounding students couldn't help but feel afraid. Is this the aura that can be unleashed at the peak of Foundation establishment? Did I just cultivate a fake immortal? Even the students who thought Cao Mo had a wolf's heart were stunned. He, doesn't he know? Classmate. Just as he was in a daze, he suddenly heard Cao Mo speak. How do I get to the law enforcement hall? Turn right a kilometer ahead, and you'll see it. The student pointed in the direction. Cao Mo nodded and turned around, instantly disappearing from everyone's sight. We're in trouble. We must notify the academy's higher-ups. Leaving the dormitory, Cao Mo activated his maximum speed and rushed straight to the law enforcement hall. Although he didn't know why Li Tian was protecting him so fiercely, he understood that the humiliation and harm Li Tian suffered were because of him. After today, Li Tian would probably no longer be able to continue teaching. Chun Ran. A killing intent filled Cao Mo's eyes. The surname, Chun, must be from the Chun group. It seems I need to find a time to destroy the Chun family. Arrived. Not far away, the three characters' law enforcement hall hung in the air. Stop. Swish. Without hesitation, Cao Mo used a sword to kill the security at the entrance and charged straight into the hall. Those who dared to block the way at this moment were surely remnants of the Chun family. As soon as he entered the hall, Cao Mo saw Li Tian kneeling on the ground, barely alive. Behind him were two law enforcement team members whipping him with thorny ropes. Each lash brought forth bloody flesh. Upon seeing Cao Mo appear, the two law enforcement officers paused slightly, their faces first showing a hint of shock, which was quickly replaced by cruel smiles. Cao Mo, I thought you were going to be a turtle hiding in its shell, one of them said mockingly, full of disdain and provocation. Look at your good teacher. This miserable state is hard for me to watch. The other one chimed in, a smug smile curling at the corners of his mouth. After saying that, he was about to whip Li Tian again in front of Cao Mo. Two wild dogs die. Cao Mo shot out two sword energies, instantly piercing through the hearts of the two men. In the next moment, Cao Mo was at Li Tian's side, wanting to help him up. But as soon as he placed his hand on him, a strange sense of depression suddenly hit him. Turning to the side, he saw a large area of horrifying wounds on Li Tian's back. If it weren't for special healing medicine, Li Tian wouldn't survive today. Cao Mo suddenly realized that the ground beneath him had long been soaked red with Li Tian's blood. Teacher, I'm sorry. Seeing this scene, Cao Mo felt a deep pain in his heart. If it weren't for him, Li Tian wouldn't have to endure such inhumane treatment. Cough. Li Tian coughed up a mouthful of blood, his gaze drifting as he looked at Cao Mo. No. It's cough, it's my fault. I'm sorry to the slums. Sorry to the slums? Although Cao Mo wanted to ask, he knew that Li Tian only had one breath left. He hurriedly rummaged through his backpack, trying to find healing medicine. Don't look for it anymore. Li Tian used all his strength to grasp Cao Mo's arm. It was meant to be this way. Who told me to kill 10 innocent slum residents with my own hands back then? What? The incident that caused widespread panic, the news of a Foundation establishment warrior killing 10 slum residents, was actually done by Li Tian? How could this be possible? Moreover, wasn't the criminal suppressed by the military? How could he be teaching at Qingyun Academy? A series of questions left Cao Mo bewildered. If Li Tian was really that kind of person, why would he repeatedly give him green lights? Even after learning about his financial difficulties, he charged money onto his meal card every month. What a moment of misstep. 1,000-year grudge. Li Tian's tone was filled with regret, showing no concern for his impending death. On the contrary, he was looking forward to it. Dying, maybe it will be a relief. He used the little strength he had left to place his hand on Cao Mo's shoulder. Promise me 3 things. Before Cao Mo could speak, he continued urgently. Leave the academy and join the military to survive. The forces behind those targeting you are beyond imagination. Protect the slums for me and safeguard the residents there. Finally, Take my ashes to this address and tell them, I'm sorry. After saying this, he took out a piece of paper from his bosom and handed it to Cao Mo. Cao Mo took the note and found an address written on it. He looked deeply at Li Tian and said, I will definitely protect the slums. You don't need to say that. As for the others, you have to complete them yourself. But before that, you must tell me the reason behind that incident back then. Cao Mo took out a Peak Foundation establishment pill from the system space and stuffed it into Li Tian's mouth. Last time, he witnessed a girl recover instantly after taking a Peak Chi refinement pill. The item given by the system must have some healing effects. Clap, clap, clap. Just then, a round of applause echoed through the hall, followed by a cold voice saying, what a touching teacher-student dialogue. Chapter 22. Setting an example for the brothers, a man dressed in a coat with the character stepped out, his gaze piercing down at Cao Mo and Chun Ran. I'm not used to it. Cao Mo didn't turn around, but said lightly, what? Chun Ran was taken aback for a moment, then laughed savagely. People never get used to it before they die. The divine sword is out. A transparent sword energy streaked through the air. Swish. Chun Ran immediately felt his vision lower. A severe pain surged from his lower body. Bastard, what did you do? Cao Mo placed Li Tianping on a nearby stone bench. Watching as Li Tian's body gradually healed, Cao Mo turned around, his eyes flashing with a hint of crimson as he stared at the half-body of Chun Ran. I'm not used to looking up at trash. You. Chun Ran used spiritual power to support his upper body, trying to lessen the pain. Don't be anxious, Cao Mo said softly. If I let you die comfortably today, I'll write my surname Cao backward. Facing Cao Mo's hellish gaze, Chun Ran panicked. He never expected that with his foundation at the 7th level of the core formation stage, he couldn't even see how Cao Mo drew his sword before being defeated. This level of power, even the old patriarch of the Chun family wouldn't compare. Watching Cao Mo walk towards him slowly, he cried out for mercy. Cao Mo, I was wrong. I don't. Shoo. Be good. Don't admit your mistakes. Cao Mo seemed to stroll, but in 2 steps, he was in front of him. With a flick of his finger, he unleashed a burst of energy that shattered Chun Ran's severed lower body into pieces. After thinking for a moment, Cao Mo punched Chun Ran's south jaw out of place, causing his mouth to involuntarily open wide. Chun Ran seemed to know what Cao Mo was about to do, panicking and wanting to escape. But it was only a thought. You performed really well today, Cao Mo praised. Then, using spiritual power, he moved a lump of flesh to Chun Ran's mouth. This is a reward for you. Happy, right? Chun Ran shook his head frantically, making sound from his throat. Cao Mo smiled as he looked at Chun Ran, who was eating his reward, saying, look at how happy the child is. He is so excited he can't speak. Don't worry, there's more. Everything today is yours. Chun Ran was consuming his own flesh. His mind was about to collapse. Bold. At this moment, 10 members of the law enforcement team rushed out from both sides of the hall. Seeing Cao Mo's devil-like actions, they shouted angrily, Criminal Cao Mo, quickly release Captain Chun. Otherwise, you will be executed immediately. Cao Mo ignored them and continued feeding Chun Ran meat. Afraid he couldn't digest it, he even deliberately used spiritual power to help him digest. Cao Mo. One team member couldn't bear to watch any longer and shouted again. Upon hearing this, Cao Mo stopped his actions, glanced at the speaker, and said, do you think what I'm doing is right? With this statement, the surrounding law enforcement members were stunned. You're actually torturing the law enforcement captain in the law enforcement hall with such devilish means. And you ask if we think it's right? Brother, if you want to walk out of the law enforcement hall today, I'll twist off my head for you. Not speaking? Then I'll take it as you think it's right. Cao Mo continued his actions. Come on, open your mouth. One bite. Finally, a team member couldn't hold on any longer and said, what you're doing is wrong. Incorrect answer. Try again. Another bite. Team member, stop your actions. Surrender and accept the Academy's punishment. Incorrect answer. Another bite. Chun Ran, you shut the hell up. Either kill him or just kill me. And you're still answering questions. What a fool. After feeding the last bite, Cao Mo stood up and looked at them. Do you think what he did is right? The team members certainly knew what Cao Mo meant by these. But over the years, they had helped Chun Ran do a lot of such things. And they had long gotten used to it. Seeing them stammering, Cao Mo knew they were just following Chun Ran, commonly known as sycophants. You now have two choices, either roll away or die. Not wanting to waste more time with them. After all, they hadn't directly offended him. Cao Mo, don't be arrogant. The team member who had just answered said, We've already contacted the Hall Master of the Law Enforcement Hall. It won't be long before. Before he could finish, a sword light pierced through his brain. Putting down the divine sword, Cao Mo shook his head slightly. Hard to advise a dead man. Anyone else want to talk nonsense? Step forward. Damn, is this Cao Mo really at the peak of Foundation establishment, as reported? Killing these core formation warriors without even using proper techniques. Just raising his hand, and it's over. This scene frightened them to the point of abandoning their armor and fleeing, no longer caring about Chun Ran's life or death. You see, this is the kind of person you usually lead. Huh? Asleep? Cao Mo turned around and found that Chun Ran had fainted at some point. I'm still talking. How can you fall asleep? Raising his hand. Slap. With a slap imbued with spiritual power, he struck Chun Ran's face, waking him up. Chun Ran looked at Cao Mo in confusion, instantly recalling his recent experiences, again making those sounds. Don't get excited, there's more. Cao Mo severed his left arm with a sword, and with a flick of his finger, it exploded again. My God, he actually dared to directly kill in the law enforcement hall. My gosh, that half-body on the ground is actually the usually arrogant Chun Ran. Cao Mo is too fierce. Fierce? He is about to be in trouble. Outside the door, a crowd had gathered without anyone noticing. Cao Mo didn't hide his figure along the way, and with the Academy's students spreading the word. Almost the entire Academy knew that Cao Mo had furiously attacked the law enforcement hall for Li Tian. Oh, Cao Mo glanced outside, then at Chun Ran, and suddenly had an idea. He grabbed Chun Ran by the hair and tossed him out like trash. Thud! Chun Ran fell heavily to the ground without any support. He must have suffered a lot of oppression from him usually, right? Cao Mo stepped forward and said, Today, I'll let you enjoy yourselves. Take your weapons and hack away. If he dies, it's on me. Upon hearing this, some people stirred, but were also afraid of the retaliation from Chun Ran's forces. Seeing through their thoughts, Cao Mo smiled and said, Come on, let me set an example for the brothers. Sword up, sword down. After a few exchanges, Chun Ran had several holes in his body. Seeing this, a student who often suffered from Chun Ran's bullying couldn't hold back any longer, took out a dagger, and slashed at him. The moves were extremely fierce. Clearly practiced a lot. He cried while hacking. Little sister, brother is avenging you. Beast, I didn't expect you to have today. I'll chop you to death. Ha ha ha. Just as he prepared to deliver the final blow to Chun Ran, a flame shot through the air and hit his dagger directly. You little brat. How dare you cause chaos in the law enforcement hall? An old voice came from above. Immediately afterwards, a powerful nascent soul pressure swept through the entire law enforcement hall. Anyone below the core formation stage was pressed to the ground, unable to raise their heads. Cao Mo, however, was unaffected. Hearing the voice, he looked up. An old man was standing in the air, looking at him angrily. You're hitting the young and bringing in the old? Don't be foolish. Cao Mo calmly opened the system space, looking for that transformation experience card. Chapter 23, I want to see the ceiling being beaten, ha. Ha. Chun Ran saw a savior and desperately called for help, struggling with his severely injured body. However, due to a dislocated jaw, he couldn't utter a single word. Great. It's Master Chun who's here. We're saved. Master Chun, I ask you to kill this madman and give our law enforcement hall some justice. Please, Master Chun, slay the madman. The members of the law enforcement hall, seeing they had support, shouted with newfound confidence. Some even imagined the victorious scene and sharpened their knives as they approached Cao Mo. Another Chun? The Chun Group is just a mid-level private enterprise among many in the Third Wall. How could they cultivate a nascent soul expert? As far as Cao Mo knew, there were only a handful of forces with nascent soul experts in the entire Third Wall. The three major academies, the military, and the number one private enterprise, the Leaf family. Ranner, You can't even win against a peak foundation establishment cultivator. You should temper your temperament and focus on your cultivation. While Cao Mo was pondering, Master Chun, hovering in the air, spoke with a tone of disappointment. He then waved his hand in the void. A bracelet on his wrist emitted a faint blue light. A transparent cube containing blue liquid appeared out of thin air. With a flick of his finger, the transparent cube flew straight toward Chun Ran. Chun Ran immediately excitedly reached out with his remaining arm to grab the transparent cube. Genetic recombination potion. Drinking it would allow him to regrow limbs in a very short time, even if they were all severed. A single vial costs a staggering 3 billion. To put it into perspective, 3 billion Chinese yuan is equivalent to 90 of the Chun Group's assets. As the genetic recombination potion drew closer, a flash of brutality crossed Chun Ran's eyes. Cao Mo, you dare to make me consume my own flesh and blood. Wait a moment. I will ask my second granduncle to spare your life, so you can taste your own brother's flavor. Almost there. I'm about to get it. Just as the genetic recombination potion was about to reach Chun Ran's hands, everything went dark as a large hand suddenly appeared in front of him, intercepting the potion he had pinned all his hopes on. He then heard a mocking voice. This potion looks pretty good. I'll take it. Cao Mo. Chun Ran roared, making hissing sounds from his mouth. Cao Mo tucked the genetic recombination potion into his cloak and glanced at the law enforcement team member approaching him with a knife. Frowning slightly, he asked, "What are you doing?" Law enforcement team member, why are you still able to move? The next moment, he was sent flying into the wall unconscious. With his fist retracted, Cao Mo said lightly, "You don't even have a name, and yet you want to seek the limelight. Is there anyone else who wants to seek the spotlight? I will fulfill them. Devil, demon, Maya." The law enforcement team members, seeing Cao Mo's blatant disregard for the law, retreated repeatedly, completely losing their earlier momentum. Seeing that he had achieved the desired effect, Cao Mo held the heavenly sword in his hand and pointed it at Master Chun, who was floating in the air. "Old Bai Deng, it's your turn. One-on-one, or shall I call on more people?" Seeing that Master Chun remained silent, Cao Mo continued, "How about you call out all your backers so I can kill them all today? That way, after finishing with you, I want to have to deal with someone close to dying popping up." Clap, clap, clap. Master Chun clapped his hands while hovering in the air. With each clap, his aura grew stronger. By the end, the mere excess pressure made it impossible for any cultivator below the third layer of the core formation stage to stand. "You clap your grandmother's grave." Cao Mo transformed into a top-tier insult master again, cursing, "You Chun family scraps, can't you change your opening act? Clapping every day. I'm really a supermarket Nidma. If you want to roll down and fight, stop pretending." Under such humiliation, Master Chun did not fly into a rage. Instead, he revealed a sinister smile, saying, "The younger generation is formidable. It seems I haven't made a move in too long, allowing you ants to become so arrogant." The last person who said that ended up being live-streamed while I took him down, making me over 200 million. Live stream? After saying this, Cao Mo's eyes lit up. Yes, live streaming while beating the nascent soul expert Old Bai Deng. Wouldn't this be more spectacular than the last time I killed Chun-Lei? Just right. I need a lot of mental energy to start an SSS level mission and can also earn some money while learning 3 secret techniques. This idea is good. Action-oriented. Let us do it. Cao Mo took out his phone, completely ignoring Master Chun above who was gathering flames. Third wall. Military base. Ever since watching Cao Mo's livestream last time, Li Hua felt that the seductive dances he used to love were nothing compared to it, and he couldn't muster any interest. Ding! The slow-handed streamer you follow, Diligent Youth, has started a live stream. Huh? Li Hua suddenly saw this notification and jumped up excitedly from his chair. Finally, it's live. Tears filled Li Hua's eyes. God knows how he got through these days without Cao Mo's live stream. Let me see what's being streamed today. Huh? Why is there an old man floating in the air? What the hell is this title? Li Hua couldn't help but exclaim. Half a year into school, beating the nascent soul expert Old Bai Deng? This is too wild. Look at this life. Regardless of whether he can actually beat him. Just this audacity, who among his peers can compare? And then he thought about himself. Already 20, still trapped in this broken house, unable to go anywhere. Boom! Bang! Family, just like last time, the streamer doesn't accept free views. Send me some small gifts to charge me up. Cao Mo's laughter pulled Li Hua back to reality. He saw Cao Mo dodging the fireballs thrown by Master Chun in midair, while looking for a vantage point to see the entire scene. This position is good. Arriving next to a large tree, he fixed his phone to a branch and spoke to the 100,000 viewers in the live stream. The streamer has set up a paid viewing. If you don't send gifts within a minute, you can only listen to the audio. After saying this, he flashed to stand in front of Master Chun, drew the heavenly sword, and prepared for battle. Green grass by the river LV50. Damn. The streamer finally started the broadcast. Do you know how long I waited for this? Green grass by the river LV50 gift streamer dream castle X3. I am not a little girl LV63. Little brother, big sister misses you so much. I am not a little girl LV63 gift streamer dream castle X100. China return my youth LV64 gift streamer dream castle X999. Freebie emperor LV4. What realm is the nascent soul? Green grass by the river LV 50 foot. Don't understand? Simply put, it's the ceiling of the third wall. Freebie emperor LV4. What the hell? Freebie emperor LV4 gift streamer sport car X999. It's not that he has no money. On the contrary, he does a bit of business and has some spare cash. He has just used a freeloading. For instance, in the past few days, he has still been freeloading off those female streamers. But when he heard that the live stream content was so explosive, without a moment's hesitation, he directly sent 999 sports cars. Freebie Emperor LV15. Anger. JPB streamer. Hurry up. I want to see the ceiling being beaten. Chapter 24. The Freeloader Emperor's comments from viewers. Cao Mo was naturally unaware of this. At this moment, he was fully focused on facing Master Chun. Wanted to see how well he could perform against an old monster in the nascent soul stage with his current strength. Boom, boom, boom. Master Chun hovered in midair, surrounded by flames that resembled the fire giant from a Marvel movie, releasing powerful and scorching fireballs. Even the observing students couldn't help but retreat dozens of meters. As the one at the forefront, Cao Mo slashed at the flames again and again. This old guy was completely not giving him a chance to get close. He had to think a way to break the deadlock. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to gauge his strength and would waste his energy for nothing. Cao Mo's eyes flickered, and he quickly made a decision. He would use 30 million sword techniques to force his opponent into close combat. Rumbling. With this thought, the thunderous light around Cao Mo exploded, and the heavenly god sword emitted a deep yellow glow. At this moment, the flames surrounding Master Chun spread out. To approach, he first had to face this layer of flames that could burn steel. Master Chun didn't expect that Cao Mo would dare to take the initiative to close in. He smirked disdainfully, and the flames around him surged once more, having been silent for too long, allowing a foundation-building ant to have the illusion that it could defeat him. He would use this battle to inform the world that he, Chun Guan, could not be insulted. Flame slash. The spreading flames instantly condensed into the shape of a long sword. Rushing towards Cao Mo, gritting his teeth, Cao Mo's body erupted with thunderous light. He let out a roar, thunder sword technique. Following his heart's intent, Cao Mo stepped forward, the yellow lightning flashing by. In the next moment, he appeared before the long sword formed by the flames. A streak of yellow lightning burst forth. The heavenly god sword thrust forward fiercely. Boom! The powerful collision created a shockwave that collapsed the surrounding buildings. Meanwhile, Chun Lei, who was unable to move, rolled on the ground like a ball until he smashed through a wall and finally came to a stop. You actually mastered the Thunder Sword technique to great success, Chun Guan said in a gloomy tone. Cao Mo's figure flashed to the ground, standing with his sword behind him, and said, "Old guy, do you realize the gap between us geniuses now? You, an old man, are fighting to a standstill with me, a 17-year-old boy. Are you embarrassed?" Hearing this, Chun Guan slowly descended from the air, sneering. "Do you think I used my full strength? Do you think you used your full strength?" Cao Mo opened his system backpack and locked onto the God Transformation Experience card. He had gauged his strength well enough. It was probably at the peak of the core formation stage, halfway to the nascent soul stage. Cao Mo was very satisfied with this result. All those enhancements were not in vain. If he broke through to the peak of core formation, wouldn't he be invincible in the third wall in an instant? Looking at the system's mental energy, which had reached 120,005, he thought about quickly claiming the SSS-level task after dealing with Qingyun. With that in mind, he looked coldly at Qingyun. Old guy, get ready to face your father's unparalleled power. The viewers in the live stream who witnessed all this immediately filled the chat with 666. This streamer is amazing, so fierce. Yeah, at first I thought he was an unscrupulous streamer who live streams fighting an old monster in the nascent soul stage. I'm not a little girl LV65, drooling. JPB, this brother is so strong. I can't help but want to meet him. China returned my youth LV66, condemning. JPB, the person upstairs. Please don't daydream in broad daylight. Freeloader Emperor LV15, confused. JPB, huh? Is this really not a movie? Green grass by the river LV53, stop chatting. They are about to start fighting. The streamer hasn't even shown any real fighting yet. As this barrage appeared, the viewers in the live stream tacitly stopped their comments and turned to watch the two in battle. At this moment, Qingyun's long hair stood on end, and his powerful aura sent ripples through the space. The law enforcement hall, which used to symbolize absolute authority, had already become a ruin. Cao Mo, you are indeed a genius, Qingyun said, looking at Cao Mo with a fierce glint in his eyes, coldly saying, what a pity. If a genius like you were to obey the respected one, you would surely achieve great success at the upcoming 4 Major Forces exchange meeting. At that time, with your talent, reaching the pinnacle of the third wall would be no difficult task. At this moment, Qingyun's momentum was completely different from before. In this instant, he seemed to have returned to his youth, filled with a fighting spirit and murderous intent. What a pity for your mother. Obey the respected one. I would rather not obey you. You are just a stinky dog raised by him, pretending to be something. After Cao Mo finished, a transparent crystal card appeared in his hand. It was labeled God Transformation. Qingyun, don't be arrogant. Just as Cao Mo was about to unleash his unparalleled power, a loud shout came from the crowd. Immediately after, 5 figures leaped over the crowd and stood in front of Cao Mo. Oh my God, it's actually all the members of the 747 Club. The onlookers couldn't help but exclaim upon seeing who had arrived. Team leader Lu Qining stepped forward, with Lung Nuo angrily saying behind him, Qingyun, Qingyun Academy is not your one-man show. Zhao Dashan drew out a 1.9-meter-long machete from behind, saying, if you touch our 747 club members, you, Qingyun, are not worthy. Ziqing also cracked his whip, boldly saying, exactly, if you want to bully him, you have to get past me first. Wu Ping said nothing, but his calm face already showed his determination. After returning, Lung Nuo reported the entire encounter, making it clear that without Cao Mo, they would have perished in the mouth of the cold-blooded Maya. After hearing this, Wu Ping and the others were even more certain. Cao Mo was indeed their 6th member. So when they learned that Cao Mo was targeting the law enforcement hall, they rushed over in a panic, fearing that something unexpected would happen if they were late. Everyone, Cao Mo felt a little touched inside. They didn't know he had the God Transformation Experience card as a trump card. The 747 Club, once he found his mother and younger brother, he would definitely join. Huh. Suddenly, Cao Mo noticed that Lung Nuo's right leg was still missing and couldn't help but ask, your right leg. Lung Nuo scratched his head and smiled. Bad luck, damn it. The gene recombination potion is sold out. Sold out? Cao Mo was taken aback. The gene recombination potion was a renewable resource, just difficult to extract. So it was sold at a high price. But in terms of quantity, there should definitely be plenty. After all, warriors had to face the cold-blooded Maya. And if losing an arm or a leg affected their combat power, it would spell disaster for humanity. Therefore, large forces, especially at the level of Qingyun Academy, would usually stock thousands of them every month. How could it be sold out? Cao Mo glanced at Lu Qining, recalling the ambush they had encountered earlier, and a thought formed in his mind. Someone was targeting the 747 Club. Who said you're bad luck? Your luck is simply too good. Cao Mo took out the gene recombination potion he had just intercepted and handed it to Lung Nuo, jokingly saying, why is it that every time I have something good, you get to use it? You can't be the freeloader emperor, can you? Gene recombination potion. Lung Nuo was taken aback. Wow, How come you have everything? Chapter 25. Do you really understand? Don't be surprised if you don't drink it soon. Someone will get jealous. Oh no, they're already jealous. Cao Mo's gaze turned to an inconspicuous corner. Lung Nuo followed his line of sight and discovered a bloodied man, with only his upper body remaining, staring intently at him. To be precise, he was staring at the blue potion in his hand. Could this person be Chenran? The moment this thought crossed his mind, it startled Lung Nuo. Wow, is this old man really that furious? So you turned someone's grandson into a stick. Impressive. I like this style of doing things. He admired it secretly in his heart. Then in front of someone, he gulped down the gene recombination potion. After drinking, he smacked his lips. The taste was a bit bitter. Huh. Master, all members of 747 have been mobilized. In the Tianjiao Club, a certain underground training room created by Han Bing, Xiaohe knelt on the ground, carefully playing the projection. He had not fulfilled his promise to the master that day, and in this cold environment, it felt as if his insides were trembling. He originally planned to take advantage of Cao Mo causing a ruckus in the enforcement hall to kill him. But unexpectedly, in just a few days, the gap in strength between the two had become as vast as fireflies competing with the bright moon. Based on Cao Mo's performance against the Yuan-Ing old monster Qingyun, even if his family went all out, they probably couldn't kill the other. The garbage born from the slums, how could he become so powerful in just half a year of school? After watching the video, the master said softly, Cao Mo is still not a member of the 747 Club. This sentence suddenly awakened the anxious Xiaohe. That's right. Cao Mo has not yet passed the club's recruitment assessment battle. According to the Academy's rules, Lu Chani and the others cannot stand up for Cao Mo yet. Thinking of this, he quickly cupped his hands and said, Master, I understand what to do now. The master said lightly, Do you really understand? Tick-tock. Xiaohe's forehead was dripping with cold sweat. He understood the implication of the master's words. If he still fails, he, and even his family's backing, would face death. Here, a bit of leverage. Behind Xiaohe, the sound of high heels clicking against the ground came. And then he saw an arm fall to the ground in front of him. Instinctively turning around, he saw Yang Tingting walking over slowly, pointing at the severed arm on the ground and saying, When you can't handle it, throw this thing out. What is this? He would know. Xiaohe was puzzled, but did not dare to disobey, picking up the arm and preparing to leave. Right, you aren't qualified to call master before you become a Tianjiao. Bang! Yang Tingting's body did not move, but a tremendous force rushed toward Xiaohe, sending him flying and crashing heavily onto an ice sculpture. Next time, it won't be that simple. Poof! A mouthful of blood spurted from Xiaohe's mouth. His hair fell over his shocked gaze. How could this woman be so strong after joining the Tianjiao Club for less than a month? Watching Xiaohe leave, Yang Tingting shook her head slightly, truly a waste. The master did not care and replayed the video again. It finally stopped at a transparent card that had inexplicably appeared in Cao Mo's hand. This is his trump card. My intuition tells me this trump card will be very strong. I know. That's why I intentionally had Xiaohe take one of his brother Cao Tsong's arms. If I can make him lose his mind and use this trump card, then I can kill him immediately. Yang Tingting sat on the master's lap, her expression like that of a demon from the abyss. The master glanced at her and said, I really didn't misjudge you back then. The technique I gave you has already reached minor success, right? At the academy, in the vice president area, weapons of various kinds were stuck into the ground. No one would have thought that the residence of the vice president of Qingyun Academy, aside from those damaged weapons, consisted only of a stone bed made of cement. An elderly man with graying hair was sitting on the ground with his eyes tightly closed. This was Miao Zhengqing, one of the vice presidents of Qingyun Academy, and also a well-known expert of the third wall. Once, he killed a royal-level Maya in just 10 seconds. You pervert. You're training again. Suddenly, an old voice rang out from not far away. Miao Zhengqing opened his eyes to see an old man dressed in a traditional purple robe walking slowly towards him, holding various hot pot ingredients. Are you ready? The newcomer was named Ling Yunsheng, also a vice president of Qingyun. I can barely move, and I'm not short of a dining partner, so I came to invite you for a hot pot. Ling Yunsheng sat down next to him, igniting a flame, and soon cooked the food in the pot. You have a good granddaughter. Miao Jingqing picked up a piece of snowflake beef and put it in his mouth. The fat melted in his mouth as he said, "You should have come to find me for more than just hot pot, right?" Ling Yunsheng swallowed a piece of pig intestine and chuckled. "After that battle, I slept for a long time, and today I woke up to look at the reports coming in, and I found something interesting." "What interesting thing?" Miao Jingqing was confused. The Maya.The attack, and the various forces in the third wall were relatively stable. What could be worth mentioning? It's just that some genius from some family has emerged. "Do you still remember the enforcement hall, led by Captain Qingyun?" Ling Yunxing's tone was filled with pride, as if he was saying, "I know something you don't." "The enforcement hall?" Miao Jingqing was dismissive. "What is so fun about that gloomy place where not even birds would defecate? You only know how to train." Ling Yunsheng waved his finger, and a projection unfolded before them. On the silver screen, the complete scene of Cao Mo causing a ruckus in the enforcement hall appeared. Even the details of the battle with the Yuan-Ing period Chengguan were played out. Finally, someone is dealing with the bad atmosphere of the enforcement hall. Miao Jingqing was somewhat surprised, but this kid is only at the peak of foundation building? Happy, right? Ling Yunsheng laughed. "You old fellow. You'll have another fierce general under you." Miao Zhengqing was instantly delighted and stuffed another piece of beef into his mouth, thinking that this time at the Four Great Forces Exchange Conference, our Qingyun would achieve a good result. Aside from being interested in the exchange conference held every 3 years, you don't care about anything else. Ling Yunxing complained. "Look at this shabby place. You and T even bothered to renovate it. No wonder you've been single for decades." Miao Zhengqing shook his head slightly, not arguing with him, but instead looking at the screen. "This kid has made such a big deal out of it. I have to go clean up after him. Do you still need to?" Ling Yunsheng leisurely ate his hot pot. The third one is already gone. Chapter 26. Making some extra money in the enforcement hall. Old Bai stared at your father for a long time. "Are you going to hit or not?" Looking at Chin's indecision, Cao Mo couldn't help but find it amusing. A dignified, nascent, soul old monster. In a cultivation novel, he would be considered an ancestor-level figure. Yet now he was being so timid against a foundation establishment junior. "If you don't dare to fight, just roll aside. We still have to drink celebratory wine with your father." Cold Nua's right leg had recovered and joined Cao Mo in the banter. Faced with such provocation from juniors, Qingyun really wanted to rush up and take them out. But he didn't dare. Not to mention the upcoming exchange meeting of the 4 major factions, where the 747 Club was a main member. Just the current Lu Chani. He wasn't even sure he could defeat. Watching these two act like mountain bandits, he was truly afraid that any slight movement from him would provoke them. However, leaving like this would be a loss of face. His own grandson had been beaten into a stick, and now he was coming out to be beaten again. Truly embarrassing. On Cao Mo's side, he also had his own concerns. If Lu Chani and the others really stood up for him, once Chengguan became reckless, he could at least take 3 people away. Even though he could instantly defeat Chengguan with his own skills, there was always a voice in his heart telling him, the trump card cannot be used recklessly. This was an instinct. With his keen intuition, he had managed to keep his family fed and clothed for the past 17 years, even without cultivation. You have to know that in the third wall, many poor people had met their demise due to a single word or a glance. Boom! Just as the atmosphere in the arena became tense, a suffocating pressure descended from the sky. What the hell? In that instant of contact, Cold Nua, Zhao Dashin, and others wanted to resist, but their bodies felt as heavy as carrying a small mountain. Cao Mo was no exception, quickly employing the Thunder Sword technique. Lightning flickered around him, offsetting this pressure. He looked towards the crowd, and an old man with gray hair casually walked over. Wherever he went, a transparent wall separated him from the crowd. Another old one before the previous one has even finished? Cao Mo couldn't help but complain. He hadn't even made a move yet, and just his aura was already 100 times stronger than Chengguan's. Damn, it seems this trump card is definitely coming out today. Chengguan, is it too much for your status to personally deal with a foundation establishment kid? The gray-haired old man seemed slow, but in just 2 steps, he was already between Cao Mo and Chengguan. His speed was so fast that even Cao Mo couldn't see it clearly. Director Yi, Chengguan nervously hurried to salute, then pointed at Cao Mo. It's these kids who have yet to mature, beating my grandson into a shape that isn't human. In a moment of desperation, I had to make a move. Director Yi shook his head slightly. Let the juniors handle their own matters. Otherwise, if the young ones fight and the old ones get involved, it will only lead to a world war. But before he could finish, Qingyun felt an invisible force clutching his throat, rendering him unable to speak. Director Yi said lightly, "Moreover, with your status, you can't even handle members from the 3 major clubs of the academy." "I know." Qingyun used all his strength to utter those 2 words, his eyes full of pleading. "Good to know." With a gentle wave of his hand, the force gripping Qingyun's neck instantly vanished. "Ha! Ha!" Qingyun, at this moment, had no time to think about his grandson and was gasping for air. The force that had gripped him had seized not only his neck, but also his dantian. If he had hesitated for even a second, it was likely, thinking of this, he couldn't understand why Director Yi would stand up for Cao Mo and the others. Could it be that the forces behind Cao Mo were actually him? Cao Mo also didn't expect that the suddenly appearing old man seemed to be a good person. "Who is he?" Cao Mo asked Lu Chani beside him. Lu Chani replied heavily, "One of the vice presidents of Qingyun Academy, a powerful being at the transformation stage." Yiqiu. Transformation stage. Cao Mo's heart trembled. It seemed he had underestimated the 3rd wall a bit. Is this really a realm that can be cultivated in just a few decades? Recalling the 3 cultivation methods he had exchanged not long ago, each of which had almost invoked the power of heaven and earth, he would believe it if someone said they had been researched for over 1,000 years. Suddenly, he remembered hearing his father talk about this over dinner when he was young. Decades ago, the Maya, at a 100-meter level, invaded the human world, and it was the leaders of various countries who broke through the limits of humanity and, with the help of nuclear weapons, finally repelled the Maya. At the time, he thought it was nothing, but now he realized 100 meters is equivalent to the emperor level, corresponding to the peak of human nascent soul cultivation. What nuclear weapon could harm the peak of a nascent soul? Once one reaches the nascent soul stage, if not restrained, they could instantly destroy a city within 100 kilometers. Not to mention the nascent soul stage, even a core formation cultivator, as long as they weren't caught in a direct hit, wouldn't fear nuclear weapons. Thus, it could be seen that what truly repelled the Maya was not nuclear weapons, but the leaders of various countries. This world is definitely not what it appears to be. All right, if there's nothing else, let's all go back to our own homes and find our own mothers. No need to linger here. Yiqiu's voice pulled Cao Mo back to reality. "No, this matter isn't over yet." Cao Mo glanced at Li Tian, who had fully recovered but was still unconscious, and then at Chunran, who was hiding in the corner and didn't dare to speak. He had no habit of letting the tiger return to the mountain. If he didn't take care of him now, would he come back to play tricks once he recovered? Yiqiu looked at Cao Mo, frowning. "You little brat, I've gone out of my way to this extent, and you still want to stir trouble? Don't mess around. We still need you for the upcoming meeting of the 4 major factions." "That's right, this matter isn't over yet." At this moment, Xiao He walked over holding a long, wrapped bundle. He first saluted Director Yi and said, according to Academy regulations, Elder Qingyun does not have the authority to punish club members. But he changed the subject, pointing at Cao Mo. "This person is not a club member. So Elder Qingyun has the right to exercise his enforcement powers against him." Upon hearing this, Qingyun, who was relieved to be saved, stood frozen in place. "Huh? I was planning to let it go. Where did you come from? And why are you pulling me into enforcement powers? Do you think that killing God beside you is just for show? Even if you really want to kill Cao Mo, can't it wait for a moonless night to put him in a sack? I'm really drunk." It seemed Elder Qingyun had forgotten something, so when I go back, I'll have to report honestly to the Venerable. Xiao He said lightly. Smack. Unable to watch any longer, Yiqiu slapped Xiao He in the face, knocking him to the ground. "I'm still here. What are you pretending for? I've already agreed for Cao Mo to join the 747 Club. Is there a problem?" Xiao He struggled to get up from the ground, angrily saying, "Director Yi, Cao Mo hasn't passed the club's assessment battle, according to school rules. He is not qualified to become a member of the 747. Yiqiu frowned slightly. Just as he was about to slap again, he heard Xiao He quickly say, "Cao Mo is live streaming. The whole world is watching your every move. His hand froze in midair. Yi Qiu looked at Cao Mo and, after hesitating for a moment, said, "You've been live streaming this whole time?" "Yes." "Why?" "Just to make some extra money." Chapter 27. Chao Tsong making money? Is that something that can come out of the mouth of a peak foundation establishment cultivator who is evenly matched with a yuan-ing old monster? Yi Qiu was stunned. After so many years, he finally experienced the pleasure that power brings. And before he knew it, it was being broadcast live. Live streaming is harmful. However, in order to salvage his image, Yi Qiu thought for a moment and said, "Just now, I was demonstrating an unfair encounter to you all. I want you to understand that if this world loses its rules, then there will be no rules at all." The more he spoke, the more he felt it was true, and he declared with justification, "So, it's still that saying. Never let the young be bullied by the old. Young people's matters should always be handled by young people. Do you understand?" Applause. The venue was in complete silence. The onlooking students were frozen in place, with some even dropping their milk tea onto other shoes without reacting. Is this the vice president of Qingyun Academy? Where's the devastating aura of the transformation god just now? Could it be that a fool took over his body? Even Cao Mo couldn't help but feel a bit embarrassed in his heart. This personality, why is it so similar to Lung Nuo's? They don't even seem to share the same surname. I said, do you understand? Applause. The aura of the transformation god spread from Yi Qiu's body, and everyone felt their breathing suddenly become thick. Clap, clap, clap. In an instant, the law enforcement hall seemed to be celebrating New Year's, with applause ringing out continuously. Enough. Yi Qiu retracted his aura and said calmly, "All right, today's matter ends here." No, no. As soon as he finished speaking, two opposing voices came from beside him. Yi Qiu was taken aback and was about to get angry when he remembered that his every move was still being broadcast live. He couldn't lose face in front of those old men watching the show. So he calmly asked, "Cao Mo, Xiao He, do you have anything to say?" Before Cao Mo could speak, Xiao He stepped forward and said, "Dean Yi, Cao Mo has openly challenged the authority of Qingyun for his own selfish desires, wantonly destroying the law enforcement hall. He even beat the captain of the law enforcement hall, Chun Ran, to the point of near death." Saying this, he moved quickly and brought over the barely alive Chun Ran, lamenting, "Captain Chun has tirelessly worked day and night for the stability of the academy. Yet now he has fallen victim to a villain. If this child is not brought to justice, Qingyun Academy will have no face to face the three major academies." After Xiao He finished speaking, Yi Qiu turned to Cao Mo and asked, "What about you? What do you have to say?" "Asking me? Interesting." It seems Yi Qiu really intends to protect himself. Otherwise, just listening to Xiao He's standard villain rhetoric being executed on the spot would be considered light. Cao Mo's mind was racing. After thinking for a moment, he smiled slightly. He raised his head and looked at Yi Qiu, saying, "I originally had two matters." Swish! A beam of sword light crossed the space and instantly pierced through Chun Ran's heart, putting away the heavenly sword. Cao Mo said indifferently, "Now there's only one matter left. You. Xiao He opened his mouth, but couldn't complete a single sentence. Cao Mo's sword was too fast. By the time he reacted, he had already seen him retracting his sword. And the Chun Ran who had been hanging on by a thread was now a corpse. Thinking of this, he felt a wave of fear in his heart. If that sword had come at him just now then, "Thank you, Xiao He," Cao Mo said. "Originally, I would have had to expend some effort to kill him. After all, that old Bai Wun Ti just stand by. But you brought him over, I have to say. You, Xiao He, are indeed a talent." Xiao He, frightened, dropped Chun Ran and turned to look at Yi Qiu. "Dean Yi, Cao Mo is a demon. He openly killed someone in front of you." Hearing this, Yi Qiu looked at Cao Mo with an unfriendly expression. "Don't you have an explanation? You little rascal. Do you want to make me lose face today?" "Just about to explain," Cao Mo said. During his time as the captain of the law enforcement team, Chun Ran used his power to harm countless people, causing many students without backgrounds to suffer broken families and ruined lives. Moreover, in order to deal with me, he brutally tortured the academy teacher, Li Tian. What I say has video evidence. What I did was to eliminate a malignant tumor for the academy. Otherwise, in the future, Qingyun will surely fall into the hands of these blood-sucking leeches. Yi Qiu was very satisfied with this explanation, nodded, and said, "You are right. What about the other matter?" Huh? Xiao He's pupils were filled with shock. This can also be considered an explanation? In terms of severity, him killing someone in front of you is even more blatant disregard for school rules. It's over. At this point, even he realized. Yi Qiu has made it clear he wants to protect Cao Mo otherwise. Could Cao Mo's sword technique be faster than that of a transformation god? Thinking this through, he instinctively tightened the cloth-wrapped, long object in his arms. If Cao Mo turned against him, Yi Qiu would definitely not intervene. Now, only this severed arm could save him. Sure enough, he soon heard Cao Mo say, "The second matter is Xiao He. This senior has been targeting me since I entered the assessment, and previously even sent over 100 martial artists to ambush me in the slums." Feeling the unabashed killing intent, Xiao He panicked and quickly threw the cloth-wrapped, long object on the ground. "Cao Mo, you can't kill me." "Why not?" Before he could finish his sentence, Cao Mo glanced at the cloth strip Xiao He threw and frowned. Since he saw the cloth-wrapped, long object in Xiao He's arms, a wave of panic inexplicably surged in his heart. At first, he thought it was the aura of a transformation god. Now it seems that it wasn't. Seeing this object right in front of him, that feeling of panic intensified. Sword heart activated. It's better to be cautious with unknown objects. This is Xiao Tsong. Seeing the hand wrapped with knife marks in a cloth strip, Cao Mo couldn't help but exclaim. That was the punk who insulted his mother when he was in middle school. He hadn't noticed that his accomplice was coming at him with a knife from behind. Xiao Tsong had protected him by taking that knife with his arm. Boom! The violent killing intent instantly engulfed the entire law enforcement hall. Xiao He suddenly saw darkness before his eyes, and then an irresistible force grasped his throat, lifting him off the ground. When he barely focused on the figure in front of him, a bone-chilling cold instantly penetrated his skull, reaching deep into his heart. Cao Mo. Xiao He was on the verge of collapse. As a first-layer core formation cultivator, he couldn't even see how Cao Mo appeared. He was controlled in one encounter. How could the gap be so large? Speak. A voice that seemed to come from hell echoed. Where's Cao Tsong? Chapter 28, Dogman and Woman Eye. Xiao He was grabbed by the neck by Cao Mo, unable to utter a single word. Seeing this, Cao Mo threw Xiao He to the ground like a broken cloth. Immediately, a sharp sword aura sliced through the air, striking Xiao He. Before Xiao He could catch his breath, a heart-wrenching pain surged through his right abdomen. A sense of weakness washed over him. The golden Dan he had painstakingly refined over countless days and nights was destroyed by Cao Mo's sword aura. All the pride he once had in his cultivation, his dream of joining the Genius Club, and his ambition to dominate Qingyun Academy, all shattered in that moment. Cao Mo, do you want to know? I won't tell you. His tone was filled with a sense of facing death. It's okay, I have my methods. But on the other hand, I can tell you where Cao Tsong is. Before Cao Mo could finish speaking, he suddenly heard Xiao He change his tone. Cao Mo, who was just about to use torture, was stunned. Isn't it that all villains in this world act like this? Xiao He felt embarrassed as well. He had originally planned to die without revealing anything. But then he suddenly heard Yang Tingting's voice in his mind, telling him that if he wanted to see Cao Tsong, he had to kill the person lying next to him. Damn it, this is a method of spiritual transmission. Only those at the third level of the nascent soul stage and above can do this. Even Xiao He was hearing it for the first time. Thus, the dramatic scene unfolded. Cao Mo said, "Speak, where's Cao Tsong? If you want to see Cao Tsong, first kill Li Tian." Xiao He pointed at the recovering Li Tian. Huh, kill me? Li Tian had just woken up, ready to thank Cao Mo, when he suddenly heard the level 2 student who had given him 3 million say that Cao Mo should kill him. Hearing the commotion, Cao Mo turned to look at Li Tian and said, "Teacher Li Tian, your injuries are healed, right?" Li Tian was about to thank him when Cao Mo continued. "Don't rush to thank me. You have to tell me everything about how you slaughtered the poor back then." Upon hearing this, Li Tian lowered his head in silence. After a long while, he raised his head and said, "Okay." Hearing the answer he wanted, Cao Mo nodded and then turned to Xiao He, saying, "I one T kill Li Tian. If you don't speak, it's fine. Your cultivation is already wasted. Continuing to waste time on you surely one T yield anything." Saying this, his tone turned ominous. But the Xiao family is still here. Xiao He instantly understood Cao Mo's meaning and panicked. What you're doing will violate the laws of Huaxia and provoke the military." "Doesn't matter," Cao Mo said, pulling Xiao He closer, his eyes like those of a deep-seated demon, and whispered, "What those behind you can do, I can do. What they cannot do, I can do as well." Xiao He was terrified by his expression, crying out, "I don't know. Yang Tingting made me do this. It was her who targeted you when you were still at the first level of qi refining and had the Tai family hunt you down, even having you lose your arm." In a panic, he blurted out everything he knew. He had just witnessed Cao Mo feeding Chun Ran with his own flesh and blood in the crowd. If he used such methods against the Xiao family, Yang Tingting? Is it really her? Cao Mo frowned, wondering when he had offended her to the point of such insidiousness. Was she still the gentle and elegant Yang Tingting from back then? Where is Yang Tingting? I don't know. Every time I see them, it's a different scene. They can only find me when they want to see me. They? Cao Mo keenly caught this important piece of information and asked, "Who else?" "Respectable one," Xiao He replied. Yang Tingting had only been close to the respectable one for less than half a year. Yet she became the true number 2 of the Genius Club from an unnoticed ant. As expected, his intuition was indeed accurate. Cao Mo rubbed his temples in frustration. When he first saw the exposure information about the exhibitionist at the 747 base, he felt he would definitely cross paths with him. But how did Yang Tingting manage to befriend such a big shot? They all came from the slums and weren't even particularly good-looking, just average. After all, living in a slum where one had to fight hard just to have enough to eat, it would be a miracle to look good. Take me to the Genius Club. It's useless. The Genius Club only has 3 vice captains presiding, and they never stay in one place for more than 2 days. So cautious. Are they doing something unspeakable? Cao Mo secretly mocked, then looked at Xiao He, who was lying on the ground like a dead dog, thinking that he seemed to be of no use anymore. Feeling the cold, bone-chilling, killing intent, Xiao He hurriedly said, "No, they will definitely contact me again." Cao Mo shook his head slightly, then pointed at the phone hanging on the branch. "Our conversation has been live-streamed. They are definitely watching, and as a useless person, what do they need you for?" The words useless person stabbed deeply into Xiao He's heart. Once upon a time, he was also a genius. In just 3 years, he had fought through many challenges to break into the level 2 student classroom. But now, then let me ask you, Cao Mo's voice continued, every time you meet them, is it always at Qingyun Academy? If it were at Qingyun Academy, then with the sword heart of the transformation stage, he could cover every corner. Finding Yang Tingting would be easy. However, Xiao He's answer disappointed him. No, sometimes in underground gambling houses, sometimes in certain big families, and sometimes even in the Lost Lands. So chaotic? Cao Mo Fawen Dai Li, just 1/3 wall, is already overwhelming. It is said to be a wall, but its range is as large as the combined area of 3 provinces. Not to mention the Lost Lands. What to do? Cao Tsang must be in Yang Tingting's hands, and his mother might also be. Cao Mo's mind raced. Before long, he suddenly thought of something and said to Xiao He indifferently, "You can go." Huh? Xiao He was stunned. Cao Mo was too lazy to waste words. "If you don't leave, you'll die." "Okay, I'll leave right now." Xiao He, although confused about what was happening, cherished the opportunity to save his life. Watching Xiao He leave, a cold glint flashed in Cao Mo's eyes. Yang Tingting specifically sent Xiao He to let him see Cao Tsang's arm, definitely not just to send him to death. Moreover, having lived together for so long, Yang Tingting must know him well and would not lose her rationality to give Xiao He a chance. Although he didn't know what the other party's purpose was. Cao Mo was clear. Once he killed Xiao He, it would definitely help Yang Tingting achieve a certain goal. That's why he let Xiao He go. One leads to another. She must have more tricks up her sleeve next. Yang Tingting, don't let me find you, or you will definitely regret it. Cao Mo silently vowed in his heart. The opponents were getting stronger. He had to hurry and increase his strength. His figure flashed, landing on a branch, and took down the phone. Let me see how much I've gained this time. Chapter 29. SSS class task exchange withdrawable amount 500 hiss. Seeing the backend settlement data, Cao Mo couldn't help but gasp. A full 500 million. Striking it rich. With this money, all 3 secret methods can be upgraded to the Transcendence realm. At that time, his strength will surge again. The remaining money can buy a few more bottles of life water, extending his life for several years. However, after making such a big scene, the bullet comments must have exploded, right? The streamer is so handsome. I want to have your babies. Liwa. Hereby declare that the streamer is my ultimate diehard fan. So reckless, his background is terrifyingly strong. It's not just talk upstairs. A foundation establishment battling a nascent soul without falling behind probably requires core figures from the 4 top powers to cultivate. Cao Mo switched back to the live stream room. Looking at the barrage of comments, his mouth twitching. Great, a bunch of onlookers who love the drama. They've directly assigned him the identity of core figure of the 4 top powers. But that's fine. Yang Tingting and the others must be guessing who his background is. During this time of their investigation, Cao Tsong is at least safe. While they haven't taken action yet, he needs to find a way to locate Cao Tsong. Just as he was about to end the stream, he suddenly caught sight of a comment. Freebie Emperor LV15. When is the next live stream? I haven't seen enough. What the heck? The Freebie Emperor reached level 15 in his live stream. Cao Mo smiled and said, Family, the streamer is signing off. If you haven't followed yet, please do so. Don't get lost next time. Click. He turned off his phone, his figure flashing to stand in front of Yi Qiu, performing a ceremonial gesture, and said, Thank you, Director Yi, for your assistance this time. Cao Mo was genuinely grateful to Yi Qiu. If it weren't for Yi Qiu's appearance, he would have had to unleash his doppelganger to resolve this crisis. However, he had a premonition in his heart that once he unleashed his doppelganger, a devastating blow awaited him. At that time, everything he cared about would be destroyed. Looking at Cao Mo, Yi Qiu secretly admired him. He was neither impetuous nor arrogant. With such terrifying talent, there wasn't a trace of arrogance in his eyes. Compared to the geniuses from other powers, Cao Mo had an extra layer of composure. He was a talent worth cultivating. Coming to a conclusion in his heart, he smiled and said, Cao Mo, my help to you is also for a purpose. Director Yi, please speak. As long as I can do it, I will not refuse. Hearing Cao Mo say this, Yi Qiu nodded in satisfaction. His internal evaluation of him rising another level. You all come over here. After calling Lu Chani and the others over, Yi Qiu said, the discussion meeting held every 3 years will begin in 7 days. Unlike previous years, this time, the top-ranking power will receive a special prize. According to the calculations of the higher-ups at the Academy, obtaining this special prize will result in a qualitative leap in strength for both the participants and the Academy. Therefore, the 4 major powers will definitely exert themselves and send out their top talents. He paused, scanning Cao Mo and the others' expressions, finding no signs of retreat or stage fright. He continued with satisfaction. Lu Chani, your 747 club is the main force in every discussion meeting, and the Academy hopes you can secure first place. Hearing this, Cao Mo interrupted. Director Yi, doesn't the Academy have 3 major clubs? Why is 747 the main force? Yi Qiu replied, among the 3 major clubs. The research club formed entirely by women has weaker combat power. They are more inclined towards technological research. The other talented club has its captain, Zunja, who has disappeared from public view for 2 years. Usually it is hosted by 3 vice captains who are at the peak of the 8th layer of foundation establishment. Disappeared for 2 years? Cao Mo asked in confusion. If that is the case, why Haven T they elected a new captain? We have also discussed this at the Academy. But we never interfere with the development of the clubs, so we didn't inquire further. Interesting, Cao Mo thought. Why is this exhibitionist hiding in the shadows? Someone who can command a nascent soul stage, Qingyun, must have terrifying talent and strength. A normal person should use this opportunity to showcase themselves and gain more resources. But he is the opposite. The only useful information so far is that 2 years ago, he was at the pinnacle of foundation establishment, calling himself Zunja. However, Cao Mo, you still have to go through a procedure. Yi Qiu's voice pulled Cao Mo back to reality. Procedure? Yes. You need to participate in the club assessment battle, defeat everyone, and reach the top 3 to join the 747 club. But with your strength, you will definitely easily secure first place. Yichio was very confident in Cao Mo's combat power. On the surface, he was at the peak of Foundation establishment, but he remained unfazed in front of a transformation expert like himself, indicating he must have hidden cards. Cao Mo asked, "When is the club assessment battle?" "In 2 hours. Huh? Cao Mo was stunned. What a coincidence. Don't just stand there. Hurry back and wash off that stench. Yichio glanced at Cao Mo with disdain. Then his body soared into the air. Watching Yichio leave, he turned around and patted Lu Chani's shoulder, saying, "Future teammates, wait for me for 2 hours." Lu Chani also patted Cao Mo's shoulder and said in a casual tone, "Good bro, we'll wait for you." Cao Mo nodded slightly, looking at Zhao Dashin, Zi Qing, and Wu Ping beside him. He found them looking at him with eager, fervent eyes. Wu Ping pushed his glasses and said, "I have a clue about your brother's whereabouts. I should be able to find him soon." "Good." Back in the dormitory, looking at the hole in the ceiling, Cao Mo smiled. Then he opened the system panel. Current mental value, 625. 000. Do you wish to consume 100,000 mental value to draw an SSS class task? 620,000. It seems this live stream brought a lot of emotional value to the audience. Drawing. Ding. Draw successful. Congratulations, the host has drawn the SSS class task exchange. Exchange. The host will exchange bodies with the person who killed him and survive for 24 hours. After completing the task, the original body will be resurrected. Cao Mo looked at this brutally simple description and couldn't help but exclaim. This isn't the understanding of exchange you have at home, is it? Playing with a mortal body in an academy filled with enemies? It didn't give him much time to think. The next second, a wave of weakness swept over his entire body. Feeling the familiar mortal power, Cao Mo frowned tightly. Are you serious? Chapter 30. The true genius after being killed by others. He swaps places with him. Then he survives for 24 hours? At this stage, who would kill Cao Mo? It must be Yang Tingting's lackey, or Chengguan, who just slipped away in the chaos. It seems like no big deal, just living for 24 hours, right? But, according to the routine, after the villain kills the protagonist, they will definitely go to their boss to take credit. Isn't that equivalent to delivering themselves right to their doorstep? What if they miss some details and expose themselves? That would be game over. He doesn't think that hiding as an exhibitionist in the shadows is foolish. Thinking of this, he became uneasy and asked, "Dog system, what happens if the task is not completed? If it costs some life, then failure is failure." He isn't afraid to face the exhibitionist himself, but using someone else's body, no way. What kind of villain would recruit someone stronger than themselves as a lackey? System. If the task fails, the host will not be resurrected. Cao Mo said, "So you mean if I fail, I die?" System. Yes. Amazing. Cao Mo angrily closed the dialogue box, forcing himself to calm down. Although this task seems quite unreliable. In fact, it is quite unreliable. But everything has two sides. Being killed by the villain greatly increases the chance of directly meeting Yang Tingting and the exhibitionist. That way, he could have a chance to find his brother. After thinking it through, Cao Mo turned his attention to the system shop. Due to completing an SS level task, he successfully unlocked the level 2 store. Let us see what good items are in the level 2 shop. Elixir of Life increases life by 2 years when consumed, priced at 150 million Huaxia coins. Rib Armor. Wearing it can resist all attacks below the second layer of the nascent soul stage without injury, priced at 300 million Huaxia coins. Concept Level, Revival Armor. Resurrection 10 seconds after death, priced at 500 million Huaxia coins. Limited to 10 pieces. Can be transferred to others. Cao Mo didn't look at the rest. Just looking at the first 3 already cost him 500 million. The Elixir of Life is more cost-effective than the level 1 shop, but it's not urgently needed right now. Although the Rib Armor can resist all attacks below the second layer of the nascent soul stage, he doesn't believe Chengguan can command someone at that level. After thinking for a moment, he decided to spend 500 million Huaxia coins to buy the Revival Armor. Damn it, Now he broke again. Cao Mo looked at the blue and white top added to his spiritual sea and couldn't he help but complain. Cultivating immortality really costs money. He originally planned to use the 500 million to level up all 3 secret methods to the Transcendent realm. As a result, buying a revival armor drained all his funds. Damn it, this isn't a solution. He can't just live stream every time he makes money, right? Moreover, even if he streams, not to mention whether the slow hand platform allows it, he would also risk exhausting the audience's interest. He needs to find time to start a company. Hero Gambling House. Contrary to its name, this is the darkest casino in the third wall. Inside, they're all desperate people, each with their eyes fixed on the chips on the gambling table. In a hidden dark door deep within, he is kneeling on the ground. In front of a chair made of human skulls, the honored one is sitting calmly watching him. Beside him, Yang Tingting, dressed provocatively, raises a glass of red wine and downs it in one gulp. Gulp! The tense atmosphere makes him unconsciously swallow. After leaving the academy, feeling hopeless, he planned to return to his family and live as an ordinary businessman. But he hadn't walked far when a black magic circle suddenly appeared beneath his feet. The next second, he was teleported here. At the moment he saw the honored one, he collapsed to the ground. He didn't understand at this point what use they had for a useless person like him. You have quite the nerve you exposed us? Yang Tingting asked lightly from the chair. Her tone seemed relaxed, but the chilling, killing intent within made he instantly terrified. He knocked his head on the ground hard and said, I am sorry. All right, you're only trying to survive. I don't blame you. Yang Tingting seemed indifferent and said lightly, you can come out now. As soon as she finished speaking, Chengguan walked out from the shadows and also knelt before her. An hour and a half later, the club assessment battle. This is your last chance. Yang Tingting said, Chengguan, you will receive a demotion order shortly. Participate in the battle as a level 1 student. As for you, if you successfully kill Cao Mo, the reward I once promised to make you the head of Qingyun Academy will still be given to you. The reward is still so tempting. But doesn't understand. How could a useless person like him kill Cao Mo? Could it be that Yang Tingting thinks killing him is beneath her, wanting him to voluntarily go to his death? Yes, it must be this way. Hie's heart turned to ashes. Seemingly seeing through Hie's thoughts, Yang Tingting threw out 2 bottles of red potion. Drink this, and your shattered dantian can be rebuilt. Besides, your cultivation will temporarily rise to the 3rd layer of the nascent soul stage. He was overjoyed, just about to pick it up when he heard Yang Tingting continue. If you successfully kill Cao Mo, come find me for the antidote. Otherwise, after 3 hours, you will turn into a puddle of blood and die. After hesitating for a moment, He and Chengguan still picked it up and drank it all, then quickly left the gambling house. Seeing them leave, the honored one, who had been silent all along, finally spoke. Do you think the 3rd layer of the nascent soul stage can force out Cao Mo's trump card? It definitely can. Yang Tingting said, We've had the higher-ups in the academy clear the schedule and move the assessment to this afternoon. We can't give him any more time. I really don't understand why the useless person I've been with for 3 years suddenly became so strong. The honored one said, Indeed, I activated the dark web to investigate his background, and it turned out to be a blank. It's hard to believe. However, the honored one looked at Yang Tingting and continued, We have already wasted too much time and energy on Cao Mo. I have indulged you to satisfy your little thoughts from the mortal world. Remember, if we still don't succeed this time, we must let it go. It cannot affect the final plan. After saying this, the honored one turned into a cloud of black mist and disappeared. Let go. Yang Tingting's face twisted. The humiliation of washing dishes brought by her lame mother. Can it just be let go? Damn it, where did she hide? Why can't I find her no matter how I search the 3rd wall? Qingyun Academy, Vice Principal Ling's residence. In the backyard, a variety of flowers bloom, resembling a carefully arranged painting. A young girl is tending to the flowers. Just then, she heard the sound of the door opening. Looking in the direction of the sound, she saw an old man in ancient purple robes, drunk and returning. The girl ran over angrily. Grandpa, you just recovered from your injury, and you drank so much alcohol. Ling Yunsheng happily said, Xiaoxue, You don't know. Our academy has produced a true genius. Genius? The girl thought to herself. What is so great about a genius? Can't compare to my unparalleled hero. Ling Yinsheng continued. Xiao Xue. I think his character and temperament are both good. The three of us old fellows are very satisfied. You're not a child anymore. It's time to consider marriage. Grandpa, I'm only 17. The girl naturally knows what her grandpa means, but her heart has long been occupied by that handsome young man. But she's worried that her grandpa will keep bothering her about marriage in the future. The girl mustered her courage, her tone filled with determination and shyness. Grandpa, I have someone I like. Ling Xue, don't be silly. Ling Yinsheng was about to get angry, but he thought about it. Who hasn't had a few love and hate stories in their youth? So he said lightly, I want to interfere with who you like. But that talented young man will participate in the club assessment battle in an hour. As one of the senior members of the research club, you must go to watch. Fine, I'll go. Ling Xue replied angrily. A figure flashed through her mind, appearing before her like a deity in times of crisis. Anyway, no one can shake the position of the handsome brother in my heart. Grandpa, wait until I find a handsome brother. I'll show you what true genius really is. Chapter 31. Paper Tiger on the assessment platform of the academy. In the spectator seats, Ling Xue, dressed in a JK uniform with long, slender legs encased in black stockings, was looking around. Her handsome brother was a student at Qingyun Academy, and he was sure to appear in today's club assessment battle. She hoped he would like her outfit. One of the reasons Ling Xue agreed to come and watch was this. Ling Xue, look, the vice captain of the Tianjiao club is trying to get your attention, said Li Qian, her good friend and also a member of the research club. Ling Xue responded with an "oh," completely ignoring it, and continued searching the crowd. Suddenly, she spotted a young man with a long sword at his waist walking slowly toward the stage. Ling Xue's eyes lit up. Finally found you, handsome brother. Seeing Ling Xue suddenly fixate on a direction, Li Qian followed her gaze and smirked. So you like this type, huh? But as the academy's most noticed genius, he must be surrounded by women. Ling Xue turned to Li Qian and asked, the most noticed genius? You don't know? Li Qian replied. This guy was just an obscure level 4 student a few days ago, but recently he has been on a roll, publicly defeating Tai Kuang and Chun Lei in the previous assessment battle. And just 2 hours ago, he caused a ruckus at the law enforcement hall, fighting Chun Guantong to a standstill. Because of that, Chun Guantong was punished and demoted to a level 1 student. Seeing Ling Xue's bewildered expression, Li Qian chuckled. I guess you're too busy working for Vice Dean Ling to know what has been happening at the academy lately. He killed Tai Kuang and Chun Lei and even challenged a law enforcement hall, fighting a Yuan Ing old monster to a draw. So handsome. Hearing this impressive track record, Ling Xue gazed at Cao Mo like a fangirl. Do you know his name? I remember it's Cao Mo. On the other side, Lu Chenyu and the others were cheering for Cao Mo as he took the stage, with Lung Nuo cheering the loudest, as if he were the one fighting. Wu Ping frowned as he observed Cao Mo's ordinary steps. Don't you think something's off with Cao Mo? Lung Nuo replied, what could be off? My brother Cao is the best. The Invincible. Wu Ping shot Lung Nuo a glance, stopped diverting. Zhao Dashan, with a simple demeanor, added, I don't see any problems either. Ziqing scrutinized carefully and said, you know, Cao Mo does seem a bit off. He actually crawled up onto the stage, just now, less talking. Lu Chenyu said, his eyes revealing a hint of confusion as he looked at Cao Mo 10 minutes ago. Cao Mo sent him a message that read, if I die later, don't seek revenge, just bring my body back to 747 and preserve it well. On stage, Cao Montak was panting. Damn it. It's so exhausting to get up on a 2-meter-high stage without any cultivation. This match was to decide the top 3 to join the club, with no restrictions on methods. It was a free-for-all, and the last 3 standing on stage would win. At that moment, the judge was explaining the rules, while the spectators were buzzing with discussion. This year, it's a free-for-all. Who knows who will be the last one standing? Of course, at LLB, Cao Mo, a Peak Foundation establishment fighting a Yuan Ing old monster. Everyone in the school knew about Cao Mo's ruckus at the law enforcement hall and his battle with Yuan Ing old monster Qingyun. Not necessarily. Who knows if he has used any forbidden techniques? Someone raised an opposing voice. Exactly. and there are quite a few outstanding Level 1 students among the participants. Finally, the judge finished explaining the rules. The competition officially begins. The atmosphere on stage reached a climax. Cao Mo wondered who Yang Tingting would send to fight him. Boom! Suddenly, two astonishing auras erupted from the crowd. The intensity was several times stronger than Qingyun, who was at the first level of Yuaning. Sensing these two auras, Cao Mo frowned. There are such experts among ordinary students? Soon, he recognized the newcomers. It was Xiao He, whom he had incapacitated 2 hours ago, and Qingyun, who had killed his grandson. Both looked extremely sinister, like demons. Damn, are you two human or ghost? Cao Mo couldn't help but complain upon seeing their appearance. Xiao He saw Cao Mo, and his madness surged again as he roared. Cao Mo, it's all your fault. Today I'm going to kill you. With that, he stepped forward, fully unleashing his powerful third-level Yuan Ying cultivation without holding back. Beside him, Qingyun didn't speak, but his aura showed his determination to kill Cao Mo. Oh, it seems your respected one gave you a good treasure, Cao Mo remarked, but this treasure, TSK, has turned you into this ghastly form. Cao Mo, today is your death day. Qingyun declared. Humph, Cao Mo scoffed. If you have the ability, come kill me. Seeing Cao Mo's indifferent expression, Qingyun told Xiao He, you go first. Old bastard. Cursing inwardly, Xiao He exploded forward, rushing towards Cao Mo. Xiao He didn't dare to be careless, and concentrated all his temporary third-level Yuaning power into his palm, striking it against Cao Mo's chest. Bang! The powerful shockwave shattered the stage. The weaker students in the spectator stands were forced to close their eyes against the residual force. Cao Mo, who bore the brunt of the attack, now had a large blood hole in his chest. So this is what death feels like he managed to utter before losing consciousness and collapsing on stage. The spectators, participating students, Qingyun, Xiao He, dead? Just like that? Xiao He was dumbfounded, having prepared his next move and a complete combo, only to find that his palm had killed Cao Mo outright. He even thought it was a decoy and specifically checked the details of the body. Yeah, this is the real deal. Just as he felt puzzled, a tearing pain suddenly shot through his head, and he lost consciousness, staring blankly at Cao Mo. Beside him, Qingyun was filled with regret. If he had known Cao Mo was a paper tiger, he could have taken all the credit for himself. What a loss. Cao Mo. Dead. In the stands, Ling Shui held her head, her pupils dilated, filled with shock. She couldn't believe that such a talented, handsome brother had just died like that. Immediately, an anger and killing intent from deep within her soul surged forth. Handsome brother, I will avenge you. Ling Shui disregarded the rules and activated her movement technique, charging straight toward the stage. Chapter 32. The meaning of Cao Mo. This is the body of Xiao He. Cao Mo felt the exchanged body and secretly exclaimed in his heart, this strength is simply, terrifyingly weak. He couldn't understand why Xiao He had just released an aura that was close to the third layer of the nascent soul stage. Yet after the exchange, it was so weak. It was as if a person with the appearance of a strong professional boxer had a body as fragile as a baby. This extreme sense of contrast left Cao Mo deep in thought. Initially, he thought that the Venerable One had given some heavenly treasure to restore Xiao He's Dantian. But now it seemed that the restoration was just an illusion. Through internal vision, he saw only a mass of black mist swirling around Xiao He's Dantian. Just as Cao Mo was still adapting to this temporary body, a killing intent, seemingly imprinted on his soul, rushed towards him. What the hell, has it been exposed? Cao Mo was startled and immediately turned to look in the direction of the sensation. He saw a girl in a JK uniform disregarding the rules, pulling out her sword from the spectator platform. Xiao He Dai, the cyan long sword in Ling Shui's hand, carried an icy sword intent. At this moment, even though it was the sweltering summer, snowflakes were strangely drifting around her. Without any mercy, each strike was aimed at the vital points. In the brief moments between attacks, Ling Shui's gaze swept over the lifeless Xiao Mo on the ground, and she silently vowed, handsome brother, Shui'er will definitely avenge you. Her eyes were determined and resolute, as the tip of her sword once again gathered a cold chill, intending to slay Xiao He. The movement of Ling Shui startled the audience on the stage, as well as Lung Nuo and the others. She was Ling Shui from the research club. Why would she suddenly make such a move? Don't you understand? This is clearly revenge for Cao Mo. Who would have thought that Cao Mo had actually won her heart? It truly made people extremely envious. Some audience members felt a pang of jealousy in their hearts. Why could a loser from the slums attract the attention of the goddess ranked first in Qingyun Academy? Just because he was handsome and dared to kill? I'm not bad either. Some curious audience members asked when Cao Mo and Ling Shui had met, as they hadn't seen him around the academy much. Hearing the discussions on stage, Cao Mo was also confused. Yes, when did I meet Ling Shui? Moreover, judging by her ferocious offensive, every move was aimed at taking Xiao He's life. Why do I have no memory of this? In a daze, Cao Mo dodged a fatal blow, his eyes locking onto those filled with hate, and he couldn't help but be stunned. These eyes. It seems I've seen them somewhere before, Cao Mo thought to himself. Meanwhile, Qingyun could no longer tolerate it. Xiao He was clearly much stronger than Ling Shui in cultivation. Yet he hesitated to strike back, allowing her to attack. In one step, he arrived in front of Xiao He's powerful aura preventing Ling Shui, who was only at the first layer of the core formation stage, from getting close. He glared at Xiao He and said, "What are you doing?" Curious about her relationship with Cao Mo, Xiao He replied indifferently. Curious? Qingyun's face twisted in anger. Do you know our current state can't last for an hour? And you're telling me about curiosity? You must be interested in Ling Shui. Xiao He replied nonchalantly. So what if I'm interested? Bastard. Qingyun muttered angrily. The Venerable One's plan will start in 10 days, and at that time, the entire Qingyun Academy will be under your control. A mere granddaughter of the vice president should be easy to handle. But if we jeopardize the Venerable One's plan, how many heads will your Xiao family have? In 10 days, the entire Qingyun Academy will be handed over to Xiao He. Cao Mo was taken aback. He began searching through Xiao He's memories. However, no matter how hard he looked, he could only see Yang Tingting promising Xiao He that she would reward him with the entire academy. There was no mention of any plan starting in 10 days. It seems this old guy knows quite a lot. Collecting his thoughts, Xiao He said faintly, "Understood. Let's withdraw now." "No." Qingyun pointed at Ling Shui, who was being suppressed in place by his nascent soul pressure. "She knows the secret now. She must die." After saying that, he gathered flames in his hand, ready to burn Ling Shui, to save or not to save. Watching the flames in Qingyun's hand grow stronger, two voices emerged in Cao Mo's heart. If I save her, I will definitely be suspected by Qingyun. Once he reports this to the Venerable One, I might expose myself. If I don't save her, Ling Shui is risking her life to avenge me, charging onto the stage despite the gap in cultivation, and now she's on the brink of life and death. Forget it. Xiao He reached out and grabbed Qingyun's right hand, which was about to unleash the flames, saying, "Her grandfather is the vice president of Qingyun, a powerful being in the transformation stage. If we kill her now, it will surely provoke retaliation. But she already knows the plan." Xiao He shook his head slightly and said, "Who would believe the words of a little girl? Moreover, there are Venerable One people among the Academy's higher-ups." "All right," Qingyun replied, retracting the flames in his hand. "We need to withdraw now. The news of Cao Mo's death must have spread, and that old thief Yi Qiu will definitely come." Xiao He nodded faintly. As they were leaving, he glanced at Ling Shui and said, "Don't do anything unnecessary." Then he left with Qingyun. As Xiao He and the others departed, the nascent soul pressure around Ling Shui also dissipated. She gazed up at the two figures growing more distant in the sky, thinking, I didn't expect such a shocking conspiracy to be hidden behind the academy. Xiao He's last words were clearly a reminder to herself not to report this to the academy's higher-ups, or she would definitely be killed by the traitor. But why did he save me? At that moment, even the clever Ling Shui was confused. Phew. Soon, Ling Shui adjusted her mindset. This matter still needed to be reported to Grandpa, and he would make the decision. Her gaze turned gentle yet tinged with sorrow as she looked at Cao Mo. Her tone firm. "Handsome brother, tomorrow, I, Ling Shui, will personally annihilate the Xiao family to avenge you. After saying that, she stepped forward to take Cao Mo's body away for burial. Just then, 5 figures appeared before her. Ling Shui recognized the newcomers and said, "You are from the 747 Club." Lu Qingyu clasped his hands and said, "Miss Ling Shui, we need to take Cao Mo's body back." "You are friends?" "Brothers." Ling no replied. Upon hearing this, Ling Shui was filled with anger. "Since you're brothers, why did you just stand there and watch?" Ziqing stepped forward to explain. "Sister Ling Shui, all of this was Cao Mo's intention. We were just following orders." Cao Mo's intention? Ling Shui was stunned, looking at the Cao Mo cradled in Lu Qinyu's arms, saying, "He is not dead? He is dead." Lu Qinyu said, "But all of this was his intention, and we hope you keep this matter confidential." After saying that, the 5 exchanged glances and boarded the summoned aircraft to leave. "He really is dead." Ling Shui smiled sadly. "I haven't even worn the prettiest clothes to meet you, and there are so many delicious foods I wanted to share with you. I also want to watch the new summer blockbuster with you. There are so many, so many. How could you die?" Xiao family. Chapter 33, Reward Xiao Xue. Are you saying Cao Mo is dead? Inside the room, Ling Yinsheng and Yi Qiu watched the video, their brows tightly furrowed. It shouldn't be. Based on Cao Mo's previous performance, how could a mere Xiaohe, who broke through to the 3rd layer of the Yuanying stage with the help of secret techniques, possibly kill him? Moreover, according to Ling Shui's description, Cao Mo had no resistance at all and was killed in an instant. Ling Shui nodded, her eyes filled with a dead silence as she left the room. Upon seeing this, Ling Yinsheng realized that the person his granddaughter liked was the young genius they had high hopes for. Cao Mo. Yi Qiu seemed to have discovered something and replayed the moment when Cao Mo was killed. Noticing Yi Qiu's abnormality, Ling Yinsheng asked, "Yi Lao Air, what's wrong?" "Something feels off." Yi Qiu stared at the video of Cao Mo being killed, murmuring, "It really is off." "What's off?" After replaying it dozens of times, Yi Qiu suddenly realized, "That's right. It's the expression." Ling Yunxing's aged face was filled with confusion. "Expression?" Yi Qiu nodded. "Exactly." Cao Mo's expression before he died was very calm, as if he wasn't surprised at all by his imminent death. "That's unreasonable." Hearing Yi Qiu's words, Ling Yunsheng suddenly realized, "Yes, I didn't see a trace of fear in Cao Mo's eyes after he was hit. Instead, there was an indescribable nuance in them." Remembering that Ling Shui said Cao Mo had arranged for Lu Chani to receive his body, Ling Yinsheng looked at Yi Qiu, and they both saw something in each other's eyes. Ling Yinsheng decided not to continue discussing this topic, but instead asked, "What do you think about the undercover matter Xiao Xue mentioned earlier?" "There is," Yi Qiu replied. "During your years of slumber, I noticed a few people seemed a bit abnormal, but I just didn't have any evidence." "What about you? You seem to be still recovering?" Ling Yinsheng expanded his divine sense, confirming Ling Shui had left, and smiled bitterly. "It's not that easy. I'm just pretending to avoid worrying Xiao Xue." "But," Ling Yinsheng suddenly shifted his tone, a pressure no less than Yi Qiu's spread from him. "If there really is a fight, I can definitely take away anyone of the same level." At the Xia family group, in a steel-made secret room underground. "Qingyun, what do you think this time the honored one will reward us with?" Xia asked Qingyun as they walked down the corridor. Qingyun's face twisted in anger. "I just hope to get rid of this damn state. I feel like I'm going crazy." "Really?" Xia said, "This feeling is quite good. My strength is at least dozens of times stronger than before." Xia was right. "Qingyun, you need to learn to be satisfied." Just then, a woman's voice suddenly rang out ahead. "Yang Ding Ding." This voice was too familiar to Cao Mo. Finally seeing her, everything he had encountered along the way, including his brother's disappearance, was all because of her. "No, I have to hold it in." Cao Mo extinguished the anger that had yet to ignite, not daring to show any signs at this moment. "I have seen the honored one." Xia and Qingyun knelt halfway on the ground. The honored one hummed lightly, saying indifferently, "Xia, you completed this mission exceptionally well. This is your reward." Suddenly, a bottle of green potion appeared before Xia. "Drink this, and you will completely attain the cultivation of the 3rd layer of the Yuanying stage." "Thank you, honored one." Xia did not hesitate and picked up the green potion, drinking it in one gulp. As soon as the potion entered his body, A powerful aura surged towards his dantian like a black mist. In the next second, the formidable cultivation of the third layer of the Yuanying stage erupted like a storm. Thank you, Honored One. Xiaohe expressed his gratitude again. Seeing this, Chen Guan quickly pointed at himself, saying, Honored One, what about me? You have it too. Chen Guan saw the green potion and excitedly drank it down. Like Xiaohe, the previous sense of weakness completely vanished. Seeing that Chen Guan received the same reward as himself, Xiaohe became dissatisfied. Honored One, it was clearly I who killed Cao Mo. Why is the reward the same as his? Oh, the Honored One raised his head, looking at Xiaohe with a hint of amusement. What other reward do you want? Reward? Cao Mo thought. I just said that casually. What kind of reward can you give? This broken green water even carries a hint of dark power. Drinking it makes me feel completely controlled. Damn it. But since the words have been said, if I suddenly refuse the reward, it would seem suspicious. After thinking for a moment, Xiaohe said, because this loser Cao Mo has caused me to make mistakes in front of the Honored One multiple times, disappointing the Honored One. At this point, Xiaohe raised his head, his eyes filled with anger. I asked the Honored One to help me clear up military relations. I want to go to the slums and capture his family, torturing them with the most brutal methods. Is this the reward you want? Yes.